Yo, pause. I can download this shit without lagging? What? Crazy. Hold up. Hey, all my bitches wanna say. Alright. Apex Legends, new legend. Oh my god. Fuck off with that shit. That's all I gotta say. Apex Legends, new legend. The thing we don't need. As I say, I think I fucked up my password. I low-key kind of want to do some fire making. Low-key kind of want to keep cutting some logs. Let's see what's in my bank here, I guess. Um... Grab one of them games necklaces. Rub. So I want to go over here. And I'm pretty sure there's like some bullshit over here, right? Trapdoor. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. There's the boys. Here's the boys with all the cooking. Let's go. There's all the boys. Alright, let's go. Pick up these fucking shacks. Pause. Did I just burn a shark? I've gotten the best AFK skill. What's everyone saying, chat? Man, you haven't seen Runescape in years? Missing out, big dog. Missing out. Here, let me pull up. We've got quite the tradition rolling right now for We're streaming
And the bag
streaming some,
from
so
his
let's pop
own
up one of
pain.
these
His tongue was
videos.
all sick and everything.
We got the fucking the horror shows going. Let's go.
Like this to pull him back, and I told him to stop.
You mean people are gonna hate us for this?
I hate my life.
This is our life now.
Indeed it is.
15-year-old Seth Jackson was a typical teen boy living in Summerfield, Florida with his parents Scott and Sonia Jackson and his 2 older brothers. He loved animals and had aspirations to join the Ultimate Fighting Championships.
UFC, baby. That
Guy,
guy. Hey, I don't want to be that guy, but this kid's not joining
Little
the
did he
UFC.
know that when he began a relationship with 15
He needs to grow at least another 4 feet.
down a dark and
Find like 200 pounds
that
of
would
fucking muscle.
ultimately end those aspirations, along with his life, in an unimaginably horrifying fashion. As is often the case, their relationship was happy, in the beginning at least. However, after a year, things turned sour between them. During these difficult times, Amber added fuel to the fire when she began a close relationship with 18-year-old Mike Bargo. Seth's best friend, Will Samalot, claimed that Seth was traumatized when the end of their relationship finally came, amid speculation that Amber was actually cheating on him with Mike. On Sunday, April 17th, 2011,
not the first guy I happened to, homie.
To visit a mutual friend. That night, when they left to walk home,
Tokes,
Will noticed that Seth was texting on his phone and seemed distracted. Shortly after 9 p.m., the two parted ways. That was the last time Will would ever see his friend.
I was pretty sad.
Seth's mother, Sonia Jackson, filed a missing persons report the next day when he didn't return home. When a news report concerning Seth's disappearance appeared on TV, Amber Wright's half-brother, Kyle Hoover, had an emotional breakdown, telling his mother that he had knowledge of what happened to the missing teen. The story that Kyle told his mother was appalling, and she contacted the authorities, indicating that a ramshackle house in Summerfield, Florida, held the key to Seth's mysterious disappearance. When investigators visited this location and rounded up the suspects in Seth's disappearance, they soon learned that the full truth was far more grisly than they ever could have conceived. According to Kyle's testimony, Justin Roach Soto, Amber Wright, homeowner Charlie Ely, Mike Bargo, and he himself were present on the scene the night Seth went missing. Investigators collected these individuals and brought them down to the station for interviews, with the exception of Mike Bargo, who they were unable to locate at the time. When dealing with multiple suspects, such as in this case, one common tactic that detectives will use is to separate them, allowing each one of them to tell their version of events independently. Once an inconsistency is found, detectives will present this inconsistency to all of the suspects in the hopes that all of them will tell the truth.
Bro?
This technique would prove critical as detectives began to unravel the complicated skein of threads in a complex tapestry of murder, unveiling one of the most twisted and chilling motives we've ever seen in a case. What follows is never-before-seen interrogation footage exclusively obtained by EWU.
You can sit right there, that's fine. Thank you. That's kind of why we have the chairs to sit up like this.
Alright, so what's the issue?
That's kind of why we've got the chairs to sit on.
This is 20-year-old Justin Soto. To his friends, he's known by the nickname Roach. He's the eldest of the suspects, and investigators believe that he may have intimate knowledge of what happened to Seth, as he is a current resident in the house.
What's the issue? You know what? I have a feeling you're going to tell me, okay? Listen, I want you to understand something, okay? I don't know what you do or don't know. You're not in trouble with me, okay? But this is extremely important.
The detective tries to reassure Justin that he's not in trouble, but this might not be the entire truth. Police will often say things like this to gain rapport with suspects so that they'll be more forthcoming with the officers.
Are you from around here?
Like, I've lived here for a while, but I'm from Hawaii.
You're from Hawaii?
Yeah.
Where here have you lived? I mean, how long have you been living here?
Since I was about 12 years old, 11, 12 years old. A few years.
Oh, so you've been here a while.
Yeah.
Okay.
Investigations usually begin with discussions of general information like this, so the detective can get to know the suspect and begin to make them feel comfortable.
What do I want to work on? Do I just go mining today? I think we might go mining.
You mind?
Yeah, I don't mind at all.
What's it say on the front?
This says head buster on it.
What is that? HSA?
Bro, I don't have a pickaxe.
HEAD.
People generally like to talk about their tattoos and the meanings behind them, so it's an easy question to get the conversation flowing. If Justin feels at ease with the detective, he may be more willing to give her information regarding what happened to Seth. Justin shows the detective his tattoos and she jokes around with him, building an atmosphere of trust and camaraderie before getting around to the impending serious discussion. Suddenly, the detective notices something interesting.
Yeah, this is my last one. I have a mushroom right here.
Oh, that's a new one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. What are all the scratches about?
Man, I was walking through the woods and some vines got a hold of it and
800K.
vines wrapped around my leg and I went to go walk in and it.
Any others?
No, that's it.
That's it? Okay. You don't have anything on your back and your arms? Wow, that's different. Usually that's where they put them all. Oh, you got a cold or something?
Yeah, I've been sick for like almost 2 weeks now. Well, I'm not really sick anymore. I just got this crazy behind.
Wake and bake, savage, you know.
While Justin's explanation may be true, a sudden increase in coughing can also indicate an increased stress level. As the body goes into fight or flight mode, mucous membranes dry up, which can make the mouth and throat feel dry. For someone who already had a lingering cough, this dryness could cause further irritation and make the coughing increase.
I understand that you guys were, in a crowd. I'm older, so I'm going to say kids.
Yeah.
Hanging out together.
Players can exchange any.
I hear that, tempers flew. Okay. And things happened. What are you doing Sunday night?
What's today, Tuesday?
Today is Tuesday.
Hey.
Justin succumbs to a coughing fit here just as the interview begins in earnest.
Do you know why you're here? You don't know?
I really
Did
don't.
anybody explain? Tell me how you ended up here.
I woke up this morning to Charlie waking me up, and there was an officer right there. And
The permit.
I'm here now.
Each of those being
An
interrogated
exchange
lived with
full
Charlie
set.
Ely in her home at the time of Seth's disappearance, except for Amber Wright, who visited regularly and frequently stayed overnight.
Okay, so you just got in a car and you didn't ask any questions like, what do you want? Why am I here? Nothing? You didn't ask anything?
Equipped or in the player's inventory.
You're too smart.
Oh, interesting.
I'm not
Yo,
really
Savage,
sure
you want to
what
take a
I
toke,
do.
buddy?
I was
Squirt,
just
squirt.
coming over here to see what the hell
Squirt, squirt.
Because I woke
Yeah,
up.
but you even said it yourself, okay? You're nervous about places like this, okay? So there's no way you're gonna sit there and tell me that you got into a police car, okay? And ask no questions as to why you're getting into a police car.
I gotta
after being
think.
rolled
What do I?
out, Okay?
I need.
The detective appeals to logic based on information she's already collected from Justin to point out that he may already be acting dishonest with her.
So let's,
They said an incident happened.
okay. With who?
I guess freaking something about some kid that I don't even know who the hell he is, and
Yeah, you do. Who is he?
his name's Seth or something like that. And supposedly, I guess he got shot or whatever.
Okay.
That's all I know. Like
That's
like
all
the
I
girls,
know.
guess they
Someone
went to
tells me
go
it's not all you know, bucko.
meet up with him or something, and
What girls?
Charlie and the other one.
This is 18-year-old Charlie Ely. She's the owner of the house where Justin, Kyle Hooper, and Mike Bargo also live.
I don't like this room. I'm about to go crazy.
Yo, this chick looks like my. This chick looks like my ex-girlfriend too, bro. All my ex-girlfriends just look like murderers, I guess.
Charlie has been obsessively checking and examining her body since entering the interview room. This may be indicative of anxiety. After nearly 20 minutes, a detective finally arrives to speak to Charlie.
Hello.
Huh?
How are you?
Good. About to go crazy.
About to go
Cat
crazy?
filter.
Room with all
Okay. Well, we don't need that. I'm Detective Bill with the Sheriff's Office.
Charlie,
Charlie? What's your last name, Charlie?
Ely,
Haley?
Ely, E-L-Y.
Okay. How you doing? How old are you?
18.
18 years of age. Okay, do you know why you're here?
Yes, sir.
Why are you here?
Because something happened with Seth.
Something happened with Seth.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Understand that we had a deputy bring you down here because of what may have happened with Seth, okay? There's an investigation that we're
This is so
gonna
bad.
investigate. Are you clear with that?
Charlie sighs heavily,
Woo!
which may be an example of her using an adapter to expel nervous energy. Adapters are nonverbal ways that people comfort themselves when they're feeling stressed.
I'm gonna sit back and pretty much just give you the floor. You've already explained to me why you think, why you're here. Okay.
I know why I'm here.
Explain to me why you're here.
Often, detectives will allow the suspect to simply tell the story in their own words. This allows them to observe and catch any lies and inconsistencies, pointing these details out to encourage the subject to tell the complete truth.
And be honest with me. Totally truthful. Hold your head up.
Okay, Sunday night. Sunday night. Amber and I walked up because
This will be like the stealing tab, I assume.
with Seth, and they wanted to work things out, so we met him up.
This is Sunday night?
Yes, sir. At 58th Court, it was approximately 9:30.
So you met him on the corner?
Yeah.
Okay.
They talked.
What corner did you guys meet him on?
I think it's 58th Court. I want to say that's what it is.
Then who all met there?
Me, Amber, and Seth.
Amber is, of course, 15-year-old Amber Wright, Seth's ex-girlfriend.
Of course, how
half-sister
could I have
of
not
Kyle
known
Hooper,
that?
and
How could I
suspected
have
love
not
interest
known
of
that?
Mike Bargo. In another room, not far away, she will soon begin a similar story.
I introduced myself before. My name's Rhonda, okay? And I'm gonna talk to you about this, okay? Okay, I just need you to tell me the story, and let's start with the other night. I understand that you and Charlie went to another neighborhood or went down the street. Tell me how this all comes about.
Unlike the other detectives, Detective Stroop goes straight into the story, beginning with Amber's role in the events.
Well, me and him were already talking on the phone.
Me and him.
Seth.
Okay, you and Seth. Did Seth call you or did you call
Let's see
he had called me
here.
a couple days before that and I didn't answer.
Seth?
Got some
I
Christmas
called him
crackers,
that
so
night. And you
damn.
and Seth, and correct me if I'm wrong, okay? You two had a relationship.
Yes, ma'am.
Was he, how was your relationship with him?
Not the best.
Tell me why you say not the best.
We'd always fight. He'd always hit me and cheat on me and all that.
So he was physically abusive to you?
Yes, ma'am.
When Amber describes her relationship with Seth, she
Belated
touches her
angler.
hair, another adapter behavior. She may be feeling uncomfortable as she talks about this sensitive subject.
Who all knew that?
Me, Charlie, my brother.
Okay, so Kyle knew about it. Was there a lot of people in the neighborhood just that ran around with you guys that knew this?
Yeah.
Because your mom, I understand, knew it.
Mhm.
Okay. So Seth had called you a few days before.
Mhm.
You called him back, and what day was that?
I think it was Sunday night.
Sunday night?
It was the night that this all happened.
Okay, so you called Seth, and what did Seth say?
Well, it started off, I was like, hey, I know you called me the other day and I didn't answer, but you wanted to make up. So do you want to make up and try and be friends because I'm sorry for everything? And he was like, yeah, I think that'd be a good idea for the both of us because we're both tired of fighting with each other, but we just wanted to stop the drama.
Okay. So were you guys going to get back together as a couple?
No, we were just going to try and be friends.
Okay.
Because we were friends before we ever dated.
Okay.
We were really close.
Okay.
And he was like, well, you should walk down here. And I was like, well, if I walk down there, I'm not walking alone because it's too dark, so can my friend Charlie come?
Uh-huh.
And he was like, sure, I guess.
Where was Seth at when he said walk down here?
The neighborhood
Rune
at the
Adamant.
Ridge Estates.
Okay, so Seth was at Bellevue Ridge. Whose house was he
There
at
we
down there?
go.
He said something about Brittany.
This is organizing
It
up
seems likely Brittany was the
my
friend that Seth and Will were visiting the night of his disappearance.
my
Will mentioned
shop,
that
my
Seth had been
bank here.
distracted, texting on his phone once they left. Police later recovered these messages. They read, "Hey, can you talk? You said you needed to talk. Well, I kinda need to talk to you about us working things out. What do you mean? Can you please call me, like now? Yeah, sure. Hey, my friend Charlie
Sure,
is coming with.
S-H-E-R.
I've been telling her everything
Sure.
between me and you, and she's coming because I need her to help through this. Is that okay? But don't tell anyone what's going on because I want to make sure we can work things out before anyone knows. Amber, if you have me jumped, I will never give you the time of day. So if I get jumped, say goodbye, all right? I swear you're not Seth. I could never do that to you. I just want me and you back. Okay. I'm walking up the hill now. I'm at the neighborhood road. Where are you? Sorry, I didn't want Will to hear me, but stay around the corner where me and you fought. Just wait right there, and I'll be there in a minute. This was Seth's very last text message. It's interesting that he was suspicious of Amber's motives here, as he fears that she's planning to have him jumped. Perhaps he had a good reason to be wary.
So you guys went down there and talked?
We were talking for maybe like not even 30 minutes.
Okay.
And his mom, I guess, texted him, and I was like, who are you texting? I thought we were talking. And he was like, my mom told me either right now or never. And I was like, oh, okay. I guess they started arguing, whatever, and then he looked at me, he's like...
Arguing with his mom through text?
Okay. And I guess he called her a bitch or whatever. I didn't want to get in it. And then he was like, look, I'm not in the mood to talk right now. I'm getting out of here for now.
Fishing cape goes in the skills.
He just stormed off. So when he stormed off, we went back to my house. And about an hour later, he came to my house.
Mike was off in his room like he always is.
Okay.
He never comes out.
So he had no idea you went to see Seth or that you came back from seeing Seth that you're aware of?
I didn't tell him.
Okay. And Kyle's in the living room. What's Kyle doing?
Kyle just sits there and watches TV like he always does.
Okay, so he's just watching TV in the living room. Mike's in the bedroom. Okay, and then what happens? Seth comes to the house?
Knocked on the door and Charlie answered it. And she was like, well, what do you want? And he was like, I just need to talk to you.
Might as well take that.
I don't know what it is you're being careful about. Okay, and it's okay to be careful. Okay, but the truth is what it is. Okay, and that's what I need from you.
That's pretty much what it is. I don't know the kid. Okay. I know he's a little white boy and...
You little white boy?
Phrase pretty much is what is known as an exclusion qualifier.
You little white boy?
Examples of exclusion qualifiers could be saying something like, not really, or for the most part. It allows the person to tell some of the truth while hiding the rest. It's important to note that just because you hear someone use one of these statements, it's not proof that they are lying, but an indication that they may be.
Him and one of the girls used to date or whatever. And
which girl?
The Amber girl.
Well, you just told me more than you told me a few minutes ago. How do you know Amber?
As a friend.
How did you meet her?
Through her brother, Kyle, the other dude that's here.
Okay. All right. So is Kyle the other one that lives with you?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then now I know you know more than you're saying because, you know.
He just moved in too.
I know, but Kyle likes to talk, doesn't he?
The detectives have pinpointed Kyle as the potential weakest link. After all, he is the one who originally confessed information to his mother, which resulted in the four being here at the station. What is unclear at this point is exactly how much Kyle has told his mother and the investigators. We can't be sure what the detective already knows, but neither can Justin.
I feel as though I should have like my own.
I haven't chilled with the kid in like...
You what?
I haven't chilled with or hung out with him in a little while until we moved in and started living there.
Well, now you're making me think things a little differently, okay?
The detective scoots her chair closer to Justin. This increased physical proximity creates additional pressure for him to tell the truth.
Now you're making me think that maybe you had some involvement in all of this. Did you?
No, ma'am.
Did you have any involvement in any of this?
No, ma'am.
No? Where'd you get the scratches from on your legs?
Vines walking through the woods.
Because those were very, very fresh scratches. When did you get those?
Yesterday. I was walking through the woods yesterday.
Yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
Might as well just take all these out, actually.
In my old neighborhood, where I was going to talk to the dude about the tree job.
Okay. What neighborhood is that?
It doesn't have a name. It's behind a church, a big church.
This is an unsatisfactory answer, and the beginning of a series of very vague answers from Justin.
I work in the woods too, you know, and I don't get scratched up like that.
No, they have like little, what are those?
You know, I work in the woods too. Like, why are you lying to the poor kid?
Let me see your other leg.
Why you gotta lie to the poor kid like that?
That's not from a walk through the woods.
Sure it is.
No. Talk to me, Justin.
That's what happened. That's woods.
Oh, I believe it's woods.
Yeah.
I believe that. I have no doubt it could be that. But that's not from walking through the woods.
Yeah.
Okay? We were either running, walking in the dark.
The detective returns to the night in question, and Justin continues his strategy of
Skills
distancing himself
necklace,
from the
5.
others.
I don't know anything about what happened. Like, I just came home and I went to sleep.
While Justin maintains his ignorance of the situation, the girls continue their version of events.
Did Seth call you before he came down?
No,
there?
ma'am.
So he just showed up an hour later.
Yeah.
When you came back, did you talk to your brother
With berry
or
seed?
Michael about what Seth had said, or that you guys had a conversation? Did they know?
No, they didn't know what we talked about.
Okay.
Kyle asked me where I was going, and I just told him I was like,
Fishing
I'm going to talk to Seth and try and
hood.
figure things out.
Fishing hood.
Notably, there's no mention of Justin being present at the scene in Amber's version either.
I hear a knock at the door. It's Seth. So I let him in, not thinking anything was wrong with it.
Snapdragon seed.
Can you draw me a drawing of your house?
I guess.
I just want to try to get a picture of what exactly.
The detective may be having Charlie draw the floor plan to make sure her story is crystal clear. However, a methodically laid out floor plan could allow the detective to point out certain details that seem implausible
dig site,
or odd as well.
teleport.
She let him in. He sits
Clue
in the chair.
scrolls.
Me and her sitting by each other on the couch.
Bro, I've got
Out
so
of
many
nowhere,
clue
Kyle
scrolls
just
here. What the
gets
fuck?
up and hits him.
He
So
didn't
were they
like.
arguing first before you hit him? You just
No, Amber and Seth were talking, and Kyle comes out of nowhere and hits him, and me and Amber dart to my room.
and where was
And
he at?
Kyle said, "Get the fuck out," and he went out that way, and we hear Mike's door hit something, and Mike came out, and we heard gunshots.
Okay.
And by then, me and Charlie took off to her room. We shut the bathroom door, and we heard another door just fly open, and we just heard gunshot after gunshot after gunshot. And after maybe like 5 or 6 times of hearing it, it got quiet. And then you hear Kyle go, "What did you just do?"
The introduction of a gun into this scenario does not seem to bode well for
Reldo.
Seth, yet it's still unclear exactly what happened to him, as the girls were not visual witnesses to the event itself. It's difficult to piece together Seth's fate, especially since there hasn't been a body recovered.
How do you think Michael knew Seth was out there?
He probably
Buried
did.
beneath the ground. Who knows where it's found? Lucky for you, a man called Reldo may have a clue.
Oh, let's go, baby.
Reldo is located in the Varrock Palace Library.
Okay.
Make your way to Reldo and speak with him to receive a strange device.
I can do this. I can speak with the boy, Raldo.
Okay. So it's one of them things where it's not that far apart.
Yeah, the house is
The
very
house is
small.
He would know
It's
Seth's
small.
voice.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
If we said anything to anyone, he would kill us.
So this is
next.
after the gunshots.
Yeah,
He came back into the house.
yeah, with the gun.
In
And
his
he was
hand?
waving it around.
What
us.
kind of gun was it?
It was a revolver.
Okay.
I mean, he's letting us like touch it and shit, so our fingerprints are on it.
It's interesting that Charlie is choosing to volunteer information about Mike letting them touch the revolver at this point. It could very well be that she has a guilty conscience and is trying to preemptively dismiss certain pieces of evidence that indicate her guilt, such as her fingerprints being on a weapon.
The back door open and like
Alright, I'll be back in a second. Yeah. Might as well take a toke. Got nothing better to do.
I don't really know. Like, I just heard.
This strange device acts as a hot and cold clue. Feel the strange device to see which direction your clue is buried. There are 5 locations your treasure may be located. Pick one of them and make your way towards it. If you get warmer by feeling the strange device, keep heading in that direction. If you get colder, pick a different location.
So essentially, this is...
Once your strange device is incredibly hot, which you can check by the chat box, dig on that location to receive your next clue or casket. I hope you found this video useful. Thanks for watching. Please like, comment, and subscribe for more.
That's hilarious. You know what I just realized? There's 3 fucking banks in Varrock. Like, it's so unnecessary.
A bunch of shit, like he was
moving
doing
stuff
something.
around.
Yeah.
Okay, you document that. Now, did you hear any voices or anything that you told
All
me?
I heard it was Mike's voice.
Okay, and what did you hear Mike saying?
This is what you get.
So when did you guys finally come out of the room?
The next morning.
Was anything different?
Oh, it just smelled like pure bleach in the house. That's it.
Do you know where the bleach came from?
No.
I had a bottle of bleach on the counter, but that's not there.
So you had bleach and it's gone now? Mm-hmm.
And Mike came into the room and he said, I swear if you guys open your mouth about anything about last night, I'm going to come after you guys. He said, I gotta go. I'm going somewhere.
Okay, and he left?
Yeah. He said, I'm going somewhere. I'll be back later. And me and Amber went up to my friend Chris's house for...
Did you look around your house or anything to see what
Like,
I mean, you had to be curious about something,
I
right?
was looking around, but I didn't see anything. Like, I didn't see really anything. I mean, the only thing I really noticed was in my bathroom, my shower doors, not my bathroom, but the guest bathroom, shower doors were down.
Where was Michael the next day when you got up?
The device is warm up but colder
Just
than
come out of
that.
his room, and then me and Charlie left. And we were up at her friend's house until maybe 4. What time did you call me? When you made dinner.
Probably about 3.
So Michael was in the house though when you woke up in the morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
This is a minor discrepancy in what has been a very parallel story, since Charlie claims Mike was out and about making more threats, while Amber says he was asleep in his room until they left.
This guy, Justin Soto, was he there when this happened?
I didn't see him anywhere. Like, I don't think he was there. I think he was talking about going and talking to someone in another neighborhood about a job that he has to do, like, next week.
What have you heard about Seth? Tell me everything
He
you've
used
heard
to-
about Seth.
Like, he used to date Amber, and I guess, I don't know, that's pretty much it. I guess he had some problems with some other kid, and
What kind of problems?
Once again, Justin uses 2 selective memory statements, I guess and I don't know, followed by another exclusion qualifier. That's pretty
I'll
much
show you
it.
real quick how to complete the beginner clues. Reldo is found in a library. Those are 1 inside the wheat field next to Drainer Village, shown here. Atop Ice Mountain, shown here. Field north of Lumbridge. Cowfield north of Lumbridge, shown here.
Outfield? Alright. Is this it? Oh no, I gotta cross the water. Fuck's sakes. I gotta get over here.
This doesn't mean he's guilty, but it could suggest that he's withholding information related to the case. It's possible that he's either protecting someone else or himself by holding back. This is also only an indication of deception when it isn't part of someone's normal speech patterns. Some teenagers and young adults use phrases like pretty much all the time. This is another instance that highlights the importance of the officers having some low-stakes conversations with individuals before the interrogation begins, so that they can get a feel for their baseline speech patterns. That way, if their word usage changes in association with certain topics, the officer can be more certain that something is off about that specific topic.
Patch of mushrooms just northwest of Drainer Manor. The last possible location is northeast of Alcride Mine, shown here. Use your strange device to narrow down and pinpoint the digging location you need, and use a spade to dig. The clue will now be completed.
Like, they were just, like, talking noise to each other, and...
Who?
I don't even know, like...
Yeah, you do. Who?
Well, I think his name is Mike, actually.
I knew you would remember. I had faith in you. When did you
It was
first meet
like-
Mike?
Oh, I met him, like, 2 years ago.
He met Mike nearly 2 years ago, but just a few minutes ago
had
was acting
trouble
like he didn't
remembering.
even know his name. She makes
Yeah.
one last-ditch effort to get him to open up to her.
I'm sure Mike's going to talk for what's best for Mike. So Justin needs to tell me what's going on and think about what's best for Justin.
Yeah. I left yesterday. That's pretty much what happened.
Did you leave with Mike?
No.
Did you leave with anybody else? All right, well, listen, give me a few minutes and I'll be right back, okay? All right.
She leaves to acquire a smoke for him and likely to get an update on what the other investigators have learned from their suspects.
Sorry. I'm sorry, bud. Do you mind if I talk to her again? Okay, I'm gonna bring Kyle in here with you, okay?
This is 16-year-old Kyle Hooper, Amber Wright's half-brother. He's just finished a grueling one-on-one interview with a detective and is clearly distressed.
Both your kids are in a thing for murder.
Number two?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
What we told you was in the store. I mean, it was like everything was planned.
Approach everybody?
Everybody.
Admitting that everything was planned is extremely important because it proves mens rea, premeditated criminal intent. So not only has Kyle essentially admitted to murder on videotape, he's also admitted to a specific degree of murder. First-degree murder.
We're gone.
They took my phone.
Everything's gone. James is on it too.
On what? Is it on this?
Now Kyle has also unexpectedly implicated his stepfather, James Havens III, stating that he is in on it too. Kyle Hooper, much like his sister, has told detectives a bit of a story while his mother was present. However, they likely realize at this point that he is the weakest link, as he was the one who originally confessed to his mother. He certainly doesn't seem to want to tell the full story in front of her, so the detective pulls him out into a room alone, where he sits wiping ink from his hands from his fingerprinting. Little does he know, a confrontation is about to begin.
So, sorry about that.
What's wrong?
I want to be perfectly honest with you, okay? This is how I work. I'm giving you an opportunity right now to lie to me. Okay? If you take that opportunity, okay, You're a fool.
No, I'm not lying to you at all.
Everything that comes out of your little mouth right now better be 110%.
Your little mouth.
All right, now let's start back at the beginning of this. And this is your one and only last chance to correct any discrepancies you may have of the story that you told me. Okay?
One and last chance, even though you're gonna get like 70 more, bro. Trust me.
Man, I'm scared.
Kyle, I'm sure you are. Okay?
I've never been to. I don't want to go. I don't want to go through none of this. I didn't even see none of this to happen.
Okay, but you know what, Kyle? Right now is the time to man up. Right now is where the rubber meets the road. Okay? I can't do nothing for you. I can do nothing. I can't talk to you if you're not going to tell me the truth.
She may be trying to empathize with him to make him feel like she cares, but she makes no hints or promises that he won't be locked up or that she will help him. Meanwhile, Kyle is hiding his face with his hand, which may indicate that he feels shame and wants to hide himself from the detective's gaze.
So let's start at the beginning, okay? Just you and I here, just start at the beginning. Tell me what really happened.
Kyle begins his story with important insight into his state of mind that night. He and his biological dad did not get along, which may have been a major factor in Kyle's sudden decision to move in with Charlie. To that end, he sold his laptop to raise quick cash for rent, and that instigated an argument with his mother. Feeling like he was losing his family, he went to his stepfather, James Havens, for mental support, who later dropped him off at Charlie's house. His anger and frustration may have been contributing factors to his fateful decisions later that night.
Let's go.
With the stage set, Kyle begins his shocking tale.
He drops me off. Alright, well, we got this kid that comes over. His name's Brandon. He plays the guitar.
Brandon?
Yeah, his name's Brandon. He plays the guitar. He's got long hair. He's in a band and stuff like that.
That comes over to Charlie's house?
Yeah, he plays guitar, and well, he was out there playing the guitar and stuff like that out in the front yard and everything. And then Mike, he was like getting all into it. He went in the house. I guess he was snorting some pills or whatever. And, he was.
Ow. Little leg. Old school Runescape, baby. This endgame reveals who to speak to next. Low leg. Yep. Where am I? I don't even know where the fuck that is. What the fuck? I have no idea what this shit even is, dog. Alright, here. There's kind of transport options. This is the man right here. Skills necklace. Okay. Okay. The answer is 12. Okay. I can do that.
What kind of pills was it?
I'm not sure. They were white pills.
Where'd he get them?
There's no telling where he gets any of this stuff. I don't know. He don't tell me nothing about stuff like that, honestly.
Okay.
The detective is interested in these pills, but all Kyle can contribute is that they were white. Yet Mike's alleged drug use that night may have contributed to him making the decision to kill Seth and follow through with that choice. Although it's unknown what specific drug he may have taken, many illegal substances have been linked to increased levels of violence.
Yeah.
So he's
Marijuana
not
not looking too good out here. Thank God it's legal now.
Wired up, hyped up, and everything. And somebody brought up the name Seth, and he's like, man, I want to go on a killing spree tonight. He's like, I just want to. And he's like, you guys
I'm
down?
going
I
around.
told him no. I told him I don't.
When he said you guys down, who's he talking to?
Like,
you and him.
Me, Amber, Charlie, Roach. Okay.
Who's Roach now?
The guy Justin Soto.
Oh, okay. So, okay. So Soto was there.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Kyle hesitates, but then officially places Justin at the scene on this night, disputing his claims that he did not hang out with them and had no knowledge of anything that took place. Justin is going to have some explaining to do.
The prayer at this
I know you were
altar
there.
as well.
I know about what you did. I know that you participated. And I want to know exactly what you did so that I don't blame you for something.
She just
you did,
contradicted herself in
because
her
everybody
interview.
else is. All right?
Blaming me?
Yeah.
The detective has clearly learned details from the other interrogations. However, Justin doesn't know how much she knows, and she's implying they're laying the blame for events squarely at his feet. It appears that the detectives may be using the prisoner's dilemma as one of their tactics to get everyone to talk. This psychological dilemma involves separating people and then giving them a scenario in which each person must decide, without being able to communicate, if they're going to cooperate with each other and stay silent, or if they're going to turn on the other and deflect blame off of themselves. All the while, the detectives tell each person that the other has already spilled all of their secrets and blamed them. Here, each of the suspects face this same decision dilemma. If they all stay quiet, there may not be enough evidence to convict them, or they could receive a lesser charge. But with the choice to cooperate with each other comes a great risk. If only one person stays silent while the rest talk, they risk getting blamed for everything. But if they all talk, then they all could face punishment. The detectives will put the pressure on even more by suggesting to
Another
each person that the
crucial.
others are pointing the finger at them. Is this just an
Haggis.
excellent way for interrogators to get to the truth?
Haggis. What? I don't understand. I just don't. Wait, Halj? Held? Oh my god. Anagram. Like, what is this? Halj. 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 Bruh. What the fuck am I supposed to do with this information? Oh, let's go to Runescape and what is this? Halj. Halj. Halt? That's a T? That's a T? Oh, he's like a fucking J, bro. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, you're fucking kidding me, bro. There's no way. That's just wild.
Or is it unethical to pit suspects against each other as it could incentivize false confessions? Let us know your thoughts in the comments
That's
below.
crazy.
Yeah. Wow. I know what happened to Seth. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So, floor is yours. Question is Roach going to look out for Roach? Or is Roach going to not look out for him and let him take the fall for everybody else?
Well, since you put it that way, this is what happens to stealing.
As easy as that, Justin joins Kyle in revealing the truth of that horrible night. Meanwhile, Kyle's grim story is far from over. Mike has just taken the pills and is amped up and ready for violence.
Was he talking about killing people? Was he talking about killing Seth?
Pretty much, because he was like, man, because he's like, all you gotta do is find him and get him on the way down here and everything like that. And he didn't want Amber to call him off of the phone or text him. He didn't want nothing to have her or Charlie to have nothing to do with it.
What could Seth possibly have done to stir up such animosity with Mike? This couldn't have been a random event. There had to be a motive. Perhaps Amber has already given investigators a clue.
Why does Michael not like Seth?
Because he likes Amber. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So have you ever dated?
Bro, what do I
We've never
need
dated,
for
but
this?
We've always had a thing for each other, but never dated.
Okay.
Despite what Amber says here, Seth certainly feels like she and Mike were in a relationship. The two former lovebirds engaged in a social media war after the breakup, which demonstrated how volatile things had become between them.
The kid's name is
In
Seth with an
February of
EA.
2011, before the breakup, their Facebook posts were what one might expect from teens in love. But then on March 23rd, Amber announces that she is done, followed approximately a week later by a similar post from Seth, indicating that he is now single. Seth and Amber continue to express their frustrations, which leads to an online war, with friends on both sides providing support and sometimes a voice of reason when they take things too far. On April 3rd, Seth seems to want to extend the olive branch, but Mike gets involved and Amber makes it clear she wants nothing to do with Seth. According to some sources, it was around this time that Seth challenged Mike, and the two got into a fight. Despite being younger by 3 years, Seth apparently won the fight,
No way.
deepening the rivalry between them. Battle lines are drawn. Amidst this online chaos, it's no wonder that Seth was suspicious about being jumped when Amber suddenly wanted to make nice.
Yeah, that's wild. That kid kicked his ass. It's good for him.
Well, Amber decided and she agreed to it.
So I had to shoot him.
Everything.
That's soft.
So you
That's
can
soft.
sit there and you can continue.
Bro, what is the fucking... Yo, chat, does anyone in my chat know what the teleport to Karamja is? I don't know what it is. I can't remember, man. Oh my god.
What's your choice gonna
It's
be?
the Ring of Dueling, isn't it? I bet you it's the Ring of
Speak up
Dueling.
so I can hear you too, okay?
No,
So
it's
let's start
not.
at the beginning again, and you tell me this story. And the first time that I think you're lying, I'm getting up and walking out of here, and I don't care what happens to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
The detective is far
Teleport to
more aggressive
Karamja.
now.
Fuck.
Amber begins with Brandon playing music and designates the same players on the scene, including Justin and her stepfather.
James and Brandon both left after like Brandon was playing guitar and everything. They both left, and Mike was like,
What's the bracelet?
talking to Charlie and Kyle and me, and he was like, "You should call Seth." And I was like, "For what?" He was like, "Act like you're gonna make up."
Oh my god, this motherfucker is telling me to go to the ship.
Because
Douglas.
I'm gonna kill him. And I was like, why are you gonna do that? He's like, because I'm tired of him.
This is a key moment, as Amber has now revealed her knowledge of Mike's intentions. This admission means
A
that
glory?
she knew
It's a
something may
fucking
happen to
glory?
Seth if she called him to ask him to meet her.
Oh
She's
my
now gone
god.
from an innocent
It's a
bystander to
fucking
an instrumental part
glory,
of Mike's
bro.
plan.
So I went into the front with Charlie and I called him and I told him I wanted to make up.
With additional confirmation that the girls are not as innocent as they claimed, there is still another confrontation that needs to take place to get the full story.
I need you to be totally honest and truthful with me, okay? Because we have talked to other people. We've talked to Kyle, okay? And Kyle has told us his new version of the story, okay? He's, from at this point, he's been totally cooperative, okay? I know there's some things that transpired prior to. I know there were some conversations prior to about something happening.
There we go.
The detective is being intentionally vague when he hints that Kyle has given them information. He wants to increase Charlie's discomfort so she will be more likely to talk.
I wasn't involved in that.
Bro, I'm retarded. If I look up in the top left, it tells me where to go.
Between him and Mike, but I don't know.
Kyle has already, and I'll be honest with you, has implemented you in being involved in knowing or having knowledge to this thing transpiring prior to it happening.
But I didn't.
This what doesn't make sense to me. You're telling me that you guys are in this house. You drew out a diagram for me of your house where everybody was sitting at. The C is for
Me,
the A is for
Amber,
the K is for
Kyle,
the S is for,
Seth.
and then Mike was in his room allegedly, correct? Okay. Who else was at this house that you did not put in there?
Roche was there, but he wasn't there when that happened.
Yes, he was.
I didn't see him.
It seems likely that Kyle, Amber, and Charlie had previously coordinated with Justin to leave him out of the events completely. The detective shifts focus to Seth's arrival.
And you said that he just unannounced himself and just came to the house. Is that correct?
Yeah.
No one told him to come to the house.
No.
How did he come to that house? Because I'm telling you right now, there's a different story in that other room.
I mean, he walked.
I understand he probably walked with his left foot and his right foot, one in front of the other, and he physically came to the house. This is where you need to be truthful with me.
Oh, left foot, right foot, one in front of the other.
Because right now you're beating at the bush.
No, that's actually funny as fuck.
You're not being truthful with me. Can we both agree?
Yeah, I need to like.
This at least is progress in the right direction.
We're going
Let's check in with
to.
Kyle.
Take a deep breath. You're doing really well. It's about time. It's okay.
Once he pulls himself together, he provides some insight into his feelings for Seth.
It's this thing, the Draymond staff. Let's do this bit.
Because my ex-girlfriend, I found him in the bed with my ex-girlfriend, and I really didn't like that, and I loved her. But I really didn't want to go out and kill the kid. It wasn't my intention. And he come, alright. Well, Mike was talking about it. He's like, listen, he's like, I'll do it. And believe it or not, Amber wanted it done. Amber don't want nothing to do with him. Amber wanted him dead and gone. He deserved it.
Kyle is deflecting responsibility off himself by justifying what they did, by blaming the victim and stating that he deserved it.
I wanted him dead, but I didn't want to do it. And I didn't want nothing to be a part of it. I didn't want nothing.
And Mike said he would do it.
But Mike said he would do it.
So you talked to Mike
he kept
about
on
it.
saying, man, I'll take the blame for it. I'll take the blame for everything. I'll do it. I'll do everything. I'll take the blame. If the cops ask you if anything, I'll take the blame. I have nothing to lose.
Kyle has admitted to quite a bit so far. He seems to mistakenly believe that Mike could take all the blame for killing Seth if he's the only one who pulls the trigger.
It's whatever. And Amber agreed to it. Everybody was agreeing to it.
So did Soto agree?
Huh?
Soto? Roach?
Everybody agreed.
He
Like I
agreed?
said, everybody agreed.
Amber agreed?
Mm-hmm. And
Charlie agreed?
Mm-hmm.
Mike said he would do it, and you agreed. So there's 5 people.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
The detective makes it perfectly clear that Kyle is stating that each of them were involved in premeditation for murder.
And Mike's like, man, I can't do this. It's got to be done now. He's like, wait, we can't. He's sitting in the love seat. He's like, it's got to be done now. Mike opened the door. I come out. I hit him over the head.
Where was Seth when you hit him?
He was in the chair.
Okay.
And I hit him over the head with the stick, and it broke 3 times on him.
Kyle had previously admitted that both he and Justin Soto intended to hit Seth to make it easier for Mike to kill him. This is considering aiding in the murder and could make them just as culpable as Mike. He's now admitted that he actually followed through on his part. In another room, Charlie's detective is about to use this event to perform a coup de grace.
At no time did you ever say, when Kyle hit Seth across the head with this stick, board, or whatever this object was, what the hell are you doing? What's going on? If you didn't know what was going on. You see the picture I'm painting now? Obviously, you had to know what was going on, okay? Because any person in their right mind would have asked this question if you and I are sitting in this room and whoever's sitting over here and I just start beating the hell out of him, aren't you going to want, what's going on? You never said that. You know why? You know why?
Yeah.
Why?
So I knew something might have happened.
Exactly.
Charlie finally admits that she knew something might happen. Once the detective started being aggressive about her lies, it didn't take very long for her to break under the pressure.
I hit him, and he stood up, and when I broke it over his head 3 times, he stood up, and then Roach come in, and then he hit him with his stick, and then he was trying to go through the kitchen, and Mike shot him in the back twice with a gun.
Kyle hit Seth with the thing, and I flew against the counter, and I looked.
Roach hit him with a stick too?
Yeah. I didn't look at it. I was in the kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
And all I seen was Seth fly, and then Kyle and Roach flew, and Mike flew right behind him. And Charlie was like, come into the room, come into the room, come into the room. When Kyle hit him over the head, that's when we ran into the room because we didn't know where Mike was. Like, we thought he was in his room, and obviously that's where he was, but, like, we didn't know where he was with the gun.
Okay.
And then he was still trying to go out. He was still trying to go out the front door, and Mike just kept on shooting him. I kept on telling Mike, I was like, stop it, let him go, let him go.
Yeah, he shoots him like 9 times. Let him go.
He goes out.
Let him go. He's just gonna walk away.
Got out of the way and like pumped his ass.
And Roach grabs him like this and Seth on the ground and has him choked. And I don't know what he did to his knee, but he kind of messed up his knee, and Roach rolled over.
Who messed up his knee?
Roach,
Okay.
Soto, and he rolled over, and Mike come up and shot him in the head, and that's when it was over.
Mike shoots him. How many times?
It's like 5 times maybe, I guess.
Right there on the spot?
And oh my God, man. And comes back into, and then I was like, Mike's like, man, grab him, you gotta grab him, Kyle. We can't have nobody, we gotta grab him. And I was scared, I was freaking out, and I'm like, okay. And I grabbed him, and I pulled him up the stairs, and
Grabbed who?
Seth. I started pulling him up the stairs.
Was Seth still alive?
Partially, yeah.
Okay, so he was still breathing at that time.
He was partially still alive.
I walked in the room with her. I was so shooken up. I'm staring at her. I'm crying. She's trying to hold me to stop crying. I'm about to puke from it all. And then they got him in the house and laid him on the floor.
And then they put him in the bath. And then
Who put him in the bathtub?
Roach come in, and he helped put him in the bathtub.
Did you help put Seth in the bathtub?
Yeah, I like grabbed a little piece of him and like just put him in there, and then I just went on.
And then when he was in the bathtub, Mike kept on getting all psycho and pissed, and kept on punching him and shooting him, and I had to grab him like this to pull him back, and I told him to stop. I said, listen, you need to stop right now. And then I come in, and then Mike's wanting to break it. I come in, and Mike's trying to break it.
Hey, another magic tree here? Let's go.
Is he dead at this point, or is he
Yeah, he's
still?
completely
Successfully ground too.
Who broke his legs and knees?
I think Mike did that.
And that's when Mike had his kneecap, had his leg pulled out like this with some in his hand, some hard, trying to break his kneecap.
How'd you get the scratch marks on your legs? Fighting with Seth?
No, I didn't. It's with still woods and stuff.
Finding firewood?
Huh?
Finding firewood
Yeah,
to burn up, Seth?
I guess, yeah.
And then Mike was like, Rose,
Oh,
get him in the
fuck.
bathroom.
Oh, too far.
And then Charlie was like, Amber, don't walk out there. Don't walk out there. We don't need to see it. That's when Mike walked in the room with his gun in his hand. And he was like, I love you both, but if you say anything, I'll kill you both.
When a person threatens to kill another person to get them to commit a crime, that creates a duress defense. However,
Yeah,
this is not
so-
usually a defense to a homicide, as it's considered wrong to take another person's life, regardless of whether your own life has been threatened. Furthermore, since Amber was
Peaceful
aware and
one.
participated in these
Pandas,
events
page
before
one.
there was ever a threat involved, her part in the murder is already done.
22.
The 22.
Okay.
22 revolver. It's all black.
Where's it at right now?
It's under the house in the air duct.
That's where the gun's at right now.
That's where the gun
Where
is
are the
supposed to be
sticks
at right now.
that you guys?
Everything got burned.
He then begins to explain how they disposed of Seth's body once his kneecaps were broken in the bathtub.
And then he
Damn.
tied him, and then he put him in the bag.
In what bag?
The like I said, that sleeping bag.
Okay, so after the bathtub, they put him in some blue thingy that you said,
Yeah,
like a
A
bag.
bag or something.
Okay,
He
what
was,
do they
brought
do?
up, he was brought up there.
Who brought him out?
Mike and Kyle.
It says Mike and Soto.
Well, they brought him up there first, and I just dragged them a little bit.
After a pause, Justin amends his story since the detective already knows he was involved, but just a little bit. He'd already been collecting wood for the fire, and now they got it started in the backyard, preparing to dispose of the body in the bag.
We had these 2 tires. The tires, now the rubber was supposed to, I guess what Mike said was supposed to overdo the smell of the burnt body, something like that. So
Where'd you get the tires?
the tires were already in the front yard. They come off of some car or something, and then I come out there, and then Roach was telling me something about the shovel. I guess he hit him over the head with a shovel or something, because he was still like Mike's psycho. He's crazy. The guy's completely dead, and he's still hitting him.
If what Kyle is saying is true, Mike continuing to strike the body with a shovel could suggest that he's trying to relive the experience of killing Seth. He may have felt a rush of adrenaline when he first attacked the victim, and he wants to feel that excitement again. The drugs Mike took may have also contributed to his frenzied behavior.
You and Mike stayed out there and watched the body burn in the fire,
I
right?
stayed out there.
You stayed out there by yourself?
Yeah, most of the time.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate your being honest about that, okay?
Mhm.
So I guess it was your job to make sure the body burned?
Yeah. I just wanted it all to be over.
The next morning, when the fire's out, Mike prepares what remains of Seth's body for disposal.
We're just going around there. Mike's in the bag picking teeth from his skull and playing with his tongue. He's all sick and everything. He's putting them into them paint, them containers with paint and everything, the ashes and everything.
Who's helping him do that?
He was at that point. He was just doing everything by himself at that point, because everybody just said, "F it, we're done."
Where is Seth right now? Where is all of his body parts?
It's somewhere in Ocala.
Where?
Oh, well, it's some rock quarry thing or whatever.
This quarry was a place Mike had once gone swimming with an ex-girlfriend, and he knew it was a desolate place, perfect for disposing of the paint buckets that contained his victim.
It's out. You brush your teeth, right?
Yeah,
You know what toothpaste look like, right?
yeah,
You ever mashed it?
yeah.
You ever try to put it back in there?
It can't go back in.
Can't.
I want my mom to mother-in-law.
Can't go back in, can it?
No.
Somewhere nearby, Amber faces the music for her part in the debacle.
What were you thinking?
I was scared.
What were you scared of? There was no threat at the time. But there was no threat at the time. Seth wasn't even there. So what? I mean, what are you being afraid of? Seth wasn't even there. There was nothing for Mike. You said Mike told me I love you both. He would never do anything to hurt you. What were you thinking about getting Seth up there?
I don't know. I wasn't thinking at the time.
Did you just hate Seth that bad?
I didn't hate him. I was hurt.
Does your mom know about this?
The detective asks her brother the same question.
What do you think your mom's gonna say when you... Does your mom know this true story?
Oh, yeah. She knows what I told her.
What do you think mom's gonna say? Not one of her children, but both her children are involved in murder.
Last but not least, there's Justin.
I just don't want to get into no more shit. I didn't even want to get in this shit. I just wanted to get my life together. I was planning on going to the military and everything, but it's fucking out of the picture now. Well, my life pretty much is out of the picture.
Let me ask you this. You know, you're telling me you wanted to get your life straight, this, that, the other.
I don't
That's all bullshit. Because if you wanted to get your life straight, you know what you would have done? You would have not participated in this, and you would have called the cops and said, this is what's about to happen to this kid. You gave no regard to another person's life. Why didn't you call 911?
I don't call 911.
You don't call 911?
I don't like being on the phone.
But you let a person die. Because that's the honorable thing to do?
With interrogations complete,
this guy
detectives
just
begin
goes, "My
sending the
life's fucked."
suspects one at a time to where Kyle and his mom are waiting. He's sitting in the chair, currently just off screen.
She said, you tell me the truth and all I can, and straight the truth, and I will try helping you. That's why I need to talk to the detective again. I'm gonna just come out with it. I'm gonna get everything done and over with, and I just want it all done. So I told him.
If someone cannot afford an attorney, they have a constitutional right to have an attorney appointed. This is explained to every person in custody as a part of their Miranda rights. But Kyle doesn't seem to fully comprehend this right.
I wish I would have never met this kid, man.
Who? I wish you didn't meet Mike.
That too.
It's crazy how he's still blaming Seth. Like, Seth's the kid that's fucking dead, bro. It's not his fault.
Can I have mom come out?
I had to. They knew we were lying.
Immediately, Amber confronts Kyle.
For a second. Is that your mom's purse?
Yeah.
Let me give you mom.
I should leave it.
No, actually.
Said, we've interviewed Amber, Charlie, and now you can't now. I know you're lying to me.
They immediately begin talking about the interrogation. It's likely that they're unaware that they're being recorded.
I'm sorry, guys.
He's not gonna wait for me.
Charlie taps her arm where her husband's name is tattooed. With the prospect of facing incarceration before them, the conversation turns to their feelings about the idea.
Yeah, that's what I'm scared. I'm terrified.
I am too.
Because I'm actually going to an actual jail. And then an actual prison. It's no like juvenile.
Well, I'll probably be going.
You can't, you're 15.
Yep, they can trial me as an adult because I actually hit.
In time, they begin to speculate about the one person who is still missing, Justin.
So for you, and you were done with the interview, which was already out because I heard them talking about a cigarette. So where's Rush now?
And I even said if they don't do anything, if like they don't do anything about with us, then we're gonna have to watch our backs.
Well, we might.
With anybody.
With everybody.
You know how many people are gonna hate us for this? People that don't even know us are gonna be looking for us if we get out of this.
Why?
There's a 15-year-old kid murdered because of us. Do you honestly think people want to be around that? Do you think people think there's those kind of people are supposed to be here?
Yeah, but it's not our fault.
Hell, I don't even like the kind of people, and I'm one of them now.
I don't
And
either.
I didn't even do anything.
Throughout their discussions, they've been placing the blame squarely on Mike as the ringleader, discounting their own contributions to Seth's murder, as Kyle does here. They seem to struggle to acknowledge what they've done or take responsibility for their own actions.
Amber, where are the clothes that you had on that Sunday?
After Amber answers the detective's question, Kyle takes the opportunity to try to find out some information.
Can you tell us anything what's gonna happen to
Yep,
us?
I sure can, and I will. Just in 1 second, just let me go back and tell him what she said. What shirt did you have on? This is the story. You're an adult, correct? Juvenile and juvenile, correct? Am I right?
Mm-hmm.
You two are under 18 and you're 18. You're all going to be booked with first-degree premeditated murder. You two will go to the juvenile assessment center. You will go to the Marion County Jail. Okay? Take a deep breath. You'll have no bond. You won't be getting out.
How many years?
Oh, honey, this is not. Listen to me. Everybody, just take a deep breath.
Like, well, since we really didn't do anything.
No. See, but you did.
Yeah.
First of all, let's get over that hump right now, okay? That we really didn't do anything because everybody's complicit here. A person died. A person was murdered, okay? We all knew about it. We all planned it.
You need to change that
we
chair,
were all
bro.
involved in getting it done. So let's hop that hurdle first, okay? Let's man up to the fact that, damn it, this was a pretty heinous crime and we all had something to do with it. Now we got to deal with what will happen to us from that, okay?
Yeah, well, it was like the fact, like, I know I was scared because Mike had a gun and I was
you know what? Stop it. Do you think we haven't been listening to everything you guys have been saying in here? Are you that stupid, really?
I know.
And just stop. Because I don't even, lying to me just makes me just, ugh, I hate it.
I wasn't lying.
Oh, yeah, you were. You lied about a few things. But anyway, that's what's going to happen. It is one step at a time. Remember to breathe. That's how we get through stuff like this, okay? But you know what? I will say, you, sir, I have a lot of admiration for because at least you told the truth.
Having praised Kyle for his honesty, she informs them that they will be booked, but that they still have the trial to determine their guilt or innocence.
What? How? Is Roach going to go through the same thing?
Yes, he is too. He's admitted his part. He will be booked also.
She tells Kyle and Amber they will let her see her mother before they have to leave, and then departs. The staggering reality of their situation begins to sink in.
Well, we're all in for murder. I lied. What? Did you say, why did you lie? This is our life now.
Oh my God, man.
We didn't do anything with the body or anything like that. I get 5 years, I'm 20 by the time I get out.
Amber is unable to grasp the true magnitude of what a first-degree murder conviction would mean. 5 years would be a drop in the bucket compared to what she
Yeah,
can
she's getting
expect.
life in prison, bro. Like, that's
And I'm gone, Joe.
guaranteed.
He's not gonna stay.
It's like I'd feel that if they were good people. Yeah, well, they're just narcissistic. Like, even this, even that big kid there, Savage, even that big kid there, Kyle, he kept going, well, that Seth kid, he deserved it. It's just like, almost, like, he didn't feel sorry in the slightest. He didn't feel sorry in the slightest for that kid. You know what I mean? He didn't feel sorry in the slightest. It's crazy. Stash unit. Like, these kids are just, like, very self-centered, you know? You can tell they've been spoiled their whole life. These two girls were probably, like, massive whores just sleeping around town, like, you know what I mean? And then they'd sit there, like, I knew chicks like this in high school, bro. They'd sit there and just fucking sleep around or whatever. And then they would get their new boyfriend to, like, fight their old boyfriend and shit like that, you know what I mean?
I'm going to the big thing.
It's crazy.
Juvenile is crazy. The jail is full of fucking older people now. Now the juvenile is all these. I'm so scared. It's gonna leave me.
In the middle of this despair, the detectives let Justin into the room. He is not happy.
We're screwed.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah.
And Mike's fucking running while we're all handling it for him. I want my mom. I don't want.
I just want my life to end right now.
Huh?
I just want my life to end right now.
Detectives now had a pretty good idea of what may have happened to Seth, but there were still missing pieces to the puzzle and a suspect at large. However, everything was about to fall into place. Later that same night in Stark, Florida, James Williams Sr. was driving home. He'd only stopped at work long enough to tell his boss that he needed the night off because there was something.
Yeah, give me a second. I'll continue reading that. I'm not reading that. Listen to that in a second. I can only imagine if the book came flying at me. I wonder where they are today. We're gonna figure out where they are after this. I guarantee you. Stash unit equip. Fuck. What does that mean? I don't know what that means, brother. I figure out what that means. Stash unit equip. Catherby. Well, what am I trying to do here? Emote. Jump for joy. Bro, you know what? I'm just gonna go there. I don't even give a fuck. We're just gonna go there and we're gonna figure it out along the way. Catherby. Camelot. You know what? I think I got one in here. Camelot. I'll take a look at it. Okay. Alright. There we go. You saw in a hammer in order to build a stash? Saw and the hammer. Saw. Hammer.
Very important that he had to do. That something was taking Mike Bargo to turn himself in to the police. Mike was his daughter's boyfriend, so Mr. Williams had offered him sanctuary in good faith, unaware of the real reason Mike needed a place to lie low. Yet just before, for his overnight shift, Mike admitted the truth to him, or at least a version of it, and agreed to turn himself in. Now cleared of his work obligations, Mr. Williams was on his way to help him do just that. However, as he neared his house, he witnessed a multitude of flashing blue lights surrounding it. It seems the police had already tracked Mike and were going to relieve him of his duty. This is James Williams Sr. He is the father of Mike Bargo's girlfriend, Kristen, and is the man he chose to stay with while on the run from police.
Tell me how you became involved in this and what knowledge do you have about it?
I just run down everything exactly to you as what happened.
Okay.
Yesterday, I got a call from him, actually from my daughter, wanting to know if he could come up and stay at my house for a couple of days.
That's where you're staying? Sorry.
At which point she didn't tell me anything more than that.
Alright. Wait, that was
And
an
then
easy
he called
call?
shortly thereafter. And I said, well, he said, look, I got in an altercation in Ocala. The place I was living, got into a fight, and they threw me out of the house, and I needed a place to stay for a few days while things cooled down. And he said, and he started getting all emotional, and I kind of figured it was something, I said, what's going on, Mike? And he said, Jimmy, he said, at that point, I believe he said yesterday or the day before, I believe he said the day before, that somebody had raped his little sister, and he shot him 8 times and killed him.
Mike seems to feel the need to get things off his chest, but still can't bring him.
Relax. Relax. Hello? What? What's going on? about someone broke in. Yeah, it's cool, Jackson. Good luck, bro.
Himself to be completely honest.
And I started talking to him, and I said, look, man, I said, I'm telling you right now, I don't need no trouble like this. And I said, you don't either. The best thing for you to do is turn yourself in. And he pretty much agreed that that's what he was going to do. Said he was going to call his father to come get him.
Mr. Williams claimed he had a strict job, so he had to go check in before he could request time off. He went to do so, intending to come back and be the one to take Mike to the station, even though he didn't tell him. While he's gone, Mike decides to open up to someone else in the household. This is Crystal Anderson, Mr. Williams' live-in girlfriend. She was at the house during Mike's visit.
And then after I got done cooking, and I got Jim up to go to work, and he left, Mike's like, can I talk to you? And he said that the little girl that lives there, that's 15 years old, said that her boyfriend had raped her. And I was like, oh my God, are you for real? And he's like, yeah. And he's like, I killed him. I said, what?
Mike completely unburdens himself, telling the entire story to Crystal as she listens in horror. According to Crystal, Mike claimed that he killed Seth because Seth had allegedly assaulted Amber. Because James and Crystal are important figures in his girlfriend's life, he may have wanted to make himself look better in their eyes. If he said he only killed to protect a girl he saw as his little sister, he may have believed he would appear more sympathetic to them.
And he said that after he did that he took 5-gallon buckets and put the ashes in the buckets. Him and the girl stepdad.
Vampire? They're all in like one size. Which way?
To some place where they go swimming at. And it took cinder blocks and tied them to the bucket. And threw his body in the river.
Crystal's story cements James Haven's culpability as she describes that he was involved in disposing of the body. Several accounts place Justin Soto at the scene, too. Allegedly, Amber texted James Havens, her stepfather, and asked him to come to Charlie's house. Once there, James helped Mike and Justin load the paint cans, cinder blocks, and a dog leash into the back of his truck, and Mike gave him directions to the quarry. There, they used the leash to tie cinder blocks to the buckets and threw them into the quarry.
And he called his dad. And this guy told him that's what had busted through their house. And they were looking for him. And I told him, I said, Mike, I said, you got to tell Jim what's going on. You got to tell him. I said, I can't let him get in no trouble because you want to be crazy. And I had called my cousin that lives across the road, but nobody was home because I was scared. I didn't know what to do.
Okay. And is that when we showed up?
Yeah.
Now that these interviews have concluded, there is, of course, one more person who the police need to have a little chat with.
Which one? This one or that one?
My boy Mike.
How you doing?
What's up, bro?
This is 18-year-old Mike Bargo, mastermind and instigator of the Seth Jackson murder. He flops down in the chair.
Yes, you're in that teardrop tattoo.
His body language immediately seeming to indicate that he will not be as cooperative as his fellow conspirators.
Hey.
Like, I get these off the way. They're really killing my wrist.
Mike may be feeling powerless, so he tries to take control of the situation right away by asking to have the handcuffs removed. The detective complies, likely to build goodwill.
I got a hole in that hand, and as you can tell.
70,000, 100,000, 7,000. That's 170.
Okay. I think you know why I'm here to talk to you.
170 plus what?
I have to advise you of your rights. You understand that?
Mm-hmm.
What? 196, 107 plus
Do you
196
understand
would
each of
be.
these rights I have explained to you?
See.
Having these rights in mind, do you wish to talk to? It says us here, but I'm saying me. Do you wish to talk to me now?
60.
I'd like to give him one phone call because
260 plus 370. 260 plus
You
like.
want to talk to a lawyer? Is that what you're telling me?
I'll talk to you, but I don't want to call my dad. I want to call my dad.
Hold on a second. You just said you want to talk to a lawyer. Did you want I talk to a lawyer, or do you want to talk to me? I want to clarify that first.
Talk to a lawyer.
Stand up.
The detective cuffs him again and leads him away. Before questioning has even begun, it is over. The so-called Summerfield Six, Mike Bargo, Amber Wright, Kyle Hooper, Charlie Ely, Justin Soto, and James Havens III were charged for their roles in Seth Jackson's murder and faced trial. James Havens III was charged as an accessory to murder after the fact for helping dispose of the body and pleaded guilty.
870K.
His sentence carries a penalty of up to 30 years in prison, but the most recent updates indicate that his sentence was deferred. Amber, Kyle, Charlie, and Justin were convicted of first-degree murder, receiving life sentences. In 2020, after serving nearly 10 years of prison time, there rose in Seth Jackson's murder and faced trial. James Havens III was charged as an accessory to murder after the fact for helping dispose of the body and pleaded guilty. His sentence carries a penalty of up to 30 years in prison, but the most recent updates indicate that his sentence was deferred. Amber, Kyle, Charlie, and Justin were convicted of first-degree murder, receiving life sentences. In 2020, after serving nearly 10 years of prison time, Charlie Ely's lawyer earned a retrial on claims of an ineffective defense team, and she accepted a plea deal for second-degree murder, reducing her sentence by a decade. With time served, she was freed at 27 years old. As both the primary
That one chick sat there and said she's just like, I'm never getting out of here until I'm at least 20. The lady, you sat in there for a lot longer than 20 years.
For his crime, and awaits his fate on death row. His last words before heading back to his cell after sentencing were reportedly, "May God have mercy on my soul."
So internet's been ablaze.
Damn. I don't think that's happening, homie.
Alright, this is where we're at, Mr. Cully.
I don't think that's happening, homeboy. Okay, let me see here. So you should just go here, actually, if anything. Well, let's make this one the miscellaneous. Seeds, they go there. So let me think here real quick. This will be like important articles of clothing. So this will be all combat. This will be all combat. But this in the combat tab. Hey. Let me think. How am I gonna do this? Okay, put that there. That. Gothic Cape. Put that in there. Gothic staff. Barak armor. The Karumjum gloves. Irma. Face mat. Enchanted jewels. Spiny helm. Put that in there. Nose peg. Put that in there. That goes there. That goes there. Ice gloves. It's important. Important. Dig site teleport. Where are my teleports and shit anyway? This should go in the first one. Those are boots, gloves of silence. Those are important. Crew scroll. Clue scroll. The fisher's flute. Yak hide. Actually, how much is that shit? How much can I sell that shit for? Only 3K? Damn. That's kind of a forge. Let's find another video to watch here.
For those of us who love horror movies, we find an enjoyment from watching people run and fight for their lives. Seeing others experience fear can give us a rush of adrenaline from the safety and comfort of a theater or our homes. One of the main reasons we find so much enjoyment in horror movies is the element of fiction that makes us feel okay, since we know that what we are witnessing isn't real. But what about those movies based on real people and real events? Do we get the same kind of enjoyment from horror movies when the atrocities replicated on the big screen are inspired by true pain and real terror? Some of the classic horror movies you love may have a shockingly real inspiration. What's up, Iwu crew? Today we're talking about the case of a serial killer, a horrifying tale of a son's delinquent obsession, a mother's belligerent rule, a delusional psychosis, and unspeakable crimes. It will make you question everything you think you know about the limits of depravity and change the way you see modern cinema forever. This is the story of one of the most influential serial killers, though you may not have heard of him. If you enjoy true crime, mysteries, and true stories, be sure to hit the like button and subscribe. Now, let's get to it.
Brimstone Key.
It was a chill day on November 16th, 1957. The crisp bite of winter air had wrapped itself around the town of Plainfield, Wisconsin, the first few bits of snow blanketing the earth in white. It was a peaceful place by all accounts, and residents of the small town lived relatively scandal-free lives. But strange events were afoot that day. Events that would lead to the uncovering of unspeakable horrors. And though no one knew it, the gruesome scene police would discover that day would haunt the town and the world forever. It was noon, and the citizens of Plainfield were growing concerned. Warden's Hardware was always open at this time of day.
Rocky, what?
Yet when patrons attempted to enter the store, they found themselves shut out in the cold. The door was locked, and there was no sign of anyone within from the windows. This was truly odd, as Bernice Warden, the owner of the shop, would never have her doors locked unless something was wrong. With growing apprehension, those waiting beyond the door eventually called Bernice's son, who happened to be the town's deputy sheriff. Frank Warden made his way to the hardware store,
I just fucked up on the
unsure
thoughts.
of what he would find. His mother was a creature of habit and always made sure to open the store diligently every day. It was especially unusual for her to be absent in the middle of the day and without a word to anyone at all. The moment he entered the shop, Frank knew something was very wrong. The store was quiet and devoid of life. In fact, it looked as though no one had been there at all that day. Frank made his way toward the counter and noticed that there were bills littered over the floor. The till was missing, the metal drawer forced open, and bits of coins and bills spilled randomly around the store. Frank would have labeled it a robbery had he not found something even more disturbing. Behind the counter, he found a large pool of blood and spatters and streaks, leaving a horrific trail out the back door of the store. It disappeared shortly thereafter, but the deputy's panic at his missing mother was stayed as he was certain he knew who was responsible for the obvious foul play. Deputy Sheriff Frank Warden and his colleagues made their way to the old Gine farmhouse. The secluded home was surrounded by farmland and woods. Warden knocked on the door, but there was no response. He tried the handle, but the door was locked. The deputy decided to try the woodshed attached to the house. What he discovered inside would haunt him for the rest of his life.
I wonder if these statements are true.
The officers found the woodshed in upheaval, with great mounds of garbage piled high and heaps of boxes all around them. All of it a monument to a life of squalor. As they moved through the shed, searching for anything that might be of significance, one officer happened to bump into something hanging from above him. Drawing his flashlight over the ceiling, he uncovered a grisly sight. Bernice Warden's lifeless body hung from the rafters, strung up by her feet. After being fatally shot, she had been decapitated. Her head was nowhere to be found, and her body had been gutted as though she was cattle, left to bleed out as she hung. The horrific sight of Bernice was only the beginning. As the officers made their way deeper inside Gine's reputed house of horrors, they uncovered one of the most shocking crime scenes discovered to this day. Edward Gine,
is that a challenge?
born in 1906, and his older brother Henry grew up the sons of Augusta and George Gine.
Challenge?
Their father George was an alcoholic, rarely seen without a bottle in hand. He was a timid man, one completely at the mercy of his overbearingly religious wife. In the Gine household, Augusta ruled with a fanatical brutality. Her verbal abuse was almost a ritual, routinely mocking and shaming her sons and husband. As a devout woman, Augusta used religion as a way to separate the family from the rest of the town. In fact, Ed rarely left the abusive family farm, departing only to attend school service. Even when her sons were young, Augusta repeatedly told the boys that women were evil and preached about sin, carnal desires, and
women
lust.
are evil? Bro, I'm starting to like
Augusta's
this guy.
eyes, women would lead her sons down an unholy path, and she made it her mission to stop that from happening at all costs. Despite her domineering personality and religious
Starting to like
views,
this guy more and more.
Ed idolized his mother, and the devotion he had for her became increasingly alarming to his brother Henry. Though they had grown up in the same household, Henry held very different views of their mother. Henry worriedly watched how his brother avoided all contact with women, never attended social outings, and remained by his mother's side at all times. For Henry, who had fallen in love with a divorcee with 2 small children, it was unthinkable that Ed should devote his entire life to their mother. He wanted what was best for his brother, and in his mind, that meant running away from the family home, just as he intended to eventually. It was this difference of opinion that would force a wedge in their relationship and would later cast doubt on what was once believed to be a tragic accident. After struggling some time with his alcoholism, George Gine ultimately suffered a fatal heart attack in 1940 at the age of 66. To survive, Ed and Henry began to pick up more handiwork around the town and on the farm. On one fateful day in 1944, Ed and Henry found themselves out in the field, burning overgrown brush. The fire soon grew out of control, and Ed ran to the nearest authorities, screaming that his brother had been lost somewhere deep inside the blaze. When the flames died down, law enforcement asked Ed if he knew where Henry was. Though he stated he was unclear as to his brother's whereabouts, he was able to lead them almost directly to his brother's body. They found Henry lying face down in the ash and mud. On the back of his head were the marks of significant bruising, as though he had been struck there with a blunt instrument. Yet when coroners examined Henry's body, they would deem his death a result of smoke inhalation. The incident was labeled an accident, and Ed Gein was never questioned about the circumstances surrounding his brother's death. For Augusta, whose family was dying off one by one, the loss of her son caused immense heartache. For Ed Gein, though, he finally had his mother all to himself. He no longer needed to explain away his possessive obsessions or his undying and unhealthy love for his mother. Life was exactly as he wanted it to be. And for Gein, he couldn't have been happier. But shortly thereafter, tragedy struck once more. Augusta suffered a stroke, one that left her paralyzed and helpless. Gein tended her every need, becoming her full-time caregiver, feeding her, clothing her, and bathing her. He was at her side day and night, leaving only to work nearby at the Central State Hospital, where he performed odd jobs as a mason, carpenter's assistant, and medical center aide in order to support maintaining his mother's needs. For nearly a year, Gein cared for his mother, more deeply and devoutly than anyone else could have. Sadly, it wasn't enough, and in 1945, Augusta succumbed to her illness. Without his mother, Gein's one and only true love, he was left lost, alone, and heartbroken. His mother's death would prove his undoing, and in the years that followed, Ed would become increasingly unhinged. At 39, Gein turned his obsessive needs toward anatomy. In wake of his mother's death, he developed an intense
Is better
fascination
Bach or
with the human
Moser?
body
I mean, it kind of just
began to
depends on
collect
what you're looking
anatomy
for, I
books
guess.
by the dozens. He scoured the pages, absorbing as much information as he could. He went as far as books would take him, but his newfound interest was piqued and would not subside easily. The compulsive drive led him to believe he needed a real human body, something he could explore with, get his hands on, and this obsession led him down a dark and gruesome path. One early morning, shortly after Gein had risen and dressed for work, he found himself sitting at the kitchen table, reading the newspaper. He scanned through the paper until at last he found the obituaries. We'll never truly know what made Gein bridge the gap from fantasy to real life, but somewhere within those hallowed obituaries, Gein saw the answer to his sick craving. He needed a body to touch, to explore, to understand intimately, and the newspaper had told him how to get one. What followed was a new fixation, an unseemly preoccupation with the dead. Gein would comb through the newspaper day after day, waiting to see who was newly passed and when the funeral would be. Then, as quickly as he could manage in the dark of night, he would steal away to the fresh burial ground and would dig up the deceased. He would then take the bodies home with him, a sick form of companionship that seemed to fill the void his mother had left behind. Once
That seems
alone
legit.
together in the privacy of his own home, Gein would engage in dismemberment, evisceration. But as Ed explored the darker side of his own psychological needs, he grew less and
Yeah,
less
Godzilla was,
satisfied with the deceased company he kept. The bodies he had taken had taught him so much about anatomy, about life
up,
and
Rocky?
death, but deeper desires were now stirring within him. He was
What's
no
up,
longer
Rox?
satisfied with robbing graves. He wanted something fresh, something new and exciting. The sun was just beginning to set on the evening of December 8th, 1954. Long shadows began to
Hey.
grow as the last bits of orange light died over the horizon, and a local man in Plainfield, Wisconsin, made his way over to the Pine Grove Tavern owned by Mary Hogan. He was on his way to buy some ice cream for his daughter, but the purchase would never happen. As he entered the bar, he instantly realized that something was very wrong. Chairs had been tipped over, laying across the floor as though there had been a scuffle. Just beyond were bits of cash from the opened register, and a large pool of blood covered the wooden floor. Terrified, he turned and ran, eager to get as far away from Mary's wrecked bar as he could. Mary Hogan would later be reported missing, and though the police searched for suspects and leads, they turned up very little. Day after day,
What should I
the
work
locals
on?
of Plainfield would gather at the tavern, trading bits of gossip and hearsay about Mary's whereabouts. Ed Gein was often among them, having frequented the establishment with regularity over the past few months. When asked if he had any
Thieving,
idea where
maybe?
Mary was, Ed would jovially tell them she was stashed away at his place, a joke the locals found humorous at first. Ed was mild-mannered, if a little odd, but the locals that had grown up with him saw him as a harmless, hard-working man from a rough upbringing. He had proven his worth to the town over and over again, putting his best foot forward, always giving more than he got in return. He was a trusted handyman and babysitter, caring for the local children and fixing the homes of everyone in town. It was inconceivable that the quiet, still shy Gein could really have Mary Hogan at his home, never mind boast about it to them. But there were those who were not convinced that he was only a little strange. In fact, many women of the town would comment that Ed sent their skin crawling. There was a look in his eyes, they would say, a look that unnerved them.
Command and Conquer
For
Generals
the
on
next 3
stream.
years, Mary Hogan's disappearance went unsolved.
Command
Until
and
one
Conquer,
fateful
eh?
night on November 16th, 1957, when the world learned who Ed Gein truly was. As police and law enforcement officers entered Gein's home that night, what they found would shock and amaze the world for years following. In the kitchen, which stood adjacent to the woodshed where Bernice was found,
This
officers
game?
struggled to move across the floor because of the piles of garbage that littered the floors. Pieces of furniture and trash was littered over every inch of the home. It was a disheveled wasteland, and hidden beneath were true
Interesting.
horrors no one had ever dreamed of. As officers took a closer look through the refuse, they uncovered shockingly disturbing things. Among them, soup bowls that had been made of human skulls, jars filled with human organs, and a
And zero.
significant collection of body parts.
And yes,
As upsetting as
Sebas,
these
what are you
were
doing
for
now?
officers to find, they were far from the most depraved items in the home. As officers began to understand some of the horrors that had taken place in the Gein household, they investigated even deeper into Ed's belongings. Faces of women lay hung across the walls like artwork. Chairs and lampshades were made of human skin and adorned the room as furniture. Gein even went so far as to make masks out of the stolen corpses. Then, in an even more horrifying discovery, in a paper bag found in one of the rooms, an officer pulled out what he assumed to be a wig, but was really Mary Hogan's face. Gein had also fashioned himself clothing out of the skin of the corpses he'd stolen, a pair of leggings made from the legs of his victims, and what would later come to be known as a memory vest.
Yo, it's actually
Gine
crazy.
spent his evenings creating clothing and furniture after skinning, dismembering, and preserving pieces of his victims. And as he donned his suit of skin,
That's crazy.
he
You
would
play
wear
online?
it and pretend he was a woman. As the horrified officers continued on through the house, they found a room that had been boarded up. Tearing down the slats that barred them, officers made their way into the room of Augusta Gine. It had been perfectly preserved, with the bed made, a Bible sitting on the bedstand as it so often did when she was alive, and the floor dusty but otherwise spotless. It was the last piece Gine had of her, and he kept it just as it had been when she was alive, as a shrine to his obsession with her. Police immediately arrested Gine, taking him down to the station, and for hours, Ed refused to speak. Then, after some time had passed, Ed made a simple request. He wanted a slice of apple pie with cheddar cheese on top.
What?
Once receiving it, he would tell investigators everything. Gine confessed to the murders of Mary Hogan and Bernice Warden, and admitted to grave robbing. In all, he confirmed to mutilating 9 separate corpses, along with his 2 murder victims. Yet, despite his admission, he would later plead not guilty by reason of insanity. Court proceedings took place to determine if Gine was mentally fit to stand trial. In a cruel twist of fate, Gine was declared mentally incompetent.
We must be on our guard. Reports say the GLA might attack as revenge for our entering the war.
So this is like the Battle of Moria, essentially. Or Battle of Mortar. Or Middle Earth, whatever it's called. Battle of Middle Earth.
Alright guys, I'm in my...
It's essentially a game like this where you
Faramir
just
and Boromir fighting together.
build up your
Alright, destroy it.
your city and shit.
Destroy it! Just leveling up my guys here, this is great.
That's what that reminds me of.
And was sentenced to spend his days inside
Look
Central
at
State Hospital,
the
the same institution where he had worked only a few
Into
years earlier.
scene.
After months of
Intro.
psychiatric analysis and treatment, Gine was determined to have
Rocky, stop looking.
schizophrenia. He said that he often heard voices speaking to him, and this was the presumed basis for his psychotic break with reality. In 1958, Gine's estate was set to be auctioned off, but on the morning of March 20th of that year, the town of Plainfield awoke to find the farmhouse ablaze. The house completely burned to rubble, leaving little more than a smoldering pile of ash and ember. Despite this turn of events, the auction for the rest of the estate would continue to take place, but the home and all of Gine's personal effects were destroyed. Upon hearing that his home had burned to the ground, Gine was reported to have remarked that it was, quote, just as well. A decade later, in 1968, after years of psychiatric treatment at Central State Hospital, a hearing was once again held to determine if Gine was competent to stand trial for the
destroyed by American forces while defending
Our victorious forces continue.
EA Games.
Challenge everything.
In the modern world, great leaders resolve their conflicts with words. Jet launcher. Carpet bombing. Tomahawk missiles.
Damn. It actually does look pretty intense. I ain't gonna lie. Tomahawk missiles. Tomahawk missiles. I'm gonna obliterate a base. Just fucking nuke them all at once. Boom. Cryptic clue.
Horrific crimes he had committed. A judge declared that Edward Gein was indeed fit to stand trial this time around. For financial reasons, the state chose to prosecute Gein for the murder of Bernice Warden only, though her death alone would be enough to send him away for the remainder of his days.
Who knows where it's found?
He was found guilty of first-degree murder, and he was remanded to the custody of Central State Hospital, where he would remain until 1984, when Gein's health would begin to fail. Shortly before the end of his life, later that year, Gein would be transferred to Mendota Mental Health Institute, where he stayed until at 77 years old, he died of complications from cancer. He was buried next to his mother. While Gein's life may have been over, his legacy was not. Authors and movie makers alike took inspiration from his haunting, sickening story. Some of the most depraved villains in horror movies were created based on Gein's crimes. Leatherface from Texas Chainsaw Massacre was loosely based on Gein's obsession with masks made out of human skin. Gein's unhealthy obsession with his deceased mother influenced Robert Bloch's 1959 novel Psycho about Norman Bates, and later, the movie of the same name.
It's on Steam right now for
Buffalo
12
Bill
games,
from
including
Silence of the
General
Lambs
Zara
was
Zero.
inspired by
I
Gein's
don't know.
memory vest he sewed from
Looks like
human
a fun
skin.
game, but
Less
I don't
notorious
know. I don't think
movie
I'm gonna
villains
buy
have
it, to be
taken their
honest.
inspiration from Gein.
Looks like a game I can
including
just
Three on a Meat
probably
Hook,
play for
Deranged,
free somewhere.
Ed and His Dead Mother, and Child of God. The horrors Ed Gein committed would earn him the moniker the Butcher of Plainfield, a title that haunts the small town to this day.
I wonder what happens if you go
I
there.
believe that Arlene and Steve are. I have a problem. I can't discuss it right now, especially on camera.
Welcome to Watch Mojo, and today
Oh,
we're.
watch mode.
For those of us who love horror movies, we find and enjoy.
They're only available on disc, eh? No way. I mean, same with the Lord of the Rings games, but they have like, yeah, you know, they have ROMs and shit that you can play them on. They got fucking games, yeah, ROMs you can download and shit for them.
Who was in the car with you?
Brian sounds like a little pussy. Yo, YouTuber turned mass killer. Pitter patter, let's get at her.
There in front of your face, you know. Welcome to reality.
The man you're looking at is 24-year-old YouTuber Randy Stair. He's obsessed with two things not often found together, the cartoon Danny Phantom and Columbine. Although this should have raised red flags when Randy's descent into madness went overlooked by those around him, nothing would stand in his way from becoming a mass killer. What's up, EWU crew? It's the Raven, here to share another
That in the Navy and sea battling? See, that sounds interesting to me.
Today's subject is Randy Stair, more popularly remembered as Andrew Blaze, Despite being known by his YouTube pseudonym, I'm going to use his legal name Randy when talking about him.
He can make an aircraft carrier about. Yeah, see, that sounds fine.
What makes this case uniquely disturbing is the fact that Randy actually videotaped everything up until the day of his massacre and left behind a trail of disturbing clues in preparation for his final plan. And although all the signs were there that something was about to go very wrong, Randy's fans either ignored it or didn't take it seriously. But Randy was dead serious, and I'm not exaggerating when I say the motive behind his massacre is the most bizarre I've ever heard. Randy first became interested in YouTube in 2008, eventually creating a channel called Pioneer Productions. At first, his content seemed pretty normal. He created Let's Plays, filming himself and his reactions as he played video games. And sometimes he'd act out skits with a toy frog and stuffed whale. He rubbed shoulders with some popular creators in YouTube's early days. He was mentioned at one point in a Ray William Johnson video, bragged that Fred supposedly liked one of his videos, and was even friends with Plasma Master Dawn, a YouTuber who recently died and was then allegedly exposed as a sex offender. But as Randy's videos went on, there was a noticeable change.
That's wild.
Randy was obsessed with the Nickelodeon cartoon Danny Phantom, which follows the
GLA with the Scud launch and
became a human ghost
making money, and they needed power to run their buildings. So one last thing, you know what game I want to play? Actually, you just made me think. This game right here. This game right here. I just downloaded Fortnite again. What is it? City Skylines, bro. Have you ever played this game, Cities Skylines? This game right here is so much fun. It's kind of like the game you're talking about, minus the war. You just gotta get a like thriving city to go start happening, bro. Oh my god, it's just so fun. That shit is so much fun, bro. You don't even know, bro. Well, maybe you do, but. Also, Maneater is amazing too. What's Maneater? I know I have it on there. I've never played it though. Martha from Christmas. I got it from Martha for Christmas. As much as I love my dad, he's a fucking doorknob sometimes, dude. He just went and like used avocado oil in a fucking cake. Like, it's like $40 for a bottle like that. And he's got like a fucking 10-liter jar of fucking vegetable oil he could have used that cost like $5. Instead he uses like, nah, I just don't fucking understand it. It's brain dead shit. Love him though. But goddamn, he doesn't fucking think sometimes. And make you money. They have hackers. That's hilarious. It's basically just that Shark Attack game on the phone, but with upgrades and armor for your shark. I don't think I've ever played that game. Yo, what was the... Vincent, watch YouTube videos, bro. Watch YouTube videos, my guy. Alright? That's my suggestion, homie. Where can I find YouTube? No clue, bro. What's the point of this game? It's an MMO, so you have, if you look in the bottom right, you have all of these skills. You level up your skills, you go do raids with your friends. It's like World of Warcraft, but better.
Years, he said he instantly felt something change within him.
Like, if you look on the poster behind me, those were inspired by Ember McLean, which is a ghost from a TV show called Danny Phantom, which started back in 2003, 2004. You know, I was in late elementary school at that time. But this ghost, this woman, always connected with me. But ever since I first saw her, something changed. It wasn't like I grew up or anything like that. Like, I realized, oh my gosh, I'm attracted to girls and all this. No, it just, something changed. It was like a spark. And it just connected with me. It made me feel warm inside, and it felt very familiar. Which was
Connected with me, made me
like
feel warm and fuzzy.
He said his official Ember phase started in 2010, but later said this obviously wasn't a phase, but a realization. As Randy fell down the rabbit hole of
Chat, do we take it dope?
he created his own spin-off characters, also known as OCs, original characters, along with his own animated series based on the show. This series was called Ember's Ghost Squad, obviously inspired by Ember McLean. Randy was so invested in his animated series that he had stickers of his fictional characters on his car. What started out as a seemingly innocent partaking of a fandom was about to turn into something far more disturbing. But in hindsight, perhaps the signs of Randy's dark side were evident in his early years. As a child, Randy was described as shy. He desperately wanted friends and began struggling with thoughts of death in elementary school, fantasizing that he'd board a plane and it would crash, so it would be an insta-death. Death was even a reoccurring theme in the games Randy would play as a child, making the childhood videos he'd upload all the more eerie to look back on.
So why don't you? It's not that easy. I can't suffer, not just me, but all the people who made me suffer.
Why do you want to die so much? It's good to be living.
No, it's not.
His loneliness would follow him into high school. Though he described having a few friends, he never had a girlfriend or went on a date. It was during this time that Randy seemed to start crying out for help through attention-seeking behavior, such as writing stories.
Jesus Christ, there's the problem right there. The kid never had some fucking pussy to ground himself. The fucking dweeb.
I must have wrote like 4 or 5 stories where the character got killed at the end, and I actually turned these in as assignments, and I never got like any like weird looks from the teacher or anything. She was a nice teacher and everything, really great. Yeah, the teacher never like felt concerned.
What am I trying to do here?
Not getting any.
What am I trying to do? Shanty pass.
So I don't know what she was thinking, but.
Soon enough, Randy started investing more time into Pioneer Productions, and it wasn't long before YouTube became his passion in life. He eventually decided to dedicate all his time to his channel. It was during this time that Randy seemed to get more and more isolated. He was almost always alone in his videos. Something inside Randy would begin to break in his late high school years as he prepared to enter the real world. He began getting poor grades as he neared graduation, and he hated his job working at the Wise supermarket.
And high school, I was that typical jaded teenager, you know, just don't want to be here, don't want to do anything. I'm bored with my life. I don't know what to do. I don't know where to go. You know, the typical teenage drama you deal with. And
having no clue what he wanted to do with his life, he started to go down a dark path, fantasizing about setting himself on fire like the cartoon character Ember and taking his own life. And something would happen to Randy that would change him forever. One of his brother's friends, Tom, died in a car crash.
Tom Lynch. He was in my brother's grade. He's a grade below me, but I've had a class with him before and whatnot, so I knew him. And he died.
How's the day going? Yo, it's
crashed into a tree, smashed into a tree, dead on arrival at the hospital. And that was the first
how you
time
doing?
I got messed up. That messed me up.
Though he hadn't known Tom well, he said his death really affected him. His daydreams in class became consumed with either YouTube or death, and his growing fixation on the morbid subject would lead him to start a strange tradition, driving by the location of Tom's death every year on the same day he died.
When I'm not thinking about YouTube or my family or what I love, I'm always thinking about what happens after you die. I want to do everything I possibly can in life before I'm dead. And that's just a scary thought. It's like everything has to end sometime. I'll be dead one day.
Oh my god, that's so scary.
It's not good to think about stuff like that. I know this is scary stuff, but it is just weird, and I think about it too much.
Randy claimed to be struck by tragedy again after one of his newest friends, Matt, also suddenly died in a car accident. He wrote in his journal, "Tom's death sucked the life out of me. Matt's death killed me."
Doesn't matter what you do.
Whoa.
You'll end up dead one day. It's like right now. Someone right now is going to sleep. They're going to wake up tomorrow and be dead.
They're not gonna, you fucking idiot, they're not gonna wake up. Because they're going to be dead.
And they're going to die somehow. Car
You know what I'm saying? They're not gonna wake up, you dumbass.
Force or whatever. Yeah, just, I think about that a lot too, which is weird. I think about death a lot. And I take no shame in thinking about dying a lot, but I seriously
What
don't
a
think
stupid
about
fuck.
death
He's gonna wake
all
up tomorrow
the time.
dead.
It's not a good thing. Death is not fun to think about. In a way, it's like an escape. For me, it is.
Not long after, Randy himself ended up
Like,
getting in a
what?
car accident, and it was like this event flipped
Tell
the
me you
switch
got
in,
that fucking
causing his
grade
obsessions to
3
spiral
logic.
into an even darker, deeper place. Randy began to fixate on the idea of getting older, and this idea terrified him. This fear would eventually warp into a disgust for older people, and Randy decided that living past the age of 30 was pointless. It was here that he decided he wanted to die young and soon.
There would be no possible way I could live until I was 60-something. Not a chance in hell. Honestly, I don't know how people do it. I don't know how people get up every day and go to like
Yeah, you're fucking
dead-end
telling me,
job,
homie.
come home, do the same exact routine every day, every weekend. How do you honestly do that? I was never able to.
Dude,
How do you live on this planet for decades upon decades upon decades? I honestly don't know how you do it.
At the same time, Randy was developing some other
Ancestral
involving the
key.
cartoon character
Bro, I
Ember,
swear to God.
writing in his journal, "I miss my cartoon-like form. Bodies in this dimension are tolerable, but they're nothing compared to
I
this
swear to
And
Jesus.
That's when Ember came back into my life. It was in 2013. That was it. From that point forward, she never left my life again, ever.
He became convinced that after he died, he would return to his true form, a ghost girl just like Ember, and that he'd live on with the fictional characters he'd created in Ember's Ghost Squad, or EGS. This was what Randy called his big realization, that he didn't belong here on Earth. He was actually a ghost girl, and the only way he could return to
He's
who he
a
was
ghost
supposed to be
girl.
was by dying.
Oh,
During this
holy
time, he
fuck.
also began struggling with his gender identity, leading him to experiment with wearing bras.
I guess what it came down to was I felt like I was like transgender or something. Like I felt like a woman the whole time, which spiritually I'm a woman. I'm a female soul. But I had to live in a man's body to do what I set out to do. That was my soul contract. That was what I was meant to do.
You know what? This guy just said I'm a woman. That's what I'm meant to do, and I said, "Attaboy."
I was cross-dressing ever since high school. When you guys would go to your bowling leagues
Rip.
and Jeremy would go with you, I would either film a YouTube video, you know, back in early high school, you know, 9th, 10th, 11th grade. I would pretty much always film a YouTube video between 9th and 10th grade on every Wednesday when you would go out the door. So I would either film a video.
You said this 4 times in a row. Get to a fucking point, buddy. Oh, dude, I hate YouTubers like
I
this.
never told anybody about this.
He wrote in his journal, "I sit here alone on my bed full of emptiness. I'm wearing my girl clothes with my legs crossed. Why am I damned to spend 2 to 3 decades in this disgusting body? I'm not a man. Sorry, Mom and Dad, but I'm not sorry.
I think that his
Each and
thoughts are
every day
valid
gets
with the
harder and
person he's
harder to
not.
live in this
I feel
body.
that.
I'm wearing my female natural selection.
I need.
shirt
Are
with
you
my American Eagle
serious?
bra, panties, and black leggings. I guess the proper term would be transgender.
I need a
but
rope.
I don't even fully agree on that. I'm legit a girl trapped inside a boy's body. I'm a femme soul." Randy began taking action to change his appearance in order to better match his ghost girls. He skipped meals when he could, surprised that his family didn't notice. and started shaving all of his body hair with the woman's razor. At first, he hid his razor in a drawer in his room, but then for some reason decided to keep it out in the open. Again, he couldn't believe that no one noticed. Perhaps it started to seem
Perhaps
like
they just
nothing he
didn't
did really
care.
made a difference. Maybe he started thinking he'd need
You
to
know?
do something more drastic.
They're like, oh shit, you want to do that? Go for
Every
it,
year of
man.
my life since 2013, I just felt more and more feminine. Can't even explain it. Look at the bathroom. Look at where my stuff was. You'll see there's a girl's Venus razor there. There's the Skintimate stuff that girls use to shave their legs and arms with. Every 3 days since like 2016,
What
I've been shaving my arms and legs and entire body every 3 days.
What is the?
It's just one thing to say is like that.
I have
white
a
stain on the floor, like that splotch you'll see on my carpet. That was an Ember thing. I wanted to make my skin as white as possible to look like her.
I have a light
Completely
source.
white, so I bought this body paint, which was like, I don't even know what it was. It was like latex. That like
This kid just sounds mad when he's
like
talking.
glued to your skin and you gotta peel it off. And it got on the carpet and then it got freaking in my body hair, which like almost never came out at the time. What little body hair I had at the time, anyways. But that stuff never came off. It's funny. Yeah, you're over there sleeping, and here I am at 3 in the morning, covering myself in this latex.
Randy's
Yeah,
turmoil
I don't know.
was far from
Atta
over,
boy.
and although his passion for Ember would continue to intensify, it wasn't long before he was forming a new obsession, the Columbine High School massacre. He began frequently posting on a Columbine forum and participating in different threads, even a thread for sharing Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold memes. One post that caught his attention read, "I know the students finished the 1999 school year at a nearby school, but I was wondering if they still had to complete their final exams. What about exams for the injured? It'd be so mean to make Patrick take them after he got out of the hospital." Randy replied, "I never thought about that, ha ha ha. Tests had to be the last thing on the surviving victims' minds." To me, Randy just seemed like one of those people who, when he's interested in something, he dives in head first with an almost uncanny hyperfixation.
Head first, nuts deep,
But
baby.
unfortunately, none of his obsessions were healthy, and now Randy was starting to get ideas. He was also starting to feel increasingly lost in life. During a live stream from 2014, 3 years before his plan, Randy suddenly announced to the dismay of his fans
Wait,
that
what?
he wouldn't be around much longer, and would probably be leaving YouTube for reasons he couldn't state.
Not leaving right this second. It could be a year, it could be a little bit longer than that. I don't have anything set in stone or anything like that. There's multiple reasons for it. I don't know, I don't really know what to say. It's just like, I'm leaving in like a year.
He ranted about how his YouTube channel was all he ever
LS,
wanted to do, and how graduating from college for mass communications was a waste of 3 years, because it was a field he said he would never enter. He had his passion for YouTube, but after working at it for 6 years, he was sure he
Oh
failed.
my God.
Having to accept this and figure out a different way to earn money seemed quite difficult for him.
You know, it's like, it's not really, YouTube's not a job or anything like that, but it really is like I have...
Bro, I swear to God, if I gotta do this fucking quest.
Balance each one. The one I care about most is YouTube, but it's not a job. And that's literally all my time goes into the YouTube channel. I just can't deal with everything anymore.
He also talked about how much he hated his job at the supermarket, but he had to keep it for the money.
Supermarket for 4 years. I'm about to set the place on fire. Right now, that's my only source of income, and I'm not making a lot. I wish I could just do this forever. I wish I could just interact with viewers, do videos, but life doesn't allow that.
He also alluded to something extremely telling.
There's so much more than just like real life problems. There's other stuff too that just what's in my head of what I want to do, and just things I don't want to say publicly.
Probably for the best, homie.
A lot of people.
But somehow, even after this pessimistic live stream, Randy said that 2014 ended up being one of his best years, and so he held off on planning the grand escape from his human body. However, it wasn't long until he began to feel dissatisfied with life once again, and in 2017 he decided it was time. But before he could do anything, he wanted to finish off the EGS animation project he'd been working on. That, and he needed a weapon. He thought he'd be able to
still
go
stream
forward
zombies
with his
as
big
well?
plan in September,
Time to time.
figuring he'd finish his project by then. He tried to figure out a way he could decide the date based on coding the letters EGS, E being 5, G being 7, and S being 19, placing his big plan for 5/7/19. But as the days went by, he realized he couldn't wait 2 years. He wanted to die so he could become the ghost girl that was clawing to get out.
14, 13, 12 days away from doing this, you know. This is it. There's a lot on my mind. If you're in my position, you'd have a lot on your mind too. Every day I have to make count. You know, this is it. Just under 2 weeks to live. You got 2 weeks to live. What do? Goddess forbid if somebody does see me blocking the exits, I don't know what they'd say. I don't know what I'd say. Tired of the same old routine. Tired of everything but my girls. That's really it.
In the meantime, Randy began filming a set of tapes for his parents to view after his death, planning to post them online just before he struck. He ranted in his journal about how much he hated humanity and how
This
he
guy's
was a
fucking nutters,
self-destroyed
man.
narcissist who enjoyed watching the tapes of himself over and over again. Pages upon pages of the journal.
Okay. I can't wait to be reincarnated as a ghost girl from Danny Phantom. Like, bro's literally fucking smoking crack. You know what I mean? Back.
Journal were dedicated to rambling about the Columbine massacre.
The most
as he
strange thought
described
ever?
again and again how he was sucked into the world of
Unbelievable
Columbine,
ever.
and how he felt a special connection, especially to Eric Harris. He also revealed he was extremely homophobic and racist, writing extensively
How
about
can-
his hatred for gay people.
Pause, bro. How the fuck can this guy hate gay people? He is fucking gay. Is he stupid? Is he fucking retarded? What? What the fuck?
His goal to finish the animation project before he died wasn't working out. He complained in his journal that the voiceover actresses he hired weren't going fast enough, and he freaked out when an animator didn't want to work on his project because he wasn't comfortable with the theme. See, Randy's animation project was called The Westboro High Massacre, so all things considered, it's weird enough that he found anyone comfortable to even voice act for it.
Still don't have it. I sent the script in March. It's June 2nd. Where's my voiceovers, Laura, that I paid for? Where are they? Better have that voiceover by Monday, Laura. You're dead. Makes you feel like you don't even matter. Remember that when you work with people in the future. 'Cause I expected to have this months ago. At least say what's going on so I know. It makes you feel like you don't matter. What the ever. People are worthless stacks of Nobody cares until you're dead. It's the sad truth of life. Watch all my social medias. I can't believe he's dead. I'm so sad. I loved his videos. You haven't seen jack on my social media since. And after this happens, people will be like, man, I wish I would have talked to them more. Well, too late. It's always what happened with my fan base. As much as I love my fans, no one said jack to me until I said something big. Like, oh, I'm
You know what?
leaving.
I'm not
Nothing
even
major
gonna
was
bother doing
happening.
this shit.
It was like I didn't even exist. What the ever. Swear to God.
What the
You
fuck
say they
ever?
care about me all they want. You didn't show it. But I was subscribed to you for years. Who cares? You never said anything. People say they care. I don't care.
See, this kid got delusional because something tells me he started like popping off on YouTube, and then his shit started like slowing down or something, and then he started going like fucking insane because he just wasn't getting the attention that he had originally. Like, guarantee you that's what happened actually. I'm willing to put my left fucking testicle on the line. Spirits of Eliad. Spirits
of the quest Spirits of Elite. There are no quest requirements, and the stat requirements are 33 magic, as well as level 37 in ranged, mining, and thieving. For the items needed are a slash, crush, and stab weapon, and with these 3 weapons you will need to defeat 3 monsters of combat 75 with 1 weapon each. So, examples of a slash weapon would be like a scimitar, sword, and battle axe. Examples for crush weapons would be like battle staves, pickaxes, maces, and warhammers. And examples of a stab weapon would be like a dagger, swords, spears, as well as also pickaxes, just to name a few. Then you will also need to have 1 telekinetic grab spell, which means that you will need to be on the regular spellbook, as well as have 1 law and air rune, 1 needle, 2 threads, any kind of pickaxe, a rope, any kind of bow, as well as any kind of ammunition that works with the bow, a knife, and a light source, as well as 4 empty inventory slots. For the recommended items are 1 stamina potion, and then some food, potions, and armor to help yourself killing the combat 75s, as well as 1 water skin because this is a desert quest. For the teleports, I will be using 1 charge of the Necklace of Passage to teleport myself to Eagle's Eyrie, just north of Narda, as well as 2 extra Narda teleports to speed things up. And then just as always, 1 teleportation method out of here after the quest is come.
Okay. So light source complete. 1 rope. Knife. No water skins. Alright, so what we'll do here, we'll also take necklace of passage. Slash weapon. Take a stam pot. Okay, stam.
Completed. So we're
Take one of those. I gotta go to the Grand Exchange now. Alright, continue playing this guy's deranged video over here.
But eventually, everything fell apart with the people he was working with. His project was stuck, and he decided he'd had enough, that he couldn't wait any longer. He purchased 2 shotguns, writing in his journal, "You were a fool to trust me with that shotgun. Oh, mother, if only you realize you just signed my death warrant by taking me to that gun shop."
That just happened. That just fucking happened. Oh my goddess. Oh my goddess. I am armed.
How does the mom not like hear this kid in the room or some shit, you know?
I got it. I got it. 2 Mossberg 500 shotguns. My boss has been trying to get on day shift or second shift. He had an opportunity to get it, but the way things are looking, he's not gonna get it. So then also put me like on the clock here because it's like he's been trying to look for other places to work. The way I see it, I can just barely have enough time to do all this within 4 weeks. I want it to be the night of June 9th. I can't tell my parents that I have 2 shotguns now. They know I have the one, but then if they see that I have the exact same gun, but 2 inches shorter on the barrel, it'd be like, why do you need that? And that's when it starts to get into like personal stuff. Like, why do you need 2 shotguns? You're scaring me. Please don't start buying more guns. You know, I have all the pieces. I'm just waiting on getting some eyeliner. So far, it's been okay.
Waiting to get some eyeliner.
Like, why are you obsessed with this Columbine? But other than that, virtually nothing. I don't think people would actually like think I would actually consider doing something like this.
He took target practice videos in what appeared to be in his backyard with someone else holding the camera and filming him. It makes you wonder who exactly was filming him and how they couldn't have realized something was about to go very wrong, especially taking Randy's shirt into consideration, the same shirt Eric Harris wore on the day of the Columbine massacre.
Should I hit the button?
What happened next is almost unbelievable. Randy began deliberately leaving a disturbing trail of notes and tweets that he was planning something, and the date for his plan was June 7th. He was not being very subtle at all, but still nobody seemed to even care. In his journal, Randy seemed almost disappointed that his parents didn't notice he was planning something. He wore his natural selection shirt time and time again, and was shocked that his parents didn't catch the reference.
But Eric Harris had a white t-shirt, black text, natural selection. I bought 3 of them, yet none of you knew what it meant, which blew my mind. I didn't want to tell you that, so I kept that under wraps. That's a warning sign.
He wrote, "How she hasn't questioned me or seen the signs is beyond me."
Looking back now, you might realize, geez, I don't know how I missed it. You might just start having flashbacks in your head of certain things, like certain situations where it's like, wow, that was one of them, or that was a warning sign right there. Or...
He wondered in his journal if he would have fangirls who would obsess over him. "That'd be
Probably
great,"
not.
he wrote. He began tweeting a series of alarming messages, not only on his main Twitter account, but on the variety of alternate Twitter accounts he had created to roleplay or pretend to be his characters.
You know, I wrote all this dark, brutal, morbid, grim stuff into my videos, and people ate it up, and they loved it. They didn't realize that I actually meant it all. I started posting on all my social media how I really felt. Amber was always there in this dark place, like I mentioned. She fueled me to do this. It was like she told me to do this. Do it for the Ghost Squad. You know, we need more souls.
He even convinced himself that one of his own fictional characters,
You'd be shocked with the amount of people who hide it.
was his
It's
soulmate.
alarmingly a
He
lot.
drew himself as a ghost girl with Mackenzie holding hands, captioned, "Love this girl." Posing as these characters on multiple Twitter accounts, he took on their personalities and pretended he was all of them, tweeting at each other, but really just at himself. Before Randy's big plan, the Ember Ghost Squad Twitter account tweeted, "If you think your body is ready for June 7th, then you're gravely mistaken. 17 days is your calendar marked. Hashtag big things. Hashtag June 7th. As the days counted down to his plan, he posted under his Mackenzie account, "I can't take my eyes off the countdown clock. Andrew isn't crazy, just caught in the middle of two worlds and dimensions. People don't see or understand that." Looking back on these Twitter accounts just feels weird, as you're looking in on Randy's alter egos. Randy made his character Mackenzie calm and shy, while he made his other character Rachel violent and angry. In speaking through his characters, he would tweet back and forth about his plans in the wide open for everyone to see. The only thing I can think is maybe people assumed the edgy and haunting content of the posts was Randy's way of really getting into the ghost-themed characters. But to him, the fun and games, the pretending, had ended a long time ago. What might be most notable about his accounts is his character Rachel's clear obsession with Columbine. Clearly, his two worlds were now inextricably intertwined. At this point, Randy was completely lost in his fictional world and convinced that he would die and come back as one of his characters. It was his own fantasy that would spell his doom. And as his social media antics continued and time slowly ran out, it should have been obvious to anyone following his Twitter accounts that something was very wrong. Here's where things get chilling. Randy wanted to go out with a bang, and in a sickening twist, he decided it would all come down to a coin flip. Whether he would commit a massacre at home or at the supermarket where he worked the night shift. And this is what happened.
Okay, so here's the deal. Got a 1983 quarter right here. You believe in fate? Here's the fate test. I'm gonna flip this 3 times, or the best out of 3 rather. And if it's heads, I'll do it here. If it's tails, supermarket. Best of 3.
Best of 3.
Not gonna touch it. You will see it as I see it. If I can find it. There it is. That's a tails. See that? Me too. Looking at it. You land, you son of here. Heads. Had to be, huh? Have to have it come down to the very last coin flip.
Of course.
Okay. This is it. For all the marbles. Except we're playing for like much more than marbles here. I can't believe I'm having this come down to a coin flip.
Things up.
The flip of a coin.
And then just as always, one teleportation method out of here after the quest is completed. So where to start this quest is here on the eastern side of North.
I guess I'm just gonna have to do this. Fuck. That sucks.
Here it goes. 1, 2, 3. It's gonna land behind the camera. Just to the side. I can't see it. I see it in the grass, but I can't see it. Tails. That is a tails, folks. Tails. Which means there's going to be a loss of a human life besides my own. Possibly more than one. That's fate for you.
And just like that, it was decided, with something as silly and trivial as the flip of a coin. The fates of innocent people were sealed, and they had no idea about any of it.
Ready to die. Ready to go. 6 more nights, it'll all be over. You hear that? That's how quiet it's gonna be in my...
Dude should have offed himself. Yeah, seriously. It's just like, if you're gonna be this pathetic of a fucking waste, why not just fucking kill yourself?
I know this story could just be headlines one day around here and then be gone. It might not even become anything for all I know.
On June 1st, 2017, Randy posted that he was going to need the help of his fans the next Wednesday night. Randy said he needed someone to record a brief live stream of him.
I decided to broadcast it live on Facebook. I know something's gonna end the stream. It's gonna get cut short. I get reported, flagged, whatever.
In his next message on June 2nd, Randy talks about the Westboro High Massacre video he made, which he promised would come out on June 7th.
What happened? What the happened, man? This is surreal right now, but I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think this is gonna be my last video. I don't know what will happen to my channels after this. I don't know what people are gonna think of me after this. It doesn't bother me, but just looking at everyone at the supermarket, the manager's coming in, just messing around, talking about this, and 4 more nights, your whole lives are gonna be turned upside down because of me. I'm gonna f your life up. I can't wait. I want that supermarket to be closed for like a month or go out of business. It's a crime scene. It's gonna be a crime scene, and then it'll be over, and then everything will just be thrown away. Whoever would have thought that a cartoon character would cause this to happen? A cartoon character. How can a cartoon character bring all this out in you? How is that even possible? The biggest question will always be,
because you're fucking psychotic.
I partially told you why. I'm not gonna tell you everything. There's stuff that you still don't know about me that I'll never tell you. I'll take it to the grave. You want a chip? I'm not a psychopath. I don't hunt people down and kill them. I need to eat
Wait, who is he giving chips to?
something substantial. I'm dying here. Take away YouTube, I'm nothing. I mean, there's other dimensions out there besides Earth. There's going to be a big eternal war. I will be laughing my white ghost female ass off when I get messages saying, you know, I help people get through dark times, or I change their life, you know, or my videos make them laugh their ass off or put a smile on their face. You know, that's all I ever really wanted deep down. It wasn't there in the beginning. Like in the beginning, I just wanted to be like, I wanted to get famous from it. That was pretty much it. But I was like Onision that had an actual decent fan base, pretty much. Personally, I actually used to watch Onision back in 2009.
Ends up being a child predator.
His music in my videos, and I just sort of went like, all right, he's making really weird that I don't care about. So, because he would cross-dress and I'm like, no thanks. Even though I cross-dress myself, it's kind of funny. Pretty similar with some things we view. I say really brutal shit on Twitter sometimes, but people support it sometimes. It blows my mind. It's like, cool. It's a man's world. Men, women are better. I'm gonna miss you guys. I really am.
Pause. Did you just say women are better? Alright, bro. Those are fighting words.
Make you cry, but things that are supposed to make you cry, they don't. Let It Go and Frozen made me cry. A lot. Not
Those are
just
fighting
once,
words, dog.
Times. Like almost every time I'd watch the movie, and I watched the movie like 20 times. Life's real short. Sometimes it feels like an eternity, but life's so damn short. And look at me, it's like I blinked and I was 24 and a half. And I'll die 24 and a half. I sit here and I ask myself, would I do it all over again if I could? I'm gonna be dead before next week ends. I'll be dead. Legit dead. This is it.
So all of the mass killers would cry, let it go. Yo.
Some of you maybe
For
I'll
real.
see on the other side. And this is Andrew Blaze signing off for the last time. Enjoy the rest of your lives. Andrew, out.
Peace, Andrew.
And then in the early morning hours of June
Stay
7th,
safe.
Randy took a strange and eerie video of the Wise Market grocery store, the place he worked for 7 years, and the same place that would later become a crime scene. In this video, it seems he's scoping around the store and checking all the exit points, and it's incredibly haunting to watch, knowing what would happen just one day later. On the night of June 7th, just hours before the horror that was about to unfold, Randy posted his final video to YouTube, his big animation project. It starts out and shows him loading 2 shotguns, which he calls the Twins, named Mackenzie and Rachel after his favorite fictional characters, before he stuffs them into a duffel bag.
I gave them names. The first one I bought, I called Rachel, and then I called...
It's crazy how this fucking guy just talking.
After Mackenzie West. As much as you might find it hard to believe, in this poster, I'm the one wrapping my arms around her. That's me.
Again, this is a reference to Columbine, as Eric Harris also named his firearm. But Randy didn't stop there. Eric had etched the name into the firearm, and Randy decided to do the exact same thing.
Now I duct taped the pistol grip thanks to Eric Harris.
It's in this video that he proclaims, "I've been stepped on my whole life, not anymore. I've had enough of this putrid planet and I'm gonna leave my mark." Yeah, kinda dark, and it honestly makes me wonder what was a bigger motivator for him in the end. The rebirth as a ghost girl he so desperately wished for, or simply getting the attention he desired for so long.
Yeah, I
We're
think it's
looking
the
at the beginning
attention
of
he
this video
wanted,
right
for
now,
sure.
hours before what happened. At this point, Randy isn't being discreet. In fact, he practically bragged that something was going to happen. It was in plain sight now, and there was still time to stop.
Shake him. Yo, pause. Alex, no. 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 Everyone's wanting to get stepped on nowadays. Oh my god. No. That is sus. You're a sussy little bucka for that one. You'd be shocked. Oh god. Oh god. Ugh. Oh god. Now I'm just fucking scared.
Narda. And once you are ready, let's teleport to the Eagle's Eyrie, or just run all the way north. Just follow the river all the way north to the source. If you've teleported,
Oh god. You just got this like image in my head I just can't get out now. Some fucking grown ass man getting his balls stepped on. Jesus Christ. Oh god, no? Oh, well. Well, it can't be that bad then.
once you are at the river's source, go all the way north, zoom out a little, and you should see a root.
With like a whole
Use
family,
your
really?
rope on it.
You know why that is? Cause like guys that get married and shit like that eventually just get bored. Guys that get like that eventually get like bored. You know what I mean? They end up getting bored. Straight up, and they're like, "Fuck, I need me
You will
something
be
new."
in this cave. Next, let's go to the door and be sure to equip your rope of Veladinis, both of them, and then open the door. Cave. Next, let's go to the door and be sure to equip your rope of Veladinis, both of them, and then open the door. Next, go a bit east, and here you should find 3 doors. The southern one, once you try to open it, will spawn the white stab golem, so equip your stab weapon.
Okay. Yeah, no, and being online, it just kind of makes it easier to shoot your shot. Yeah, exactly. You can just remain anonymous, you know what I mean? You literally just... I didn't... Fucking... Oh my... Dude... Are you fucking kidding me, bro? They'll text you on their personal account? Damn, there's no fucking shame, man. Just no fucking shame. That's crazy. Haven't used Instant in so long? Yeah, I don't really use that shit. What do we need here? Stab. Scimitar. Okay, let's go like this. That's wild, yeah. I couldn't imagine being a chick nowadays. The amount of like attention you'd be getting every single day just from random ass people would just be such like a dopamine overload. It would just be such a dopamine overload. Okay, I got the crush.
Plus 2 extra Nordatel. The southern one, once you try to open it, will spawn the white stab golem. So equip your stab weapon. It is on stab. And let's go fight. You don't need to wear your robes of Valadinis anymore, by the way. You just need to wear those robes to enter this room.
Okay. Exchange. Collect. 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 All of that. What is that? Staff of Air. There's my pickaxe. Oh, no, man, for fuck's sakes. I need to get... Rune sword. Sure. Alright. Wield stab. Alright, hopefully this works. It can be hella validating, but then you have to realize large chunk of the people don't actually mean it. They just have one goal in mind. That's so true. That is very true.
But still no one reported a thing.
I started talking with a girl online, and I started talking to her about the shotgun I got. She was one of only 2 people I told about the shotgun.
Clearly something dark is about to happen, but I have to warn you that what happens next is extremely disturbing. especially because this is the kind of thing that seems like it could happen anywhere and to anyone.
Alright, I gotta pause this for a sec. Move this off the screen as I kill these golems.
Level 37 thieving to open the door and use your level 37 thieving to clear the water channel.
Okay. I just had to make sure I knew what to do after the fact. And shrink this as well. From 2-2. Yeah, of course. You can only damage on a golem with the slash. And the last guy will be the crush. Okay. Cool. We can go back to playing now. Video.
The next day, in the early morning hours of June 8th, 24-year-old Randy was working his night shift at the store. He and 4 other employees of the store were stocking the shelves while they got ready to close. It was well after midnight, and the store was quiet as they were all pretty tired. But because they all wanted to get the work done and head home, none of the other employees noticed that Randy wasn't actually doing his job. Instead of helping close the store and stock shelves, he was creeping to each of the exits and barricading them with pallets, trapping everyone inside. This calm and calculated preparation is especially chilling to me because there were so many chances to second-guess the plan and turn back before it was too late. Randy took none of them. He casually walks to the emergency exit and pushes a pallet in front of the door before he goes back to cleaning up the store. When he pauses again, none of it was too late. Randy took none of them. He casually walks to the emergency exit and pushes a pallet in front of the door before he goes back to cleaning up the store. When he pauses again, none of his co-workers think anything of it, especially because Randy is on his phone. What no one knew was that Randy was sending out a few different videos and posts, which were all detailed plans of the disturbing thing he was going to do next. On one of his Twitter accounts, he uploaded videos called Journal, Digital Set, and most concerningly, one called Suicide Tapes. At 10 p.m. he tweeted as Mackenzie, "I hope we were able to get you through the day. I always hate goodbyes, but it's more like, see you later. Thank you, Mackenzie." Just before 1 a.m., right before the massacre, he tweeted as Rachel, "Me and Andrew are going to give the world a little insight as to what really lurks around in the shadows of your everyday lives." As soon as he was sure that the videos and tweets were up, Randy begins his sinister plan, something that everyone on the internet can now see coming. But his unsuspecting co-workers have no idea that they're trapped in a nightmare that Randy has already made sure they can't escape.
Wait, me, Brian. Victoria, damn.
Around 1 a.m., with the doors at the back of the building all blocked, Randy marches his way to the main entrance to the store.
Are these is it actual footage?
Doors and blocks them with another pallet. Then he pulls out the 2 pistol-grip pump-action shotguns he had hidden in the duffel bag
That's
when he
actual
brought to
footage,
work.
right?
Randy had brought 2 guns just in case one of them breaks down on him or jams and he has no way of fixing it. As you'll see, Randy has taken great care to ensure that everything will go according to his gruesome plan. Eerily calm, Randy walks through the store, shotguns ready. The details of what happens next are debated, as the news accounts differ from what one of the employees says happened. I'll tell you all of it so you can make up your own mind, but be warned, what happens next is terrifying. In the store with Randy are 25-year-old Victoria, 47-year-old Brian, 63-year-old Terry, and 25-year-old Kristen. According to Kristen, she was in the same aisle as Victoria, working together to restock the shelves. Both girls have their headphones in, with Victoria's music cranked up and Kristen's a little lower. The two are goofing around when Victoria goes further down the aisle to get another stack of labels, completely unaware of what was about to happen. "I don't hate Victoria, but you gotta go," Randy had written earlier in his journal. All of a sudden, from where she is standing, Kristen hears a few popping sounds followed by a thud. Kristen doesn't know it, but Randy has just shot Victoria, first wounding her across the chest. But as she turned to run from him, he kept pulling the trigger, shooting her from behind at the base of her skull. And then Kristen's whole world turns upside down. When she turns to see what the popping noise was, she's met with Randy standing at the end of the aisle, about several feet away from her, the guns in his hands and Victoria laying on the ground between them. As she watches in horror and shock, Randy mercilessly fires a few more shots into Victoria. Then Randy looks up and he and Kristen lock eyes. As they stare at each other, her feet are rooted to the ground, her mind racing a mile a minute, trying to comprehend what is happening. After a few heart-pounding seconds, during which Randy must have been debating killing her, he just turns and walks into the other aisle. Now, this is one of the places that accounts differ, as Kristen says that she made eye contact with Randy after he shot Victoria, which is incredibly disturbing to consider. But the other possible version of events is even more eerie. Various news sources actually reported that Kristen hadn't heard the pop of gunfire at all. Instead, they alleged that according to CCTV footage, after shooting Victoria, Randy found Kristen where she was working, and eerily looms only a few feet behind her, and the whole time she has no idea that he's there. Randy has his shotgun still hot from being fired, and just watches her for 5 seconds. Then he turns and goes into the next aisle. I don't know which account is true, but regardless, both versions are incredibly creepy. In the other aisle, Randy finds Brian. He shoots him from far away, hitting his arm, groin, chest, and the right side of his head. 3 of the 5 shots Brian was hit with were lethal. Randy also hunts down his oldest co-worker, who at this point had probably heard the gunshots. Terry Sterling is shot twice in the back and shoulder, and I imagine that he must have been trying to run away when he was killed. According to Kristen, while this was happening, she still hadn't moved. She was frozen in fear, sure that what she had seen was a bad prank, because how could it actually have been real? When she finally makes herself move, she runs to check on Victoria where she isn't moving. She even tries to shake her a little to wake her up, but though Victoria still has a heartbeat, she's in a critical condition. Kristen realizes she has to go and get help. Because she doesn't know where Randy is in the store, she calls 911 on her phone while still in the aisle. What she didn't know was that it was sadly too late for any of her co-workers to be saved. She then runs to the self-scanners in the store, and as she does, she can hear even more gunshots. At the scanner, she can't see exactly where Randy is, a very dangerous and vulnerable position to be in. So to keep track of his location, she takes a risk and runs a little further. When she spots him and his back is turned, Kristen makes a break for the front door. Once there, she's able to reach past the pallet that Randy has blocked the exit with and finally unlock the door. But when she goes to push it open, her heart sinks. The door won't slide. Panicking, Kristen slams her shoulder into the door until it pops open, and she can run outside and into the parking lot. Even as a brief wave of relief floods over her, she knows she's not out of the woods yet. Her instincts are to run for a car, but when she sees Randy's vehicle, she decides to avoid it and keep running up a hill in order to hide behind a bush until help arrives. While Kristen is escaping, Randy is still inside finishing his plan. Though he's managed to shoot all of his co-workers except Kristen, he opens fire on some of the merchandise in the store, shattering glass all around him before he shoots at a few of the small portable propane tanks. He wants them to blow up to destroy the store and him with it, but they don't explode. Randy continues to randomly fire in the store before he decides that he has met the end of his thorough plan. Just as calmly as he made his way through the store, Randy then walks into the deli section where he takes his own life. In a gruesomely short amount of time, a total of 59 bullets were fired, all from just one of the shotguns Randy carried. His last tweet was, "Goodbye, humans, I'll miss you." All 3 of his co-workers died from their wounds. Only Kristen managed to escape. Even when talking about how she had fled the store, Kristen still has no idea why Randy didn't shoot her. And so we may never know why he chose to spare her. But I think the fact that most of Randy's shootings were from farther away means that he was trying to distance himself from what he was doing. And after looking Kristen in the eyes, he couldn't bring himself to pull the trigger. After the chaos of the attack, investigators were trying to understand Randy's motive that night. So they searched his home where they found 7 boxes of 12-gauge shotgun ammunition, shooting goggles, ear protectors, and a shotgun buttstock. Police also ended up taking some of his notebooks with drawings and cartoons, along with his computer as evidence. Together, these materials painted a clear picture for authorities, and digging deeper into his personal life reinforced that Randy was struggling with his gender identity, and really documented his declining mental health. But the tapes he released that night, filmed over the past year planning the supermarket massacre, were the most telling, especially the strange details he focused on. You see, Randy was acutely concerned that his parents would throw away his posters after what happened, something that really shows how narcissistic he was. In the middle of planning a massacre, he was worried about his posters.
One thing I honestly hope that you guys do, give these posters to fans. You know, this room was something special. You know, the posters completely border the room. It looks amazing in here. Nobody's room looks quite like mine does, if you really think about it. It's very unique. I mean, you'll have my phone and all that. You could just post on my social media. Would anyone want these, you know? And I autographed the back of them. I autographed the back of all of them, so, you know, they're worth something.
But what's most clear in his tapes is how baffled Randy was
wild.
that somehow no one took notice of the warning signs, especially his parents.
The warning signs were always there. They were there from the beginning. You could always say, what if, what if, what if? What could we have done? You know, how didn't we know? It was all there in front of your face, you know? Welcome to reality.
In these final videos Randy released the night of the massacre, it's abundantly clear that he's lost all touch with reality. He even says that he believes the cartoon character Ember is a goddess.
I believe in a goddess, which is Ember.
He went so far as to document his unapologetic anticipation while sitting in his car, talking about how his colleagues are blissfully unaware of his plans. There are hours and hours of tapes to pore over, and that's what makes this case so chilling. Something I found shocking was just how precisely Randy had planned everything that was going to happen.
Look how
Not
bad he
only
is
did
at
he know who
shooting.
he would
What
be
the fuck?
working with and made sure to have 2 guns so nothing would stop him, and had videos ready to upload in the hour directly preceding the shooting. Randy also took the time to send an email to the actress who voiced the cartoon character Ember in the series he had created. Less than an hour before he shot his co-workers, Randy thanked her and said that by the time she read the email, he would be dead. Clearly, he had some very strange priorities in his last moments, but what's really crazy about this email is that in it, Randy apparently claims that he had a true purpose to his videos, including the final one, the promised Westboro High Massacre. The voiceover actress didn't go into the details about what exactly Randy's true purpose for the videos were, but I'm guessing it had something to do with his belief that when he died, he would cross over to the animated world. Now, this may sound like the end of the story to you, but it isn't, and Randy didn't think it was the end either. Again, all of the videos that Randy uploaded just before he took his own life told his side of the story. The bio of his Twitter profile even said that he was speaking from before and beyond the grave. Watching his videos, I realized that they show a slow progression from the funny and goofy guy in his earlier videos into the monster who would show up on the night of the shooting. I actually found it really surreal to watch the Westboro High Massacre video myself. It starts with a swear-filled rant before it shows Randy readying 2 rifles, which were the ones he used in the shooting, and it even includes a few cutaway scenes that show him in the grocery store. Of course, showing the place that would later become a crime scene was disturbing, but it was made all the weirder by being followed with sections of Randy playing on a schoolyard playground. Still, what makes the whole thing even more bizarre is the overall poor quality of his legacy video, and the hundreds of comments below it ridiculing him for exactly this reason. Randy even went so far to make part of his final video a tribute to himself, with clips of him playing and sad music underneath. It's interesting to consider why exactly Randy targeted the supermarket. In his journal entries, he talked about how targeting the supermarket would be lame, but for some reason he did it anyway. As it turns out, Randy said in one of his videos that his father was a manager there, and the two weren't exactly getting along.
Didn't he also say that like he hated? Didn't he also say like he just hated that place? Like he never wanted to work there again and shit. Like
Once I started having lousy grades and applying for jobs, and it just, I hated him. Didn't even want to look at him. And then all he seemed to care about was like me getting a full-time job and making money, and then trying to move out of the house and start my own life and all this shit, which I knew I was never gonna do. Prime example of people I hate in this world. Prime example of someone who could be nice and happy and easygoing and joking one day to you better straighten out your life the next. I thought I could be bipolar too, but good lord. I hate my profession. I want to quit. Find another job. That's what you tell me to do. You hated your job for years. What'd you do? You took it out on your family. Way to go. That's definitely the answer to all your problems, isn't it? You hear that? That's me clapping and applauding from the heavens above. When's the last time you ever said you were proud of me? When's the last time you ever said, I love you? And I'll tell you one thing. Back in elementary school, middle school, I used to worry about Dad dying the most out of anyone in this house. Because I loved him back then.
He's gone, yeah.
School took off and college and all that, and I found it impossible to love him anymore. And I just started hating guys more than anything.
Something I tracked down which gave me a new insight beyond what you might find about the Weiss Market shooting was Randy's autopsy report. In addition to the gruesome details of his death, the autopsy revealed a couple of really interesting things, and as I go through what I found, the details will only get more intriguing. Reading the autopsy report, I found out that Randy was wearing black makeup at the time of his death. The report says that it was on his lips and in orbit patterns, which made me think that he had drawn his makeup to look like the swirls that Ember from Danny Phantom wears around her eyes. When his body was found, he apparently had women's clothing on underneath his women's clothes. And as I go through what I found, the details will only get more intriguing. Reading the autopsy report, I found out that Randy was wearing black makeup at the time of his death. The report says that it was on his lips and in orbit patterns, which made me think that he had drawn his makeup to look like the swirls that Ember from Danny Phantom wears around her eyes. When his body was found, he apparently had women's clothing on underneath his regular clothing. And here's the most interesting find. Randy had 372 milliliters of diphenhydramine in his system when he
Diphenhydramine?
died. For those of you who don't know, diphenhydramine is Benadryl, and you should never take more than the recommended amount as it can be fatal. But Randy had ingested way over the maximum that anyone should ever take. As soon as I saw this, I realized something. Randy would have been essentially suffering from an overdose that night. His vision would have been blurred, he could have felt really confused, unsteady, or drowsy, and most startlingly, he could have been suffering from seizures and hallucinations as well. I can only speculate about why Randy may have chosen to take this much of something that would harm him, but I think it's interesting to consider that he could have been seeing or hearing things that night. Of course, he had been planning this attack for a long time, and any hallucinations may not have affected what he did. But another really interesting element of this whole thing is Randy's own comments about drugs. In his own tapes, he talks about how he isn't interested in drugs. So why did he take a harmful amount of Benadryl that night? Was it to ensure that he didn't back out of his plan? Some people have speculated that he may have been hallucinating the animated character Ember. In a 2018 interview, Kristen came forward to speak on her experience, and she emphasized that Randy was suffering from a mental illness, and that the man who carried out these evil acts wasn't the person she and her co-workers knew and loved. This was someone different. After speaking with other employees, she says everyone agreed on one thing. They never saw this coming. And maybe that's the scariest part about this whole story. Whether it was a slow, inevitable buildup or a sudden snap, nobody could see the hidden demons just below the surface of Randy's quiet and unassuming demeanor until it was much too late. Although nothing can reverse this awful tragedy, perhaps it can serve as a lesson of the kinds of warning signs that may be able to alert us that someone is a danger to themselves, and potentially everyone around them too.
Well, if I start like watching Danny Phantom all of a sudden, chat, watch out.
The following footage revealing a 15-year-old mass killer has never been seen before.
We discovered his dad on the couch. His face was really pale.
That shit. Seen this one. Man, I'm legit gonna end up like you, Alex. I'm gonna have watched every single one of these fucking things. On God. God, dude.
I'm not demanding, I'm asking nicely.
I've seen this one
As
too.
a kind civilian.
I've seen this one too. Remember that kid's voice just pissing me off.
Pathetic ass bitch, and he's a drunk. Now tell the truth on that.
Now tell the truth on that. 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 Let's see here. Am I wearing anything? Alright. Again. Yeah. What's up, Hazy? Tell the truth on that. You know what? We just gonna run it. Tell the truth on that. The Hayes clan.
Hey, you come see me. For real? You! Everybody wanna know? Yes, I did kill her!
The shocking courtroom clips you just witnessed document the unhinged behavior of Michelle Blair. Take note of her insane outbursts, as you're about to see a different side of her in stark contrast to this public persona that she never wanted to reveal to the public. The following interrogation footage has never been seen before. Michelle Angela Blair, a 35-year-old mother of 4, appeared to be a dedicated and loving mother to the outside world. But a twist of fate revealed that not only was that a lie, but that she was also hiding an unimaginably disturbing
Going on a
secret
5-day
in plain
vacation?
sight
Where?
within her apartment.
Are you taking me?
Michelle's lies came crashing down around her when she failed to pay rent for her East Side Detroit apartment. She was eventually served a court-ordered eviction notice. On March 24th, 2015, a crew arrived at her apartment to carry out the eviction, only to find out that Michelle wasn't there. So they began moving her things out, including all of her furniture. In the living room, where the family spent much of their time together, the moving crew found a large white freezer. When the freezer was opened, to the movers' horror, all of
Alright,
Michelle's
chat.
darkest
I gotta
secrets
pay
were
attention
exposed.
really.
Because of this
I gotta pay attention really hard because the moment that I actually run into somebody, I gotta swap worlds so I don't fucking die. I'm going out into the PK zone. Oh, bro, I seen that guy pop up on my thing. I thought that was toast. Come on, found me one of them bitches. Let's go. Come on. Ugh. Ugh. Swap worlds quick. Fuck, dude. Not good, not good. Oh, God. Fuck, I got... Complete the hard tier diaries to do this task. Really? Come on, let's go. Let's go. I swear to God, if I fucking die for this, I'd be so pissed. Oh, God. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck? Close the door! Close the door! Bruh. You're fucking kidding me, bro. Don't do it. No! Oh, thank God. Can you kill me? He just logged off. This kid. Oh, it's because I asked him to kill me, actually. I understand why. I understand why. It's because it would have scalded him, yeah.
Disturbing discovery.
I don't give
They
a fuck about
immediately
that.
called the police. Michelle was eventually found at a neighbor's apartment where she was hiding with 2 of her children, but the other 2, 9-year-old Steven and 13-year-old Stoney, were nowhere to be seen.
Actually, let's go.
Michelle was arrested and brought in for questioning, where she shared the horrific story in graphic detail. As she was being led away by police, Michelle said to them,
Let's
"I
go
just
over
want you to
here.
know I'm not evil. It was just an evil act." The following footage has been analyzed by a qualified team, including a licensed attorney and former criminal prosecutor, a licensed clinical psychologist, and a former licensed professional counselor. It's important to note that the police department made some redactions to the following footage, but we
this guy
added
coming?
context throughout for your viewing. In order to protect the identity of the alleged victim, we will be referring to him as Michelle's youngest son and by the pseudonym Alex throughout this case.
Just water or pop or something?
I'm gonna die and I'll keep all 3 of those items there.
Vaseline, just small bit. I got no Vaseline. Just water then. Just water? Can I ask you a question? Is there any way my aunt could be in here? She was an ex-police officer. I just want her to hear it from me. She's here. We're talking to her. That's okay. Just have a seat, okay? We'll be right with you in a second.
An officer uncuffs Michelle and offers her water. Both are gestures of goodwill. These gestures are meant to keep her from shutting down and keep her comfortable to get her talking.
Just have a seat right there, I guess. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Son of a bitch.
I'm gonna shut this door.
Michelle wears her hood pulled up, perhaps to hide from the situation and feel less exposed. The room is intentionally stark with nothing but a table and chairs. Michelle is very soft-spoken and cooperative. It's noteworthy that she was concerned about giving a message to her auntie. Michelle seems concerned to ensure that her auntie heard from her first. Michelle is left alone in the room for about 20 minutes. She scooted her chair back and moved herself further from the table, suggesting she's trying to distance herself from the interrogation before it's even started. While she waits, her hands touch her stomach, signaling that she may be feeling anxious and is seeking comfort, which is understandable for someone sitting in an interrogation room. She sits extremely still for several minutes, which may indicate that she's very focused and possibly preparing what she's going to say. Although some dismiss body language analysis as pseudoscience, it's
Where you
used
going
by
on
the
that
FBI
vacation,
and
homie?
CIA during interrogations. When the CIA is interrogating an individual, they look for clusters of 3 or more indicators that occur in either quick succession.
The CIA is just
or all
hunting
at
this guy
once.
down like, yo, you're
These
giving away all our
indicators can be
secrets, bro.
signs of discomfort or uncertainty in what the individual is stating, rather than indicators of deception. It's extremely important to note that you cannot detect deception through body language analysis alone.
I love you. I love you.
This is the second time she's whispered, "I love you, Alex," which is the name of her youngest son. She may be feeling worried about when or if she's going to see him again.
Hello. I'm Officer Diaz. You doing okay? Got some water? Yeah. Okay. Did you eat today? I'm okay. I'm okay? Okay. I'm gonna ask you a couple questions, if you don't mind, okay? Can I ask you one? Sure. My aunt and my kids still here? You know what? I can't ask that right now. But I can find out. As soon as we're done, I'll make sure you know all that information, okay? I just really want to tell my aunt to her face. because I created a big distance between her, and she honestly never did anything but love us. And I created that
come
distance
on.
for her so I can hide it. You get what I'm saying? So she thinks that I'm mad at her and don't love her. I'll make sure you that's get. not the case. You just want to make things right. I just want her to know that for her. Okay. Because she loves me so much, she don't have kids. Okay. And to do that to her, and I remember her face. Okay. Let me I gotta take care of this first, okay? And then you can tell me anything you want to take. But I got some administrative things that I gotta let you know about, like your constitutional rights.
The officer stops her as she needs to Mirandize her before she implicates herself, and without hearing her Miranda rights, any statement she makes may be inadmissible. The officer has Michelle read the Miranda warning out loud to show that she's literate. It's imperative that the officers make it clear that the suspect is Mirandized properly, which means they were both informed of and understood their rights before agreeing to waive them. Despite the police never making it seem this way, you're waiving serious constitutional rights, and the courts take this very seriously, so it must be done properly.
Did you graduate high school? No. Up to what grade of schooling do you have?
The officer is professional, but not particularly friendly. She's a little gruff and serious, but that appears to just be her personality and not intentionally related to the interrogation. The station likely sent a female officer to speak to the chick, as they may have felt that she'd be more open when speaking to another female.
Do you know if my kids' names were released on the news yet? Ma'am, I've been in here, so I don't think the dad knows.
We ball with
I gave them the number.
Mike and Nikes. Those are so fire though.
Dad, you know.
On God.
I'm just gonna ask you some
okay, I gotta get this.
Some quick questions, just about
Here we go.
about you, basically. What's your first name? M-I-T. M-I-T-C-H-E-L-L-E.
The officer is getting background information to try to get her used to talking.
Come on, bitch,
Once
die.
the suspect begins talking, it's harder for them to stop. It's always important to begin with questions that they will be more open to answering instead of jumping right into the facts of the crime.
No!
Rapport.
Bruh.
The officer likely has most of this information already, but wants to get more specific details, and also wants to get a sense of how candid Michelle may be. She may also be trying to ascertain her competency regarding criminal responsibility due to the nature of the crimes and the
He took my clue scroll.
his mental illness.
What color is your hair? Can you put your hoodie down?
Fuck!
Okay. Dark brown. Okay. Just brown. Bring your hoodie down. Yeah, just leave it off. Yeah. Are you cold or something? No, it's just look at my hair. You feel like you're sitting here with my head, you know. So you said, okay. I'm just so used to being. You have any body scars? I have tattoos. What's on your chest? Trust no one. What's it say? Trust no one. What's on your back? Something ridiculous. Like what? Is it wording or a picture? Wording. What's it say? I have to tell you. Yeah. I have to show you. It's ridiculous. Okay. I mean, it's up to you. I got this covered up. Stephen Barry. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'm right here. What's that one? Just the kids' names. This is it's for their dad's name, but I cross it out. Okay.
Asking general questions that are easy to answer may help put Michelle at ease before the actual questions relating to why she's here begins. It will also help the interrogator establish Michelle's baseline and observe her behavior when she knows her answers are truthful. This will help her dissect Michelle's responses and body language later and gauge if she is being honest. The officer asks her about her tattoos. What someone permanently inks on their body can be very telling about who the person is. Michelle has trust no one tattooed on her chest. This provides a lot of insight into her mindset. I typically don't like to make any definitive conclusions about tattoos because people choose words or phrases for different reasons. But it seems that this type of phrase might be significant.
I'm so
it could indicate
distraught.
that Michelle has had a tough past with a limited support system, or she's been betrayed by people close to her that she should have been able to trust. Michelle is embarrassed about the tattoo on her back, but still shows it to the officer, which proves she has a respect for authority and will likely continue to be cooperative.
Do you have any amputations? No. Do you use any narcotics? No, what do you mean? Like drinking? No, like drugs, illegal drugs. No. I've smoked weed before. I have no idea.
Bro, what a
where he got
fucking
his number or
douchebag,
anything. I
man.
don't talk to him. And honestly, I don't talk to my mother.
This
Michelle
kid
is
is
estranged from her immediate family, which is something that could indicate a problematic personality, or possibly a dysfunctional childhood or family life. It's likely that her support system is limited, which is problematic as she's a single mother with incomplete education, and she likely needs help. The lack of relationship with her parents could also indicate, like the trust no one tattoo implies, that she's been betrayed by the people she should have been able to count on in her life.
I'm not acting. And how many sons do you have? One. I had two. Your daughters? I had 2 girls and 2 boys. What's your daughter's name? How old is she? She's 17. She stay with you? Yes. She got a phone number? No. No phone.
fuck, man. What a fucking scumbag bitch, bro.
Okay. You got a boyfriend or spouse? No. What's your the father that, is that your ex-boyfriend? Yeah. So you have 4 children altogether? Yeah. None of them are in school? No. Where are your other 2 kids, Stoney and Steven? At my house. At the old house. Where in your house are they? Freezer. Who put them in there?
Michelle lowers her voice, but bluntly answers. Her lowered tone indicates shame, but she says this with no real emotion otherwise.
Freezer.
She's forthcoming and appears to be willing to tell the truth right away, which is somewhat unusual in interrogations. Instead of blaming anyone else for putting the children in the freezer, she's taken responsibility for that part of the crime right away. When the moving crew first opened the freezer, they found a teenage girl's frozen body inside. She was completely naked and covered in frost, except for a large black plastic bag that was placed over her. Her head was pressed against the inner side of the freezer wall, where there were bloodstains next to her face. A long piece of black fabric, possibly a silk scarf, was still fastened around her neck, and there were notable injuries to her throat, her right cheek, right brow, her bicep, and her chest. Under the girl were several blankets, but because her body was frozen to the side of the freezer, only a portion of the blankets could be cut away. But the police were able to cut a hole, which revealed another frozen body hidden under the first.
Fuck, bro, I'm
this one,
sick.
a preteen boy. Neither body
I'm
was able to be
sick.
removed from the freezer, and instead, the entire thing was sent to the Wayne County Medical Examiner.
Why did you do that?
I'm sick, man. I can't believe that kid took my elite clue. That's fucked.
Along with the other thing. When you say they, who are you referring to?
That's just fucked.
Michelle alleges that 2 of her children, Stephen and Stoney, were inappropriately touching and assaulting her youngest son, Alex. It's important to note that none of Michelle's claims about Stephen and Stoney have ever been substantiated, and her allegations could certainly all be fabricated. If this is true, this behavior is extremely disturbing, and why her older kids would do this to their sibling would need to be explored. Behavior like this shows signs of extreme trauma, mental illness, or is behavior that may have been done to them, as kids will often do to others what was done to them. It's extremely rare for children to assault their sibling without them being victims of this kind of abuse themselves, especially when they're this young. Since Michelle's report of Alex being abused by his 2 siblings was never substantiated, this point in the interrogation could really just be the beginning of Michelle's fabricated story. A story that she either knows is a lie, or a story that she has convinced herself is true. Maybe Michelle is delusional. Maybe this fabricated story has helped her cope all this time with what she did to her own children. Delusions serve many purposes. Oftentimes, it helps the affected person escape a painful reality or cope with fear, guilt, or shame.
And I didn't find out it was going on, but it had been going on for years. Since I was in diapers.
It seems highly unlikely that if this were true, Michelle wouldn't be aware of this occurring. The child would have very obvious injuries. In addition, this family all lived together with their mother in a small home, not attending school, and she wasn't working. It would be very difficult for kids to do the alleged actions routinely and for years without her knowledge. Michelle is either extremely neglectful, in denial, or not being fully truthful about her awareness of this situation.
how did you become aware that he was getting?
Well, I came home one day. It was basically saying, "Come look what he's doing." He wasn't doing it by the time I went in the living room. But she said, "Show mom what you was doing." So he had two little wrestle men.
Michelle describes how her son was using the two dolls to show her the inappropriate things his siblings were allegedly doing to him, before moving on to the topic of when this first happened.
When was this?
This was a while ago. This incident didn't just happen.
When you say a while ago, was it a year, 2 years, a month?
Around there.
Around where?
Year or two. I don't know why he acted it out like that. It's just, I don't want nobody to think that anything's wrong with my son. You get what I'm saying? Because there's nothing wrong.
No, nobody's making any judgments. I just want you to tell me what happened. Nobody's passing any judgments.
I know,
okay?
because like to read it, when they read, they're not going to understand. Like,
No, listen. That's why I want to record exactly what you tell me, okay? So nobody's passing any judgment on your son or on you or anybody, okay? We just want to know what happened, okay?
Okay.
So just feel comfortable telling me what happened. Okay. I want you to make nothing up or think about how it's going to look. I just want you to tell me so we can help you, okay? And we can help your son if he needs it.
The officer tries to ease her concerns about how this will sound, so Michelle continues to talk and is as honest as possible. She frames it by saying they want to help her. However, the officer is not there to help Michelle. Michelle sounds a bit more distressed here. She's more emotional now than at any other point throughout the interrogation so far.
And after he told me, he had to keep his face, and I said, "Anybody do that to you?" And he said, "No." And then he put his head down and he said, "Yes." I said, "Who the f-?" You know what I mean? I was upstairs. So I went upstairs with him, and I asked him, "Was you your brother or your effing brother? Was you your brother?" And
So you asked somebody did that to him?
yes.
And
I'm
what did
like,
he
"Why
say?
are you playing like that?" I told him, "That's nasty as hell. Why are you playing with that?" And I said, "Did somebody do that to you first?" He said, "No." And he had his head on and he said, "Yes." And I asked him who, and he said, I just went straight upstairs with him, well, all three of us. And I'm asking, and he said, "No, he's lying."
30
No,
gold
I'm not.
nuggets.
You know, so I'm looking at the both of them, and I said, "What?" Because I'm not understanding. It was just, you gotta understand, I was a lot younger than she was, like over a year ago. And he had to be quiet about all this time. So when he's telling me, he's getting loud, and he's like, "Yes, he did. Yes, he really did this to you. Why didn't you tell me?" Because they said they was gonna kill me and beat me up. I told him to tell me the truth before I beat the hell out of him. And he says, "Well, I hung on him, but that's it." And then he said, "No, it's not." I just remember walking out the room. No, I mean, I remember everything else. I'm just saying, it's like, I couldn't say I wasn't like I wasn't out of my mind. You understand?
When do you think this was?
For 200, you can double the capacity. Yeah, we just
What did
waiting
you do
on
at
that.
that point?
I sat on the floor for a while by the edge of the door, and I just remember I kept going, "What the f?" I told him, "Man," I said, "Tell me the truth."
You say you went outside and sat on the floor?
No, I went in the hallway. Like, okay, I was in his bedroom when we were talking to him about all this, because that's where he was at. And I just stepped like in the hallway between the door and, like the threshold, and I sat on the floor, and I'm looking at them like, "What the f? This is your brother, you know?" So I asked, "Are you telling the truth?" And the way he was crying, he just wouldn't stop talking. He said, "Yes, you do. You're in my bed." Look, they did this to him every day, every night.
What did you do after that? Did you take any physical action towards?
Not just yet.
Not just
closed the
yet.
door, and I just kept looking at him. I said, "I can't believe you." I took
Not
him
just
downstairs.
yet. That
He told me more
motherfucker
and
got
more
his
stuff, and
ass
it was
whooping,
not
though.
making sense. It's just that got through telling me everything. I went back upstairs, and I opened the door because I fully believed him, and I knew that's what he had did. told me things that after finding
Man, I
out
need
now
a
it makes
dragon
sense.
pickaxe.
You get what I'm saying? It's like certain things I'm like, what's wrong? It's, or he crying, or he fell off the bunk bed, and I'm fussing at him, take toys away from him. It's like I'm fussing he didn't even do.
What did you do when you went back upstairs?
I punched him. I just started punching him. I just kept punching him.
At what point did you stop punching him?
Oh no, that's not how he. I stopped punching him because he looked up and he said, okay, I'm ready to tell the truth.
After she says that Stephen admitted he was ready to tell the truth, Michelle opens up both hands quickly and turns down her mouth. This body language may indicate that she's seeking approval from the detective, or as if she's saying, see, I told you.
I said, this is what you did now? He just said yes. And I punched him again.
Although it's possible that Stephen did abuse Alex, it's also possible that he falsely confessed only to escape the punishment. It's convenient for Michelle to report that she supposedly got a confession out of Stephen because she might believe that this adds validity to her story of the alleged abuse towards Alex.
Let me ask you this.
Okay.
How long been in the freezer?
2 years. I want to say 2 years.
You said almost 2 years or 2 years?
I want to say 2 years.
How long have you been in the freezer?
About a year.
She died when?
Correct.
May 25th.
Of what year? Last year?
It would have to be. I'm just a blur.
This was apparently her daughter, who Michelle stated died May 25th, but was unable to recall the year. Michelle then said that the other child was killed August 30th, 2012. Despite it all being a blur, she was ultimately able to remember the dates. It's shocking that no one reported either child missing and shows the isolation these children must have been living in for no one to notice they were missing for so long. Michelle must have been lying about where they were, or if they had very little, if any, interaction with other people. One of her neighbors eventually came forward to speak with investigators, and she explained that Michelle told her she'd made Stoney and Stephen move away to live with their aunt because they'd been doing mean things to Alex, such as taking food away from him. As well, one of Michelle's friends was interviewed by police, and he stated that any time he asked about where Stoney and Stephen were, Michelle told him that they were upstairs in their room or at an aunt's house. According to Alexander Dorsey, the father of Stoney and Michelle's surviving oldest daughter, when he asked about Stoney, she also gave the same answer that she was living with an aunt. Apparently, these explanations were enough to keep people from asking more questions about where the two children were, because no one seemed to realize they were gone.
How did you...
Afternoon, Ward. How are you, good sir? I'm sorry about your grandpa, man. That is tragic. Hopefully he fights this off. There's no hopefully about it. I know he will, as a matter of fact.
Asked how Stephen died,
how are you?
Michelle's hands go from being open to in tight fists. Generally, the more space between someone's fingers, the more relaxed they are. As someone's stress increases, the fingers instinctively close. Having one's hands balled up as Michelle does indicates high stress.
Just holding him.
What caused him to die? I didn't ask you what you were doing. I asked you, how did your son...
I don't know. What I'm saying is he died from...
The officer's tone is noticeably harsher when she confronts Michelle with the fact that she didn't directly answer the question she was asked. This asserts her authority and control over the interrogation.
From what I inflicted on him.
Fair enough.
It wasn't... He didn't die right then. You get what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. I couldn't tell you specifically what happened inside.
Well, you say you afflicted on him. What did you afflict?
I was punching him.
So you say you don't know what caused him to die?
No, I know I did. What I'm saying is, I don't know specifically what was going on in his body. Did you get what I'm saying? Is there some things that we can... I don't want Lon to know because she'll feel bad and it's not her fault in any way.
It's just me and you talking.
Okay. Well, I said, my aunt loved us, but after it happened, I called her. She was mad at me because, you know, it's just she wouldn't get my life together, period. Okay? So I called her and I asked her if anything happened, you know, with the kids. She was like, Angel, you've always leaned on me, which I do, and she's tired. You know what I'm saying? I'm tired of kids. That's definitely not. She was saying, just get yourself together. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want her to like hear that and think, oh my God, if I wanted to tell her. But
You have 100 gifted. You don't want to interrupt the video. I mean, shit, bro. Fire away whenever you want, brother. That's crazy. 100 gifted.
The officer is relatively non-responsive to Michelle. She's giving a confession without any hesitation, and
That's
therefore the officer
wild.
just needs to listen and ask follow-up questions. Interrogation techniques so far have not been needed. Most suspects are not this candid about their crimes, and at the very least will try to claim the killing was an accident. The officer is trying to refrain from any reaction to what she's hearing. So
I haven't been
Michelle doesn't feel
playing
judged.
Apex recently.
I mean, I
Last
hear
time I
what
played
you're
Apex
saying,
was with
but
you that day.
you still haven't. I asked you the question. How did your son die? Okay, so you did something. I need you to
You been
tell
playing
me
Apex or you been
specifically
working?
what it was. So you just punched him?
Like, just punching him to keep him at, yeah.
The officer tries to get Michelle back on track as she's not making much sense and seems to need to be redirected back to the relevant issues.
I mean, what did you do? You punched him?
Basically everywhere.
And then it been trash recently? Oh, fuck, dude. That's kind of shit. That's not good.
With your hands?
Yes.
That's not good, man. Internet's been kind of dog.
What else
Apex, Apex Solar for you right now.
You
Ayo,
punched him
you got
everywhere,
that?
You choked him.
You got that?
What else?
My fucking
You wanna
internet's been
complain, right?
dog
You
shit
wanna get this
recently
off your
too, bro.
chest.
I don't understand what it is. I think it's just like,
Okay,
I don't know,
nobody's here
that
to
time of
judge
the
you.
year.
It's not about the judge, and I know it's just...
It's painful. Is it painful to you?
No, it's evil.
It's evil what you did? Is it evil?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're judging yourself.
When the officer sees Michelle freeze up, she tries to get her talking again by making it seem like this is just a conversation between the two of them. In reality, it's being recorded and will be shown to judges, lawyers, and jurors if necessary to obtain a conviction. The officer gets her to admit that what she did was evil.
What rank are you right now?
Understands right from wrong. This is a legal requirement to be held criminally accountable for one's actions.
What rank are you? Plat 4? Plat 2? Plat 3? Can't remember where we left off at.
That's how I feel. Like, y'all know. Anybody who know me know about my kids. And it's like, and then turn around, all this time I'm keeping y'all away from everybody else. And it's y'all. It's like amongst yourselves. There's no other outsiders. There's no outsiders that ended up hurting y'all. And that's the one thing I've always been worried about in my life. Because that's what happened to me. That's why I don't talk to my mother. You know? They didn't do anything when shit happened to me.
We're gonna get to that, but I need you to take it off your chest, and I need you to tell me what you did. You told me some stuff, but
Punched them. Like a bathtub, right? Hot water. My and I did like this. I stood him in there.
In the hot water?
Yeah.
Now,
He got right back out.
Did you run the hot water first and then dump him?
What do you mean?
How?
I grabbed him in the bathroom and I was still talking to him. And then I'm asking him, like, why are you doing? He said, I hate him. And it's okay. We're just talking about, and I got the hot water on.
Plat 4? Oh,
And
bro,
I'm
you
still
got
talking
that.
to him, but it's like I'm threatening him. And
I'm Plat 1 right now, bro. Shit's fucking...
It's like,
AIDS.
I can't explain it to you.
So you turn the hot water
It keeps
in the bathtub?
Yeah.
It shows me what auras I got
Tell
as
me
well.
everything.
That's
Tell me
insane.
exactly
I like
why.
that.
Just everything, like what you've been doing.
Did you put him in the bathtub?
75 mining.
Stood him up in there.
Try and get base 80s, baby. Base 80 stats on the right.
It was basically a rotation of that.
We going for it.
Just hurting him. He's skinny.
How long did that go for?
That's what we doing.
In total, after
We
I
getting
found
those
out,
base 80s.
He was in there 4 or 5 days, and I made him stay in his room. I took him food because I didn't know what to do. So I called my aunt first. to see, but I ended up, I guess, checking out, and I didn't tell her. She knew nothing of what was going on.
Michelle admits to premeditation and how she harmed and burned her son over a number of days. She
Damn, what
wasn't
the
acting in the
fuck?
heat of the moment when she was informed about the assault, which makes her guilty of first-degree murder. This admission was only after the detective insisted and kept asking Michelle what else she did.
He started telling me everything,
Randos are letting you down, yeah.
He said he took his dad away from him. It was just
It'd
just
be
a lot
like
of
that.
things. Like, we talked for a very long time, and she just told me a lot of stuff, and I just had to go downstairs.
The stuff that her oldest son told her may have been true. However, it's also quite possible that it was made up and was just his attempt to stop the torture. He may have felt like if he just admitted to his mother what she already suspected and believed was true, that she would stop punishing him. He'd already tried denying the abuse, but that didn't work, so he may have been trying another tactic in the hopes of getting a different result.
How long after that incident does Stephen die? How long? Okay, so you beat him up the one day, right? And then 5 days go by, you beat him up again?
No, because it's mixing. The hot water was the night before, the afternoon before.
Mm-hmm.
I was around 1 something in the afternoon.
So are you telling me, because when I asked you what exactly did you do this?
Basically, that day when I found out, I messed him up. He was still walking around functioning.
Mm-hmm.
He was just in that room. And then the more and more started telling me throughout the days and everything he remembers since he was eating Cheerios.
The officer gets Michelle to admit he passed away after the extensive abuse to show she had ample opportunity to get him help if she regretted her actions, but she chose not to.
And I've been calling around to see what to do when I asked the police. When I asked the police, when it's 2 brothers, I put it in the scenario as somebody else's situation.
Mm-hmm.
And if one brother was and the other one, can y'all take the little one to jail even though he's a minor?
Why would they take the little one to jail?
Not jail, but like juvenile.
Mm-hmm.
Calling the police suggests that she may have had some conflicting feelings about what she was doing. However, these doubts weren't enough to stop her from continuing. After hearing Michelle's hypothetical, the police should have at least come out to investigate the situation and speak to the children. A simple welfare check may have saved their lives. This
Probably.
case shows many flaws in the system. And sadly, this isn't the only example of a missed opportunity to save these children's lives. Back in 2005, the Michigan State investigated Michelle for allegations of child neglect. At that time, her eldest child would have been around 5. The claims of abuse must have been somewhat substantiated because Michelle was referred to counseling, but her children were not removed from her home.
That's
Oh, I'm
crazy.
trying to get a timeline here, because you do these things to him, right? How
Like,
long
look at the state of that house.
You do these things, you assault him, you put him in the water.
That's fucked. I've seen some
How
dirty
many
houses
days
and
go
shit.
by
But
before he
I don't
dies?
do that.
I want to say no more than a week.
The officer goes back over the entire story Michelle is told to solidify her story and make sure it's clear and the timeline is explicit. When things occurred, it's important to show premeditation and to show the long and serious suffering her children endured. Michelle sits in silence as the detective continues writing. At this point, she's sitting with her head down. Maybe the emotional exhaustion of the interrogation is starting to really set in.
So you said the first day you punched him several times. The second day you didn't touch him.
No.
But the third?
The second day I was like throwing up and was really, I had been drinking vodka, like from the first day period, and I basically couldn't get up.
You say you was throwing up?
It's like when I get up, maybe I would have went back in there, but...
Did you say you were throwing up?
Yeah, the only reason I didn't go, honestly, only reason I didn't go back in there the second day, because every time I got up, I'm throwing up, and I'm sick, and
But then the third, the fourth, and the 5th day, you continue. The following days, you continue to assault them. Is that correct?
Drinking.
But did you continue?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do? The same thing?
I was going back for just punching him, basically, and choking him.
Typically, when these sorts of horrific crimes occur, the perpetrator is often under the influence or had been using substances close to the time the crime occurred. She also said she was throwing up the second day of the abuse, and the only reason she didn't continue abusing her son the second day is because she was feeling sick.
Yeah, and it was like, this is how it went. Like, I'll talk to him for a second, and he'll say something, and I'll start punching him. And I'll stop, and then I'll start talking to him again. And then it was like no answer he gave was.
Who witnessed this?
Stony.
And who else?
Was downstairs, but she witnessed.
Stony and...
Yes, well, he was downstairs, but you mean me doing this to Steven?
Yes.
Yeah, she saw me punching him.
Saw you punching him?
Yes, both of everybody. It wasn't the first day, though, because I had told her to go downstairs with the girls, but at one point, yeah, they did. Everybody saw that.
Michelle now admits to someone witnessing her assaults on her son, which will be useful to corroborate her admission. If the witness was a minor, she'll also be charged with endangering the welfare of a minor. A child witnessing abuse is extremely damaging to them mentally and emotionally.
At what point do you put Steven in the freezer?
After he died. When I came back in the room, he says, I just throw up.
Say that again?
So when I came back from him, he says I have to throw up. So I walked him to the bathroom. He didn't throw up, and he says I have to poop. He didn't poop. So I just took him back in the room, and he laid back down. And his breathing it sounded weird. It was just, and I put my hand right here on his chest, and his heartbeat was like, it was crazy. I put my ear up to it, and it was like, and he's just like, he's going like this.
So he was fading out?
And I tried to do CPR on him.
You tried CPR on him?
I tried.
While he was still alive?
No, when he started.
He was
looking
still
like that,
alive.
Started doing that.
So
it's crazy.
When you tried CPR?
He stopped before that.
So he stopped breathing and you tried to do
looking
CPR?
At him and he's going.
Okay.
And I didn't hear it no more. So I'm just looking at him like, oh my God. And then, like, the food I had gave him, I had to feed him, actually. He told me his stomach hurt and he didn't want to eat. And I'm like, you're going to eat, you know. This was the night before. He said, have some pizza or something like that. And I'm like, no. I actually told him, you can't have no pizza. So I'm giving him a little healthy choice. The smart choice is beef stew. Now, I just know I was trying to do that, and I smelled it. I saw carrots. Is this the beef stew? I saw it.
Interestingly, Michelle appears to be especially triggered by remembering the smell of the beef stew. Smell can be an important part of memory. Michelle has appeared detached while recalling most of what she did to Steven, but the sensory experience of this specific memory may have been difficult for her to push away. Her hands reach up toward her face, which is likely an adapter behavior signaling stress.
At that point, he stopped breathing.
Yes. And what did I do?
Yeah.
I just closed the door and sat there with him for a while.
So you didn't try to give him CPR, or you did?
Oh, after he was gone, nothing is happening.
Okay, so he stopped breathing at some point.
Started to get.
At which point did you put him in the freezer?
Like, I don't know how to do it, and I never.
So you never did give him CPR because you don't know CPR.
What do you mean?
You tell me that you gave him CPR.
You're not listening in.
That's what I'm asking. I want you to tell me.
Okay, it's like.
Mine,
I
bitch.
want to blow in his mouth. That's what I'm saying about the soup.
Mm-hmm.
Right on his nose. So I took it as, you are still breathing. So I'm doing like this. And then I heard something. I'm like, that's right. You know, I'm like, get up. Yeah, up. When I'm doing like this, it's making. I can't explain it. It's just making. You know.
The officer is now trying to ascertain whether or not Michelle made any efforts at all to save her son's life.
Did you call for medical assistance?
After he died? No. After I stopped trying to do that, I just said yes to Juan. I was just looking at him.
Why not? Why didn't you call for somebody?
I was scared.
How did Stoney die?
My kids. With Stoney, I meant to do it.
Excuse me?
With Stoney, I meant to do it. Like with Steven, I can't even say it was an accident, but it's not. If somebody dies from what you do to them, then it's that. But Stoney, I did mean to.
Michelle admits that with Steven it was an accident, but she verbalizes awareness that Steven died because of what she did to him. Her actions show at minimum a complete reckless disregard for his life. She also admits she meant to kill Stoney and therefore has implicated herself for first-degree murder. Once she'd already killed one child and gotten away with it, killing someone else may have felt easier. After she admits that she intended to kill Stoney, Michelle looks away and then looks down, putting her hand on her face. This body language likely reflects that she was feeling guilty and didn't want to see the detective's face while she was making this confession.
After you finished holding him, what did you do with Steven's body? You what?
I didn't freeze it.
Her whisper could indicate that she is ashamed of what she did.
Did you do anything? You just put him in the freezer. Did you put some clothes on him? What did you do? You just put him in the freezer as he was?
Well, he had this Paul Frank's blanket that he really like a lot. So I just wrapped.
You wrapped him in what kind of blanket?
It's like Paul Frank. You know the monkey Paul Frank on kids' clothing or.
That was his favorite blanket, Paul Frank?
It's like, it's a name brand, it has the monkeys on it, and it was a big comforter. It's blue and white with monkeys on it. And, like, I heard he used to argue with them, like, don't touch my blanket, you know what I'm saying? So I just wrapped him up.
Michelle becomes tearful now and shows emotion about her wrapping her son in a monkey-pattern blanket and freezing his dead body.
Is this their father?
Yes.
Okay.
They got in touch with him.
I don't know. You want him to?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll let him know.
Is there any way you can find out if they got in touch with him yet? Because I know it's on the news.
Do you want? Would that make you feel more comfortable?
Yeah, because they're showing. Well, it's no more comfortable. It's just they're showing the house and.
Yeah, they're getting in contact with them. They're not gonna let them see that. Your other ones. That's what you're worried about.
My kids.
Yeah.
The kids. They were with me.
I know, but they don't know what's going on, do they?
Yes.
They do.
Definitely. Yes.
Okay.
I meant their dad. Can somebody?
Yeah, they're gonna
tell him before he sees it on news because he knows my house and I know they were already showing it.
They're doing that now. What did you do to your daughter, Stoney?
Should I tell you what happened with her before?
No, we're gonna get to that. I just need to know what you did to her, and then we're gonna get back to what she did. Okay?
So I'll tell you what's leading up.
Tell me how you feel more comfortable. If that's how you feel more comfortable, you could tell me like that. But we're going to get to that. I just kind of would rather you answer this question, and then you could tell me what, and then I'm going to ask you what led up to it.
Okay. First, same thing, the very first thing. I punched her so hard because she was still doing that after. He told me about Steven. And he said he was so scared of Stoney. I'm like, why wouldn't you tell me this? He said, because she kept saying that, don't say nothing. Or she gonna beat me up and all that. Whatever, it's just. So I found out 9 months later
So-
that she had been still doing this
so-
after Stephen.
When did you leave?
One day they were arguing about something, and they came in the room, and he said, "Don't sit next to me." I said, "Stop acting like that to her. It's your sister." He was like, "Oh, I don't want her to sit next to me. She mean to me anyway." And I said, "Mean how?" He was like, "She used to kick me like this." I'm like, "So why you never tell me?" Then he started saying my diaper.
60 mil XP.
Just got, just,
Let's
I
go.
don't know. I'm like, what do you know, it's just started off with Stony. And I ended up telling me Stony was doing that to Steven first. See what I'm saying? And I looked at her and I'm like, you sat here. We talked. We all talked to Steven together.
Michelle expresses more disdain for her daughter Stoney, as she claims she continued to allegedly assault Alex after she killed Stephen for doing the same thing.
Holy
This is why
fuck.
she feels more
Bless me. God damn. The 50 gifted, man. You're insane, Ward. The 100 gifted. Bro. That's fucking nuts. God bless. God bless, man. That's just wild. Holy shit. That's just crazy, man. Jesus. Appreciate that, brother. There's so many names, I can't even read them all. That's just insane. You're too generous. Domination Twitch. Oh god. Yeah. Delete. 1 second. And a $10? Oh my god. Jesus Christ, Lord. You're insane. Vertical sources. You're insane, bro. Holy shit. That's actually insane. Oh my goodness. There we go. Fix it. Yo, Ward, man, that's insane, bro. Holy shit. Let's see how many we have now. $216. That's crazy. crazy. Almost doubled it? Seriously. That's insane, bro. That's actually crazy. Jesus. God bless, bro. Appreciate you to the fullest. Sheesh. That's just crazy. There's so many old names that I haven't seen in over a year. Wow. There's so many names, man. That's crazy. Memories. I'm gonna try for 200 next month? Oh, bro, that's way too much. You're crazy. You're crazy, brother. No need to do so much, my man. Hope you enjoyed, dude. I appreciate you. God bless, man. God bless. Yo, Elapsed, how are you, bro? Elapsed was gifted a membership. I know, I seen that. That's crazy. Oh, that's just insane. Steezy. Let's see where we're at on the list. My boy Steezy. Steezy is right here. 1, 2. We're not even like a quarter of the way down that. That's insane. That's just insane. Sorry to cut the video off you were watching. Now you're good. You gooch, man. I'm gonna be hearing this in my sleep tonight. Oh, your rocks. How many you've gifted in total now? I can figure that out. Damn, son. Yes, sir. Ward the guy. What is that guy? Ward is just that guy, man. It's as simple as that. Ward is him. Holy cow, that's a lot of gifted. Yeah. W indeed. What a legend. Oh, come here, crybaby. Come here, baby. Come here. Boo boo. Boo boo. Come here, baby. Fine, I'll go let you. I'll open up the door for you. Takes up the whole chat. He does it. Fucking crazy. And then he donated another $10 on top of that. My man Ward donated another $10 on top of that. Dudes just feel different. Hey, I just had to get my message out in the middle of chaos. I feel that. My life is uncontrolled chaos. You know how they say they have controlled chaos and then just regular. I guess my life is just regular chaos. There's no control whatsoever in it. Absolute and utter chaos. Man, I need to get a dragon pickaxe in this. Let's do it tomorrow, bro. I got my niece over today. Say admin mithril. Lots more mithril than the gold, which is nice. For mithril bars, I guess. USA. How many golden nuggets? I found 10, so that's 100 even gold nuggets. $100 nuggets even. I needed 200. Enjoy another 20-30 minutes of music? Hey, anytime, bro. Anytime. Appreciate you. I should just fucking... I should just make this my ringtone at this point. It's weird, it never come up that you need to buy your own membership. That's wild. I wonder why that is. $300. Oh. Bro, I appreciate that so much, Ward, man. You're insane, bro. Thank you. God bless, bro. Honestly. God bless, man. It blends in with the gifted. Maybe it's auto purchase. I don't know. God bless you for the hard work, yo, man. You're amazing. You're amazing. What's the commands? What do you mean the commands? Commands for what? Chat commands? In RuneScape, the chat command is // to talk to your clan. Excuse me. Man, I had some Timbits for the first time in like years this morning. They were very mid. 4 days, a 6 month badge? That's insane, bro. Like Spike. Damn, that's it? I'm pretty sure you were watching on a different account as well. You were watching for a long time on a different account as well, Ward. I think you got like 10 hours on another account. I think you got like 10 hours on another account. Or something like that. You're all... Yeah. I think. Something like that. Remember you watched on another account for a long time though. And you want to see how many gifted you have? I forgot. I may be able to do that. Ward the Gamer Guy, 210. Ward the Gamer Guy, 210. You're 36 off of taking #1 place. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, like 7 alt accounts? Shit. Alright. Bro, holy shit! My guy. Another 50. You're different, brother. Holy fuck. Bruh. That's insane. I guess you're #1 now. Holy moly. Jesus. Holy fuck. That's insane, bro. Lord, appreciate you, man. God bless. God bless. Have a good day, my man. Yo, Ward, I appreciate you so much, bro. I hope you have a fantastic day and good luck with the rank grind. Best of luck with the rank grind, my man. Let's see you hit that D4. My goodness. That is wild, man. Jesus Christ. That's insane, man. Thank you so much. I have to mine this, go like fetch it out of the thing, and then go like grab a glass of water real quick. Alright. Jesus Christ. Appreciate that so much, Warren. Bro, Ward, man, you're insane, dude. I appreciate that so much, bro. You have no idea. Fucking legendary, man. Fucking legendary. Oh my god. Alright, I gotta go grab a glass of water. My mouth is like super fucking dry. I will be back. You already know my stoned ass had to grab some more Timbits. Hey, come on in. Bracelets are amazing. There's music, bro. Holy. Layer of void. Excuse me. A layer of void. We're not even done with the original 100 gifted. We're not even done with the original 100 gifted yet. That's crazy. That's crazy. $2 mil, 13 million, 1.7 million. $200K. 200K. Once I get my once I got the what's it called? 200, 300K. Once I get the logs and the ores up to a total of 8. What? Oh my fucking god. Fucking dog threw up downstairs. Sick. Poor guy. 28k XP left. Bum, 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 bum. Six more. 56 more. 56 more times. $56 more times. Another gold piece. Let's go. 17. 107. 107 gold pieces. We're almost there. Quarter of 1,000 coal. Interesting. 100 gold bars. Interesting. Mithril. 129.
Still moving strong, don't get me wrong. I'm making that bank, bank, bank. Yeah, I'm making that bank, bank, bank. $48 left.
48 left. Yeah, we probably got about like 35 left. Word. Yes, sir. Mad Megal's so annoying in 1v1s. Mad Megal's just like god tier. W word. He is cooked. Went Super Saiyan. No longer in solo. Respectable now. Respectable. That's what I'm talking about. Dude, it's worse than the Bangalore stun when you were like before when you'd get hit by like the Bangalore stun in the air, or like last season when you get hit by the Bangalore stun, you like have your whole screen jar. It's way worse than that. And people who pick the thermite, like the Maggie ball exploding into like the two thermites, is just stupid. The shotguns is the way to go. Shotguns are the way to go. It doesn't last as long, but you can't see shit. In and out of context, that would be pretty sus. No. Bro. Oh, fuck. This song's gonna be forever drilled into my goddamn brain. I'm gonna be there on my deathbed and the song's gonna be playing. IRL brain damage. I've seen this guy before. That was a bot. Nah, go downstairs, man. This thing's hot as fuck. morning. You wanna order one later? Yeah. Go for it. That's my suggestion. So many people in this world right now, like what the fuck? There was not as many people here earlier. Rocky, what are you doing though, man? Get her. Get her. Hey, careful. I told you it's gonna be on. Get her. Ice cap. Did you do anything fancy to the ice cap or the plain off ice cap? Not a big fan personally. Ocean, yes. Hi. You guys are crazy, bro. Savages, relax. Absolute maniacal fucks. I'm ordering it because I'm indulgent there. It's only right. It's only right. And 12. I wouldn't mind getting all of the fucking gold that I need to upgrade this. Bullshit. Did I? Oh my goodness, we're almost done with the notification. Then I'll be able to hear myself think. My brother's dog's literally just holding this toy with her paws, and my dog's like pulling with his mouth and his entire body with all he's got. You can't pull her away from her. It's funny. Yeah, Rocky, are you small and helpless? Yeah. Nice, cute. Hi, Sativa. Hi. 167 XP left, 16k. Okay. 41 minutes essentially. Lord of Vomit. $17 more. $17 more. 16 now. Well, 337 coal from this so far though. This AFK fucking mining. That's not too shabby. See you later. Alright, don't say bye. Yo, what's up, AG? Good stream, this game looks cool. Yo, this game's a classic, bro. This game's been out since before I was alive. On God. You guys see how much games have developed from now to then? Yeah, it's pretty nuts. It is pretty fucking bonkers. Hey, Rocks. What you been up to, AG? We came back because it was raining. Yeah, yesterday here it was pouring. It was pouring rain so hard it was sideways. Pretty cool. So where you live? It's rough raining, yeah. Like my dog was dying to go for a walk yesterday, but it's just like, nah, not taking you for a walk, buddy. Like, way too wet outside. And yeah, cars are definitely game changers, dude. Car is definitely a game changer. Place seems fun. I mean, it's alright. Nothing crazy, bro. Guys have some nice cities. The cities are alright. More so than nature. That's the best part of Canada. Going up north, going into the nature and shit. That's the best part. Going fishing and stuff. Going to see the moose and all the fucking animals that actually live up north because we drove them away from living in the south. Go to BC as well, it's always nice. BC is always really nice. Five map again, 163. I was doing it the other day and someone said my audio was fucked up, which it wasn't, and I went and changed the setting. And then my audio thing here popped up and I died on like around 81 or something like that. So it'll probably be a little bit before I try that again. Probably be a bit before I try that, not gonna lie. I don't know. Zombies isn't really interesting to me in the slightest recent times. Zombies is really just boring. It's run its course for me, I feel. Definitely take some time from it. Yeah, it was pretty pissed after that. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Holy shit, that's the end of it. Oh! I can hear! Yo, Alex, I got you, girl. Let's go. You and me, baby. You and me. You and me. Give me a second. I gotta close my door so I still have fire alarm. You and me, baby. Let's go. Alright, here we go. Yo, Ward again, bro. If you're still watching by chance, I appreciate the 150 gifted members. You are now the leader with 247 gifted members total all time, which is fucking insane.
Michelle felt very angry with herself for punishing and killing Steven after she found out that he may have been a victim first himself.
You end up telling me Sony was the one that to Steven.
Fucking legends.
It does seem unlikely that if this was
150
true,
members?
Stephen
That's
admitted that
insane.
Stoney allegedly abused
Cheers.
him during his days of torture.
Wait, so let me get this straight. So you're saying that when you told you that Stoney used to kick him and said something about his diaper.
Yeah, he said
Something about his diaper. How do you get those two things out of? Because I don't see in that.
What do you mean?
Okay.
Wait, what do you mean?
Told you that Stoney used to kick you.
That's what I'm
And
saying.
said
I
about
didn't
his
go
diaper.
into how it came out.
Okay.
Because they did not only just him. It was taking his food. It sounds petty. They blame things on him. But I fussed at him, but it wasn't him. They take his food. Even at school, Stephen would get up and go grab his food. I'm like, y'all, I get $700 in snaps every month. Y'all eat. This is like you steal when you see him in the hallway, you take jabs at him.
The officer asks Michelle how exactly Alex told her that Stoney was assaulting him.
Well, he started talking about, say we're sitting on the edge of the bed, and then we're
Fucking
talking.
stolen. I got one piece of gold out of that.
After it happened, I told them, so if y'all did anything, I will hurt you. And they're like, we wouldn't hurt. You get what I'm saying? So we're sitting there.
I'm so stoned after that, Alex. Holy shit.
I said,
What'd you do to me?
He said, she kicked me and I rolled. I said, as big as you are. He was like, I was little. He's talking about way back.
It's somewhat surprising that Alex recalls what occurred to him when he was still young enough to be in diapers, unless he wore diapers for an extended period of time, which could be the case. There may have been some kind of strain in her relationship with her oldest two children before Alex made claims about being abused.
And he's talking. It's like he felt confident. He's talking, telling me everything, and it's like, I don't know what to believe.
Bro, I thought I got a pet for a second. I was about to scream.
Going. Okay. I'm about to get to it. So when I said rolling, what do you mean rolling? How she roll you? You're big. She kicked the hell out of you like that to make you roll. And he says, I was little. She used to push me over with my cups and then she took my diaper off. And I said, what do you mean take your diaper off? He said, remember when I had the diapers and you could pull them off right here? She take my diaper off. She touched my butt. And I'm sitting here like,
yo, the sun.
I just remember I felt hot as hell.
Boy. It seems like Michelle is describing how her uncontrolled anger and rage starts to build to a point where she doesn't think, she just reacts.
My boy.
This is typical of people with severe anger management issues. They go into blind rages and do things that they later regret. This moment of getting hot is likely similar to what happened when she harmed Stephen prior to his death.
I just remember I felt hot as hell.
Still, this doesn't explain the murders entirely, because we know that with Stephen, the abuse went on for days. Blind rages are usually only momentary, and the person eventually comes to and realizes what they're doing. Michelle had time to realize what was happening to Stephen, and either stop the abuse or get medical help for her son. Needless to say, there's definitely plenty of evidence of premeditation here.
As long as don't know the sound ever.
And Mom.
Yeah, it went on for
she did that nasty stuff too.
Over an hour.
I said, what nasty stuff? And I'm looking at her and I just
play some FNV. What's that?
She said, nasty.
You were 10 minutes behind, so you're still hearing it?
I walked straight up and I did like this. Put up against the wall. I said, what the did you do?
That's hilarious. How you doing, son?
And I said, tell me now.
So you grab her, she's still breathing because you're asking her questions.
Yeah.
And then what happens? Do you squeeze tighter where she can't breathe? What do you do?
After he told me that, it was like
Fall in Vegas, yeah.
Like, she just slammed
her. That toke literally fried my brain.
I grabbed. I just got it. I already had a good grip. So I did like this. You sling somebody down. After he said what he said, I just threw her down. I kicked her. She got up, was backing up, and I asked her, oh, have you been doing this to him too? And she was like, yes.
If she was doing that to Stephen?
Yes. Did you do this? I'm looking at her, and then that's what kind of me up because Stephen was always an arm baby. People was like, he hangs on your shoulder. Sony? She said yes. Because he was right here telling everything basically.
Michelle admits that she choked Stoney while she confessed to the alleged assault. This makes it hard to judge how reliable the confession is, because she would have been fearful for her life at the time.
At what point do you kill Stoney?
I hit Stoney in the head.
With what?
It's like this little stick.
What was that?
It's like a stick.
Michelle takes a few long pauses before responding, which isn't her normal speech pattern. She struggles to say that she hit Stoney on the head, or maybe she hesitated because she was trying to remember what happened. Hitting Stoney in the head with a stick is a felony assault, as she's using a weapon to assault her.
Just a wooden stick?
Yeah, but it's thick. You know what I mean?
This is like maybe she's pausing to remember what happened. Like no shit, you think?
About this long.
Really, is that a possibility?
So I had her laying like this.
Come on.
And while I was talking to her, when I'm looking at her, and I'm just asking you, why did you do it? Tell me the truth. And she just came out. She was like, hurry, Cheryl. I couldn't. So I'm hitting her in her head, and I'm like, he was a baby.
How big was it? About that big?
About this.
Probably about as big as her.
I just started talking for a minute. And she was just quiet on her. I just turned around, looked at her, and I went back to her.
Oh, well,
Again.
But hey, listen, Rocky. I'll let you downstairs, but you're staying down.
Same thing.
I'll let you downstairs, but you're staying down.
You punch her, and then you tell her to go to her room?
Yes. No, I didn't just punch her once, though. You know what I'm saying?
Excuse me.
It went on for a while.
Michelle offers details that the officer doesn't ask for. This shows that she feels justified
I
about
will
what
let
she
you
did.
downstairs
Instead
just
of
one
minimizing her
time.
behavior as most suspects do, she clarifies to
That's
let
what
the
I'm
officer know it was more severe.
She was up in her room for like
Indeed it
2
is.
days. I wouldn't talk to her.
Little man's losing his
I
mind.
found out. I did what I did by going there and give her food. Then I get pissed at myself that I gave her food because y'all was stealing food from him every day. That's why he go to sleep hungry and wake up hungry. You know. So
okay, so you give her food.
I stopped giving her so much. So I fed her like twice a day. And I didn't touch her for a while.
Let me ask you this. Did you at some point, did you stop giving her food, period?
What you mean?
Did you starve her?
Basically.
Basically.
It went down from 2 times a day to 1, and it was only oatmeal. Oatmeal and water.
Like Stephen, Stoney didn't die in the heat of Michelle finding out about the abuse. She was slowly and methodically killed by being repeatedly harmed, starved, and tortured. This evidence shows another premeditated killing.
So you basically starved her, right? Is that how she dies?
No.
Okay. There's more? Tell me more.
Okay, so...
How did this chick get
How
caught?
long did this go on for?
Maybe almost 2 weeks. But the hitting wasn't.
Just a starvation?
I did mess her up that first day.
Huh?
I did mess her up bad that first day. She was still walking around, and I don't know I was functioning, but I take her little food up to her, and I even go up and I sit in the corner and I just talk to her and I look at her like, we talk for a second, like, I just keep saying, how did you do this? And I just talk about all of us and what we were supposed to be like, and I just leave the room.
This again shows Michelle's depravity, because just like with Stephen, she went from talking to these children, which is something that's done when a person is in a more calm and rational mental state, to then inflicting abuse that ultimately killed the children.
This is what I'm trying to get to him, trying to tell her, give me a hug, say, you don't love your brother, you can't tell him that. She says he's retarded. He heard her say that. He's retarded. He's annoying. Yeah. And she just went, oh. She cried because I wanted her to give him a hug. And I said, you don't love him? And she was like, no. I punched her, and I told her to say it again. She's saying no, like, it hurts you. You hate him that much. you don't want to hug him. And
So what did you do when she did that?
the blue pipe,
Excuse me?
the blue pipe, the wood thing.
Was it a pipe or a stick?
Well, it was, you can, I guess you can, it's a wooden, but I call it a pipe because it's, if you hold it in your
rounded?
hand, yeah, and it's blue.
Where did it come from?
One of the bad parts, like, you know what I mean?
What, was it metal or was it wood?
It's wood.
And it was about a foot
It was
long?
thick.
Okay. Okay, so you hit her with that?
Yeah, when I say thick, it was thin, but it was sturdy. That's what I'm saying.
30.
It, I hit her with that.
Where did you hit her at?
I hit her in her head, mostly in her head. She had
Several times?
a lot, yes. Like, little lumps everywhere.
So she survived that assault?
Yes, and she was fine. Not fine, but she was mobile.
Okay, so what happens then?
Couple
Does
days
she go
later,
to her room?
Well, that's okay. So I'm trying to get to this part, but I'll finish this out. I'm looking at her like, what the? And I just grabbed her, and I went in the closet. Just got a towel, and just put it right here, and I put ice wrapping it, told her to get in bed and just keep it back. She asked me could she sit up. So I said okay.
You said you go in the closet and grab a towel?
Yeah, go in the closet. It's a washcloth, and I put ice in it, put it up here, but she said it hurts. And she was sleepy, so I let her go to sleep. I know I told her to go to her room. And after I finished helping her with this, I went and drank.
You go drink?
Go sit in the basement. No, I don't
You went
go
to the
out.
basement to drink?
Yes.
Michelle may be using alcohol to cope with her emotions. She doesn't allege that she has diminished capacity due to her drinking, nor would that be a viable defense, as she can clearly recall details of the days that led to her children's deaths.
You know everything you're doing is what?
Wrong. I knew that. And it's like, I can't explain to you. I was in between, like, crying, like, what the you doing? It's your kids. And when I got right back in her face, and I like just the fact that you told her, I used to tell my baby she's not going to save you. You know what I mean? Like, she's not going to save you. So he told me that. I'm telling you. He said, thank you for saving me. He said that. No. I just don't understand why you didn't tell me about her sooner, and that still wouldn't have been happening.
Michelle clearly understands right from wrong. This shows her criminal intent, or intention to commit the crime, which is relevant when charging someone with murder.
So what ended up happening?
Smothered.
Smothered. You smothered her?
She again exhibits shame by her lowered tone of voice.
Was it that same night? You go to the basement, you drink?
Oh, no. I'm
119, I need 80 more.
No, this was a while later.
Like a day, 2 days later?
No, maybe days, because...
Like how many days?
I don't know.
81.
So after a few days go by, right? You just go upstairs and you smother her?
No.
Okay, tell me what
This
happened.
is, I want to say after, it's like I didn't touch her again.
For a few days?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
it's like we're going on in the second week now, and I'm just sitting in this house now. The conversation we had about, and that's not there.
Okay, but I want you to walk me through it. So, do you go upstairs and just say, you know what, I'm going to smother her, and you just smother her?
No.
Or do you guys have a conversation?
She was laying on the floor. She said she
Where
was
at?
laying on the bed in her room.
Okay.
So I came in and I sat down.
So you go in her room.
Yeah, and I scared her because she was asleep, but I sat down in front of her. So you wake up. She basically wake up and saw my face, and she was like this. And I just kept asking her, are you ready to apologize?
Now, when you asked her if she was ready to apologize, what did she say?
She said, there's nothing wrong with my son. That's all I know.
Nobody's saying nothing's wrong with your son. What did she say, though? When you said, are you ready to apologize to what did she say?
She doesn't want to apologize to him.
So she said no?
Yeah, but it's like, it wasn't a flat out no. It's like, I am sorry for doing that to somebody, but you're not sorry for doing that to him? This is what I'm saying. Like,
What did she say? What did she say?
she just looked at me.
So she didn't say
went
nothing?
like this. Stoney doesn't do that. It's been hard to get answers out of. She's like, you know, and I'm like, Stoney, are you
So she never said no?
apologize? She was saying no a couple days before, and that's what she kept saying no. So I'm like, are you ready to apologize to him? She just said, I'm sorry for doing it to. How are you not sorry for your brother?
She said she was sorry for doing it to what?
No, I misspoke. Not for doing it. She said, I'm sorry for doing it, period, to somebody. But you're not going to say you're sorry for doing it.
If the whole abuse story is in fact some sort of delusion, and if Michelle does have a history
Sounds
of being
like it.
abused herself, then this scene that Michelle is describing almost seems like she's trying to elicit that apology for herself. It's possible that Michelle may have been having conflict with Stephen before she murdered him, and possibly also with Stoney when she targeted her. The conflict could have been related to other issues, and this may have triggered Michelle to choose Stoney and Stephen as the guilty ones. Since her claims of the abuse towards Alex weren't confirmed, it's important to consider the very likely possibility that Michelle wasn't really defending Alex. It's very possible that this tragedy that occurred in Michelle's home was the result of long-standing child abuse inflicted by Michelle onto her children. When childhood abuse is chronic, and when the parent inflicts severe forms of abuse that cause serious injury to the children, there's a risk of the parent one day going too far. The abuse can easily turn deadly, which seems to be what occurred with Stoney and Stephen. It seems that Stoney's death was more so a direct murder, unlike Stephen, who died as a result of the abuse. Maybe because Michelle felt that what Stoney did was worse than what Stephen did. Plus, she later learned that Stephen had been allegedly abused by Stoney, so this caused Michelle to see Stephen as a victim like Alex and like herself.
So you punched her?
Yes.
More than once?
It was basically really fast. I punched her. She actually hit me back. You know what I mean? Because I punched her so hard. Well, she reached up and she hit me back, so I slammed her on the ground. And I heard her like this. She looked up and she was like, I didn't mean to do that. It was like a reflex. And then it's like the party is
Hey, 76 million, let's go.
Stoney always had a problem with fighting. You know what I mean? So it's like I had a whole lot of feelings at once. I don't even think understands, but like I was actually kind of proud of her for actually hitting back. Because I've been fighting for them all my life, yo. You got these kids hitting you and doing stuff to you, or to try to fight you, and you won't hit back. And I know it sounds up, but I was actually proud of her for actually hitting back.
If this is true, it's very surprising, as most abused kids would be afraid to retaliate in this manner against someone much bigger than they are, and who has control over their basic needs. It's especially surprising given that Stoney already knows her mother is capable of murdering her own child. It appears that violence was not only normalized, but encouraged by Michelle. According to her own report, Stoney hitting back was the moment that Michelle smothered her. This is purely speculation, but it's possible that in a way, Michelle was relieved that Stoney fought back, because that gave her an excuse to end the days of torture and just kill her.
This was the day. And it just kept going. And her shirt, it's a black shirt. I just picked it up and I put it on her neck. She really fighting back, you know what I'm saying?
When you say put it around her neck, what do you mean? You tied it, or you held it, you choked her?
I put it on her neck, and first I was in front of her, but as we tussling, and we both fell, I'm heavier, you know, and I'm holding it, but that's still not what did it. And yes, I did tie it, because before I got up, I remember I tied it. And she got up too, and of course was backing up from me, trying to get away from me.
You say
she didn't go in. We still in the room, And she
But she gets up.
after. Yeah, she gets up and was backing away, and I grabbed the bag.
Okay, you grab a bag.
I just.
And you put the bag over her head, or you just put it in her mouth?
No, I held it over her.
You what?
I did both. I didn't put it in her mouth. I held it over her nose. At first, you know how you. And then I put it over her head, and then up there like this.
She expresses very little emotion about doing this to her own child. Michelle's reenactment is very useful evidence, as it's even more impactful than just words alone.
Then what? Did she stop breathing at some point?
Yeah, that's what did it.
That's what did it.
Her voice was also very low here, almost whispering.
Yo, Mass, what's up?
What do you do with the body? Tony's body.
Freezer. On top of Steven.
Huh?
Freezer on top of Steven. I didn't wrap her in anything.
Again, she's whispering. This indicates that it's possible she felt more remorse about Steven's death than Stoney's. This is also
Chillin', bro.
the way she directly murdered Stoney versus Steven, who she said was not intentional. You'd think that after the trauma of murdering her son, of being reminded of what she did to her son every time she looked at that freezer, she'd be unable to do what she did to her daughter.
Did you show them? Did you show them the body?
Yeah. Not for a while.
How long did it take before you showed?
Not even a week.
What was their reaction?
Crying a lot. She's just crying a lot. It was looking like he didn't say nothing. He was just looking at me, and he started crying. I asked him, "Why you crying?" He said, "You're gonna be in trouble." And I just told him, I know I am. He told me God didn't like that. He don't like none of that stuff. That was his words. God don't like none of this stuff.
It's surprising how forthcoming Michelle has been about killing her two children, as the detective has been somewhat standoffish during the interview. The detective has leaned back away from Michelle and makes little eye contact as she's writing notes most of the time. Michelle has appeared mildly frustrated at times when she feels like the detective isn't understanding what she's trying to say, but she still kept talking. Many other people would not have opened up under these circumstances. It's possible that Michelle really wanted to get everything off her chest. She may have wanted to make sure her side of the story was told, especially regarding the alleged abuse of Alex. Showing Alex the dead bodies of his siblings displays her complete disregard for her children who are still
Oh,
living,
shit.
and an inability to understand how disturbing and
Yeah.
extremely traumatic seeing
What's
his
up?
siblings dead and frozen
Right,
would
wait,
be.
yeah.
It's possible that
What's
Michelle
up?
wanted to show Alex that his siblings
Give me a
paid
sec.
for what she claims they did to him. On top of that, the fact that the freezer
Oh,
was in a
give me a
main
second.
area,
I gotta mute my
would
mic
have
for a
meant
sec,
there
chat.
was a constant physical reminder to the living children about what happened to their siblings.
Now let me ask you this question, because I know we went on to talk about all the different things that they supposedly did.
They did it.
But are you a stay-at-home mom?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're always.
I
How
know
much
you
time
about
do you
to say, like,
How
where
much
were you?
How much
And that's
time do
what
you?
f***ed me up. You know.
No, because I want you to tell me how, because you're
I'm
pretty much
always
home.
with them. It's like,
You're always with them. So
yeah.
at what point does this happen that you don't know, have no idea?
That's why I sat there and kept asking them. Like, Steven will do this to me. If he says, "Mom, can we go upstairs and play? We want to play with our toys." And I'm like, "No, sit down here and watch a movie with us." And he quiet and he said, "We want to play upstairs, y'all girls." And it came from Steven. This is to get him upstairs. Then you hear a big ass boom. He's like, "What is that?" That's Steven knocking him off the bunk bed, like straight off the top bunk bed. I didn't know none of this till after that, but it's like they're brothers. Like Aaron was like, "Y'all girls, I don't want to watch this movie, or can we play?"
How many rooms in your house?
3.
Are you sure?
What do you mean?
How many rooms you got?
Bedrooms?
Yeah.
3.
The detective may be trying to get her to recognize the big hole in her story, When would her older kids have had the opportunity to abuse Alex if Michelle was always with them?
Did you, when I told you that, did you ever try to seek any type of help?
No.
Why not?
If I did, I would have to leave them.
Not necessarily.
Right then.
Why would you have to leave them? If somebody's doing something to your child, why would they take your child from you?
Because that's brother and sister. That's brother and sister, and that's in the family, and it's like, that's brother and sister.
But
so I could see that.
They would take the offender out, not the innocent party.
But then you look like, how did this happen?
Okay,
that was all in my head. Like, I want to stay with them as long as I possibly can. I knew this day was gonna come.
Do you feel what you did was wrong?
I know it was wrong.
What do you think your punishment
It's wrong
should be?
in the eyes of God, okay?
In your eyes, I'm asking you, not in the eyes of God. In your eyes, do you feel like you did what you had to do?
I didn't have to do that. It was wrong. Look, I don't want to say yes, but my son told me I saved him.
Michelle's emphasis that Alex said she saved him shows that she may not think what she did was wrong despite understanding it's illegal. On the other hand, it's possible that she's lying that Alex told her that she saved him in order to justify what she did. By doing this, she can portray herself as Alex's hero.
Let me ask you this. Do you think your son has a problem?
No.
Because you said that throughout this interview.
Because this is what had me so scared.
You told me several times that your son doesn't have a problem.
He doesn't.
So why would you bring that up? Nobody's accusing him of having a
Because
problem.
that scares me. And how you read it back, it's like, yes, those are my words, but just to hear it like that, I don't want people to think. This is my biggest fear. When I'm gone, people going to be unfair to me because y'all are thinking like, oh, he got to be crazy. Somebody done, his brother and his sister, he crazy. I don't want people to shun their kids away from him, for him and not have friends.
Her concern about what other people will think of Alex is delusional. These concerns are also extremely minor compared to the things she had him endure by killing his siblings and showing him their bodies.
Yeah, did school ever inquire about them stoning
like
and
attendance, you know what I mean? And basically, I dropped them. And actually, I told them I was moving. So
Yeah, boys. Boys, girls, please tell me you're in here.
And I was talking to the teachers, and I actually wanted to tell. I started going into it, and someone told me to stop. But I was telling one of the old teachers, hey, what had happened. And
What's up?
Security guard.
Alex, holy shit. Check this out. Oh my god. Damn.
But I didn't tell them that I did anything to them. I just...
Hey, little jelly, you need some good gummies? Yeah. Well.
Try to see what we can do. I told them I was moving out of state with my brother.
Children are not legally allowed to drop out.
Yo, Howie, appreciate you.
16 and 18, depending on the state they live. In Michigan, it's 18.
100 milligrams down the hatch.
In the meantime, I need you to start reading these. These are the questions I asked you and the answer that you have answered. If I misquoted you, or if
Hey, I'll be back in a second.
Steven, yeah, I get to that. That's how I thought it was, and that's why I asked you, and I have it down here.
I'll be back in a second, and then pop.
If there's something here that I misquoted, you, let me know, and we'll fix it, and I'll initial it. Okay, start reading that. I'm gonna step out for a second. I'll be right back. Okay.
It's like a lot of other things. I just...
Oh no, we're gonna talk about it. I just want you to start doing this while I don't want to give you all this. We're gonna get into all the things that you want to tell me about.
I mean, I guess the important stuff is also...
Excuse me?
Important stuff is also, I guess, it is.
No, it's all important. We're gonna get to it. Okay, just give me 1 minute, and then we can continue this. Just give me 1 second, okay?
The same way you see if my aunt has.
Yeah, I'm gonna go check on that right now.
Could they possibly still be here?
They could. Let me go find out, okay?
Are you allowed to tell? I know.
What do you want?
Just tell them I love them.
Yeah, sure.
My kids.
Yeah, of course. Okay. Just give me a minute. Okay? You need anything? Drink a little bit of water. I'm back in like 2 minutes.
I just can't hold it like this no more. It's like.
I understand. I'm gonna come back so we can get it off your chest, okay?
The officer steps out and allows Michelle to read over her answers. This is done so that later she can't claim she misunderstood the questions, or the officer fabricated her answers and didn't write what she actually stated. Obviously, the tape can also confirm what was said. Michelle is left alone, and as she's seeing her words, she is cursing and clearly getting nervous. It seems the reality of what she's done may be setting in. It could be that she goes in and out of moments of realization about what she did and what's happening around her. She asked the detective if she could tell her children that she loves them, so it could be that Michelle is actively realizing here that she likely won't see her 2 children again.
Cat.
Let me see that for 1 second. I'm sorry. Let me say this real quick.
Do you know if they were still here?
No, they're not here. They're talking to, I think the aunt.
My auntie.
Yeah.
When we first came, they said that my
They won't
kids
talk to
and
her?
the kids were here. My kids aren't with her.
Yeah, they're with me.
But they're just gone.
They're not where I could see them, I should say that.
Oh, but they still in
So
the
we'll find
building.
out before we're all done. I'm gonna find out exactly where they're at, because right now they're talking to them, so it's kind of hard for me to say. But we'll find out exactly where they're at. So don't worry about it. Okay?
My kids are like this because they like seriously love me. If they ask you, my mom, she was one of them asked you, my mom crying, but say no.
Okay.
Because it was just I told him I wouldn't. He said, "Mom, don't cry."
Okay. He said that today.
He's always said that, and he's telling me you're always trying to be a big boy. So he said you're a big girl, and I was like, I'm trying to. I can't push the shit. Boy.
I'm gonna be right back. Okay.
Michelle continues crying while the officer is away, which is a common occurrence when suspects are left alone. Often the reality of the situation sinks in only once they're left with their thoughts. And
I'm
begin
back.
to realize they're going to jail, or they realize the
I'm
gravity
back.
of their actions.
So,
I don't got a number. Okay.
just for reference, 50 milligrams,
Sorry about that.
50 milligrams, 100 milligrams.
Not really.
Not a big fan of apple flavored things at all,
So you wanted to tell me
personally.
some other stuff that was going on.
But
okay?
here we go, nonetheless.
What was going on with you?
Blech.
Like you gotta imagine that happening to a baby.
Excuse me?
You gotta imagine that happening to him. I just try to.
Let me ask you, because you're home most of the time, right? So when you're home, did you ever witness any unusual behavior between your kids?
No. Well, Tony, before he was even here, Steven and Tony didn't like each other. So I'm thinking little brother, big sister stuff, But she'll tell him, Steven, stop, sit down. You sit down here, I'll punch her. And I'm like, stop it,
Only good thing that's redeemable about these edibles is
know
there's
why.
no marijuana
Never.
taste.
That's what I
It
felt
still
like
tastes
I
like green
heard
apple, though.
Steven, you get what I'm saying? Because when he said that to me, I'm like, he actually told you that? You're not going to save. I'm not going to save him.
By the way, that was 50 milligrams, so I just popped in the other
Came to
50.
you and gave you some complaints about some things that were going on, right? Yes.
No, he didn't come to me. He didn't come to me with Steven. He came to me with Stoney because they would sit on the edge of my bed with like little like a little tiff, and it didn't start out him talking about it's like the little mean things
earlier,
and then it goes, and then we went into he talking about the diaper. That's why I'm like.
Earlier, you told me that told you that Stephen did some things to him, and you confronted Stephen, and Stephen said, "No, I didn't."
See, when you say come to you, I'm thinking you mean because how it came to me, told me when I walked.
You still love him?
Yeah.
But at some point, he tells you something that Stephen.
Yeah, it's him from the start for real.
And
it's gonna. I just told my buddy make me a bunch.
His word, you never.
He's an artist.
Type of.
I did.
Absolute artist.
We went up there and I talked to that boy.
Okay.
You know.
He makes all sorts of candies and candy floss and.
He admitted that he did these things.
Caramels and fucking Skittles and this and that. It's crazy. This dude's a legitimate.
He denied it at first. And so
fucking.
did Stoney. She also denied
his nickname is Wilkie Wonka.
Then he said, "Okay, I did it." After you assaulted him several times.
Yes, after a while.
Okay.
It wasn't
of you severely assaulting him. Not just whipping him, you were severely assaulting him.
This was just me punching him before he finally said yes.
The officer is getting clarity here to potentially argue the fact that the children's confessions may not be accurate, as they deny that they had inappropriately touched Alex until Michelle violently assaulted them into confessing. This makes their confessions much less reliable, as they may have just said anything out of self-preservation. This is clearly a coerced confession. It doesn't mean it isn't true, but it's certainly unreliable.
The first time you ever heard of any of these complications between your kids was
Let's see how they
I know they used to have.
They work out.
The little sibling things.
But you never took it upon. You know how sometimes kids like to lie and make up things.
Yeah.
You never kind of put it to kind of observe to see who was saying what. You just took it upon yourself.
Or all the other stuff.
I mean that's kind of a serious thing, for a kid to say, "Hey, this is what's going on." So you just went basically on his word.
I asked him.
Right.
I asked Stephen also. You get what I'm saying?
But he denied it. But after you repeatedly assaulted him, he's like, "Oh yeah, okay, I did it." Do you believe that that's? Did you ever take your son to a trained physician to tell you, there's some signs of?
Not listening to me.
Well, I'm trying to.
They did that.
You did that?
They said they did that. Even
who did that?
They did that to him, Stoney and Stephen. And I'm sitting here, and I was even talking to Stoney, and I tell her to tell me things. It was like, "Oh yeah, and I forgot to tell you that, Mom." It's like they
let me, and I'm not accusing you.
I didn't just go like,
but
you
listen,
did this, and
listen.
Michelle appears unable to recognize that Stephen may have only told her that he abused Alex because she was assaulting him. She feels like she got the truth out of him. In her mind, Alex is telling the truth. She already made the decision a long time ago that she believed him 100%. It would be too painful to let herself waver now, because that would mean she would have to face the fact that she killed her 2 older children for no reason. Obviously, this is assuming that Michelle didn't just fabricate the entire abuse story in an attempt to excuse and minimize her actions. It's important to keep in mind when analyzing this case that all 4 of these children were likely being abused in some way for a long time.
Oh yeah, 100%.
When listening to the details of the case and watching Michelle's confession, it might be easy to assume that this was just a horrible incident. However, in these
it sounds like something that was happening like
kill their own children.
Daily.
It's almost
For
always
years.
the case that the parent had been abusing the children for a long time.
Yeah.
Before the fatal incident. When Michelle was arrested, her 2 remaining children were interviewed. Both revealed to police that they were victims of physical and emotional abuse at home. Medical exams revealed that the living children had visible injuries, such as a cut above the left eye of the 17-year-old, and numerous scars on both children, including 25 scars and injuries on the 8-year-old's back.
That's crazy. He's like a
Detail
whipping.
Some of the assaults they suffered at the hands of Michelle, such as being hit with a piece of wood, a hot curling iron, an extension cord, and burned with a clothing iron. According to them, Michelle refused to get any of the children medical treatment when they were hurt. Both children were turned over to Child Protective Services.
Probably even worse.
Him every day, every night. It's like.
But what I'm trying to think is, if this was going on, like, where were you at all this time? Because you're a good parent. You're always home with your kids.
Right.
So how
Well, I'm turning off my dab, Red. No more dabs for me. I just fucking.
You got it. I mean, they're
I'm gonna
little
be
kids. I just think
toasted.
they're adults, and it happens somewhere, but they're under your roof, 24/7. I mean, they don't even go to school at some point, and
I go for base 80s here.
About.
I think we go for
Did
base
you ever,
80s.
were you ever a victim of any type of
Yes, I was.
Okay.
And I used to always, this is what got me. I talked to my kids and my auntie and everybody. So I'm talking to them like so openly about this, and it's like, I felt like I had to.
Okay.
My
What
mom
happened in
was-
your situation?
The first time it was a woman. My mom used to leave us with any and everybody who would watch us. You know, anybody. So that was nothing. I think I was 5, 6, I don't know, but this was a woman, and she did that to me and my brother.
Although we can't confirm that Michelle is telling the truth about her history of abuse, her comment about her mother is an indication that Michelle may have some sort of traumatic past that still affects her emotionally. If it's true that Michelle was abused and her abuser was a woman, then it could explain the way that she talks about Stoney, her daughter. In Michelle's mind, Stoney was the cause of everything because she supposedly abused Stephen, who then went on to abuse Alex. Since there was no confirmed abuse occurring between the siblings, it's a possibility that Michelle may have fixated on Stoney because she is female, and Michelle still feels intense anger towards her female abuser. We don't have information about Michelle's mental health profile, but there are definitely some signs pointing to the possibility of her suffering from psychosis. In a psychotic episode, a person can become paranoid, even targeting their own children. Sometimes victims of abuse repeat the cycle and become abusers themselves, especially if they never got help or support after the abuse.
So let me ask you this, because you have 4 children. Okay. Did you have any favorites? Or
What you
any?
mean?
Did you prefer one more than the other? Or did you love them all the same, in your opinion?
I loved them all the same because all of them had different personalities. It's just, those are my kids.
I'm just asking because some people say, oh, this is my favorite because he's the youngest, or she's my favorite, he's the oldest.
Oh, Eloquence? Check out this, brother.
You love them all the same.
Yeah.
Playing some transit? Nice. Check this out, boys.
You didn't prefer one over the other.
What do you mean prefer? Like
one was closest to you, you know? You know, you always got the one
We
that's
pop
kind of
2 of those
distant
bad
because
boys
maybe
back.
They want to be with their dad, or maybe they look like their dad, or for some reason they're just distant. And then you always got one that's closer, who always wants to be next to you.
The kids we were all, that's all we did. That's why I don't understand.
You guys
spent a lot of time together.
How do you categorize your relationship between Stoney and you?
I guess just like the rest of the kids.
You love them all the same?
Yeah, it's a little different because you start to, I think, learn them, you know what I mean? And they change.
Right, they start changing, they start getting a little attitudes.
Yeah. No, not attitudes, just period, changing. You're like, okay, well, you know.
I hunted.
And that's what I'm asking. Did you have, maybe they were disobedient more than the others, so you like these guys more than the other guys?
Good kids.
They were all good kids?
That's like, hey, right, that's why everybody.
So is there any other reason other than what told you that made you do what you did?
That's it.
So if he would have never told you these things, Stoney and Stephen would still be here today?
If they had never.
Okay.
He didn't. It's not. He just told me.
How do you discipline your child? How do you discipline your children?
Not good. I have a problem with that too.
What do you mean by not good?
Just whooping them, and it's like.
Just whooping them.
What's appropriate for a child? It's not.
You
no
whoop
shit.
Your children?
Yes.
They dead, bitch.
To the point of abuse?
Yes.
All of them?
Yes.
So you've hit that way as well?
Yes, and it's. I can't explain it.
This shows that the tragic ending of her children's lives was the likely culmination of years of abuse. Abusive parents who end up seriously injuring or murdering their children will often engage in emotional, verbal, and physical abuse long before the final tragic incident. Michelle seems to understand logically that her behavior is wrong, yet she may be unable to control her anger. She appears to be suffering from significant issues relating to her own childhood trauma. Most people with trauma backgrounds do not kill other people, but of those individuals who kill another person, most of them do have a history of trauma in their own childhood. While her crimes against her children are horrific, her profile doesn't necessarily fit with that of a psychopath, and her behaviors are conflicting. On one hand, she's accepting responsibility for what she did and appears to be truthful during the interview, while on the other hand, she demonstrates a long history of deceitfulness and lying, which are psychopathic traits, as she kept the murders of her 2 children a secret for years. At times, she exhibited impulsive behavior and extreme aggressiveness. While she did admit that what she did was evil and wrong, she didn't express remorse or regret for the suffering she caused Stephen and Stoney.
Have you killed anyone else?
No.
What type of discipline you think you should get?
Those are my kids.
If you could do it all over again, would you change anything?
I'll say yes. The only reason I'll say yes is because I would get to stay with them.
She's like, I get to
When you say
stay
that,
with
you
them.
mean all of them, or just
No, because regardless how I was thinking, if that happened, you mean the same situation happened, would I make the same choice?
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Yes, because I would want to stay. You know?
But you don't really care about the other
choice.
two?
No, I do. I would have made a different choice.
What choice would you have made?
I've tried to go somewhere. I said, he's never said that to me before. So for him to say that,
When did he say that to you?
This was after it happened.
Alex telling her that she saved him seems to be enough peace of mind for Michelle, almost like she's satisfied with what she did because she was able to prevent her son from suffering continued abuse.
If I brought me in here, right, and I asked him pretty much the same question I'm asking you as far as the events that took place.
Ask him. You don't even have to have him in front of me. Ask him.
Is he going to tell me the same thing you're telling me?
He has to. You gotta listen to him.
Has he ever lied to you?
Yes.
About what?
Little things.
Like what?
He'll lie and then.
Like what? He'll lie.
Thing with, in the lying, I don't like that.
Well, he does lie.
Yeah.
And you don't like it?
No. So that's like the only reason I ever would.
Do you know the difference between a lie and the truth?
Yes, definitely. You mean, does he know the difference?
No, I'm asking you. Do you know the difference between a lie and the truth?
Yes.
Okay. So, and you're familiar with, like, a white lie versus...
There's no such thing.
Okay, a lie is a lie.
Yeah.
Okay. And are you familiar with the difference between a chronic liar or somebody that... A habitual liar?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with somebody that habitually lies or somebody that lies, for example, if I say, hey, do you like this dress on me? And you're like, no, but you don't want to make me feel bad. So you're like, oh, that's nice, but you're really lying because it looks terrible.
Right.
Right? You're familiar with the difference.
That's so you won't hurt. Yeah, somebody's feelings, but...
Like a small lie versus somebody that lies all the time.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
In your opinion, how would you categorize your son?
None of those.
None of those? He never lies?
No, he does, but I wouldn't. Excuse me. Like, just little things.
The officer is getting it on record that Michelle knows right from wrong, and a white lie from a lie. This again will make it harder for her to make an insanity defense.
Ms. Blair, what's on your mind?
It's like so much that happened to you. It's like you gotta go and fuck up. You had much mother, your brother and sister see this to you, and I just want to make sure they are. And he's the littlest one. I want to make sure to be okay. That me up when I was younger. But I know, all I know is this. I did something about it. Even though it was tough, I just want to know, like, you are important. Like, you do matter. That shit was happening to you all that time, and you didn't know, and I'm sorry, and I'm like, no matter what, they can kill me in there, and that's the part. This is what I do know. And I'm already told the kids about dying there, it doesn't matter. But I won't, like, I think gonna be okay. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
She's
Do you consider
She's
yourself
so sweet.
You consider yourself a tough mom? I mean, you're tough, right? You're gonna.
It's over the.
Okay.
It's like tough, but not. And it's like I'm just tired of this. Just he too good, just not to. They both are just to let this. I used to be a really good kid. You know what I mean? I tell my daughter all the time. I was just like you.
What are you
Like,
eyeballing for, Jared? Do exclamation point hours, homie.
So, okay, it's like, so let him talk. I'm the one like, that. They mess with you, I'm, about to go beat the ass. Don't mess with them. It's like, I was like that, and it's gone. It's nobody's fault. It's gone. But I was like that, and I don't want them to. I just know. I told my mom. She said, "What the do you want me to do about it? It's over with now."
This means that it's likely that Michelle's mother never validated her feelings about the trauma she experienced, which makes the emotional damage even worse. It's like trauma on top of trauma when a parent
This case is
doesn't
interesting.
validate
It's
the
pretty
child's
crazy.
feelings, even if it's been decades since the abuse occurred. Michelle was likely never able to process her emotional pain, and it's very likely that this led to her maladaptive behaviors in adulthood, such as her uncontrolled anger, inability to control her emotions, and abusive parenting that turned fatal. Michelle likely sees herself as a better mother than her own because she did something when Alex told her he was being abused. It's important to keep in mind that many adults struggle with histories of childhood
Damn,
abuse.
bro, you're
This
like,
doesn't
what,
mean that if
15
they
minutes
relive the
off,
trauma somehow as adults that they will murder
essentially.
anyone like Michelle did.
That's all I know.
20 minutes off, something
I
like
told
that.
them, when you get older, if you, anybody, girls, men, anybody try to make you feel like you ain't. Do you see what I did for you? That's not. That's because
I'm gonna
look at
find
you.
out. I'm gonna find out once you finish reading. I'm gonna find out where they're at, and that way you can, feel secure that they're in good hands. Okay. Okay, but I need you to look at that statement to make sure that everything's accurate. Okay.
Savage, damn, almost 200.
And we'll go from there.
I already know what I sound like. I know it's up.
No,
I can
nobody
see
knows,
myself.
Miss
The
Blair.
normal part of me, I can see myself talking right now. I can't. You're not literally, but if that was me, I totally understand what it looks like, and I've been.
Miss Blair,
thinking about this coming.
nobody's judging you here. Okay. Something happened, and you felt you did what you had to do.
No matter what or what everybody think, I hope you don't take that when he gets older and go crazy with it. I just want him to, and I try to explain to him, you don't hurt people. He told me, God's not happy. He doesn't like stuff like that. He said, God, I said, I know. And I told him I'm going to hell. Period. That's what happens. So I'm telling you, you can't lie. You can't fight with people.
I think Jack's at inconceivable levels. I've been here since day one.
You just let it go because
It's a lot of hours.
important.
Let's see how many hours I'm at.
You're important. It's like
It's gonna be like
something like
63.
that happens, it's like you don't have to feel like he was crushed or like nobody
Watch.
gives a about him.
It's gonna be like
Michelle signs the notes
63.
taken by the officer swearing that they're accurate. This is less necessary than it was years ago since almost all interrogations are videotaped, but it's done here to avoid retractions or allegations that the officer lied or misconstrued the suspect's words in her notes.
Okay, give me 1 second, okay?
Following the interrogation, Michelle was charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder. An examination of the bodies revealed that 9-year-old Stephen died from blunt force trauma and what was described as thermal injuries in 2012, while 13-year-old Stoney was killed in 2013 from blunt trauma to the head. Michelle kept both of the bodies in the deep freezer in the family's living room for around 3 years.
In the living room, bro. In the living
She
room.
was evicted. When she went to trial, Michelle told the judge that she still felt no remorse, and even doubled down by stating that she would have killed Stephen and Stoney again, referring to them as demons. Still, prosecution made it clear that they didn't find any evidence that Alex had been assaulted by his siblings. In fact, there's no evidence that the alleged victim or his older sister ever corroborated the story Michelle told investigators. While she was in prison during her trial, one of the other prisoners who had been housed in the same block as Michelle came forward with a shocking claim. They alleged that, among other things, Michelle told them that she'd made up the entire story that her son had been assaulted by his siblings so that people will have sympathy for her. This person also stated that Michelle told them that she threatened her oldest daughter into helping with the deaths of her siblings. According to court documents, it was reported that her eldest daughter alleged Michelle forced her to carry Stoney's body and put it in the freezer. Neither of these claims have ever been proven, nor was anyone besides Michelle
that's
charged
cynical.
with any crimes connected to this case.
It's
In less than 4
watch time.
months, Michelle was charged,
That's
convicted,
right.
and
My bad.
sentenced. In June of 2015, Michelle pled guilty and said she would have accepted the death penalty if it had been an option in Michigan. Instead, she was given a life sentence without the possibility of parole.
70
This leaves
hours.
the
That's pretty
question of
close.
what happened to
So like
Michelle's
60,
remaining
65.
2 children after her arrest. Well, in 2017, it was reported in the news that her oldest, then 19, was graduating high school and had plans to go to college, while her youngest son had been adopted and was thriving in school. Though the case seems like it ends here, it doesn't quite. Since her incarceration, Michelle has continued to find herself in trouble with the authorities. In fact, it's been reported that she's been involved in 49 incidents since she was in prison. In one confrontation, Michelle allegedly put her urine and feces into a Pringles can and threw it in the face of a corrections officer.
Yeah.
On another occasion, while Michelle was being escorted down a hallway, she started yelling at another prisoner. When a correction officer intervened, Michelle punched them in the stomach and arm. She was sentenced on charges for both incidents and added 38 months to 5 years to her sentence.
That shit's crazy. Like, there's some evil fucks out there, but to do that to your own kids and shit, bro.
Pathetic ass.
Alright, this is where we're at.
Yeah, that's pretty sad. $155.
When police discover the most gruesome murder they had ever come across in the small town of Clyde, Ohio, one
She's gonna pull
detective
up
in
on me or some
particular
shit?
was determined
Bro,
to
I'm
track
already
down the
stunned
depraved
as
killer.
fuck.
However, the ghastly scene would not be the only shocking revelation in a case plagued by police corruption, where it seemed that an unhinged obsession placed blame on a group of innocent suspects, all while overlooking the monster hiding in plain sight, eventually landing a detective behind bars. The following interviews and interrogations have never been seen or heard before. They've been analyzed by a qualified team, including a licensed attorney, a licensed clinical psychologist, a former licensed professional
I ate
counselor,
2 of these,
and a
Savage,
licensed
50
professional
milligrams
counselor.
each.
From up, please, do you have the emergency?
My,
be over there about.
I'm getting like
10 minutes
butterflies
to
in
give
my
you
belly.
information About the woman that was murdered over there in Clyde.
Heather Bogle was a devoted young mother working a graveyard shift at the local Whirlpool factory to support her 5-year-old daughter. It was a means to an end, as she was also pursuing a career in nursing in order to better support herself and her little girl. On April 9th, 2015, surveillance footage captured Heather leaving the Clyde facility at 6:17 a.m. No one could have ever imagined that this would be the last time Heather would be seen alive.
Dun, dun,
The crime
dun.
itself was unthinkable, but even more mind-blowing was the tangled web of deception that would be unraveled during the course of the investigation. It was the type of case where nothing was as it appeared to be. Heather had a history of depression. Just 2 years prior, she'd allegedly attempted to take her own life and was prescribed the drug lamotrigine. Knowing this, after she went missing, her mother feared that another attempt may have been made, and a frantic search quickly ensued. It would only be one day before Heather's loved one's worst fears were confirmed. On April 10th, police located Heather's vehicle outside the Somerton Apartments on Hickory Street in Clyde, Ohio, prompting officers to believe that she might have been inside of the complex. However, they quickly learned that this was sadly not the case. They never anticipated that while searching Heather's car, they would open the trunk to find the missing woman's lifeless body resting inside. Authorities were
Yo,
literally
Red
able to
Roach,
stomach
my
the
boy,
horrendous
long time no
wounds
see.
that Heather had endured, including various bruises and marks among her legs, arms, and face, indicating that someone had mercilessly beaten her. Not only this, but shockingly, her hair had been cut off at the scalp, and her fingernails were shaven all the way down to the cuticles. She had marks
What are you
around
saying,
her
big
wrists and
man?
ankles, signifying that she'd been bound and tied. Ultimately, her cause of death was determined to be 2 gunshots to her back, which
What?
punctured vital organs
Oh,
in
okay,
her
that makes
chest.
sense. That makes sense.
Defensive wounds found on Heather's hands told investigators that, despite the horrific attack, she fought for every last second of her life. Along with this, it was determined that her Galaxy Samsung cell phone, purse, a set of keys, and Whirlpool work shirt were all missing. The police, too stunned to comprehend the horrific sight before them, were now on a manhunt for the mysterious killer. But, unbeknownst to them, their window of time was closing by the second. Still, they had a lead.
It's
Heather
crazy.
had been facing a rather tumultuous season in her life. She was in the middle of a devastating breakup with an ex-girlfriend, Carmela Badillo, and the relationship hadn't necessarily ended on good terms. Both of the women had met during their time at Whirlpool, and they officially began dating in 2014. Throughout the romance, the couple would often fight over various subjects, but at the forefront were Heather's supposed allegations of infidelity against Carmela. It wasn't long before their issues would create a permanent rift between the two, and the year-long relationship would come to an end just 3 days before Heather's disappearance. In texts recovered through Heather's phone company on April 8th, the fury between the two was clear. In one message, Carmela stated, "Last night wasn't something small, Heather. I have to make appointments with a cardiologist and was doing various tests all night. I thank God for my mom being there. She's the only one who will ever have my back and care about me. I would have never not been by your side. I don't ever in this lifetime want to speak to you again. Goodbye." Apparently, Carmela had faced an unexpected illness the previous night and requested that Heather come to her aid, even though they'd been broken up. But seeing as she had a shift to attend, Heather was
Bro, I love how
unable to
people
make
just
it.
drop these gems
In
and shit.
response,
Yep,
Heather
take
wrote,
those.
"I had your back. I couldn't lose my job. I'm already so
Mr.
far behind in
Young,
bills, it's
sad to see you
ridiculous.
grow old,
And I have
Canadian.
nobody to help me out or even be here for me. And you kept
Ah,
pushing
whatever.
away.
It's the way
I
the
wanted to
cookie
be there
crumbles,
for
man.
you. I honestly did and still do. But I understand I cannot know what is
That's
going
the
on
way
if you
the
do not
cookie
talk to me.
crumbles.
But please do continue to take everything out on me." Following the breakup, Heather also texted her friend Jerry Avalos on April 8th, saying, "I deactivated Facebook and all other social media. Literally never talked to my friends, couldn't even have a friend. She wouldn't allow it." It's a clear red flag when a partner tries to control who the other person can talk to or be friends with. It's important to remember that Heather was upset about the breakup when she sent this message, and it's possible that Carmela has a very different viewpoint on their relationship. When officers recovered Heather's body, they also discovered a shocking handwritten letter in the vehicle. It was one of passion and rage, each sentence more intense than the last. Unfortunately,
Dun,
it's
dun,
unknown what
dun.
was written, but every
What?
single word had been directed at Heather, almost as if they wanted to hurt her. To no surprise, the penman had been none other than her scorned ex-girlfriend. But this wasn't the only relationship that seemed to be falling apart for Heather,
God damn.
as additional text showcased an obscene message from her brother, Josh Fiesel. Heather had recently failed one of her nursing exams, and Josh added to the upsetting occasion. He
What a
wrote,
dick.
"Too stupid to pass the LPN exam," and called her a demeaning name. He also texted,
Dumbo.
"Low expectations of yourself, typical trash like your mom and dad." Josh's cruelty towards Heather was no secret to their friends and family.
That's pretty
But
mean.
could he have gone so far as to take her life? Well, the lead detective on the case, Sean O'Connell, had his eyes set on uncovering the answer to this very question. However, as we will soon come to learn, his methods were far from the ordinary. Still, no one could have predicted the scandal that was about to unravel.
Oh, let's go. I'm all for it.
Fights with Carmela and Josh, it
I'm
wouldn't
all
take
for
long
it. I'm
before they were
invested.
dismissed as potential suspects. As the hunt for the killer continued, Detective O'Connell quickly located a new person of interest. Tenants had reportedly told the detective that they had seen Heather frequently visiting Building 240 of the Somerton Apartments, well before her body was found in the parking lot. It was believed that she would allegedly purchase marijuana from an unknown resident of the complex.
Bro.
When this information was discovered, Detective O'Connell began to dig and eventually
15
found his new lead
minutes.
suspect,
It's almost 4:20. Oh my.
thanks to a complaint filed against her by another occupant.
15 minutes on the dot.
Marijuana was emanating from her apartment. Kiona, a mother of two, was supposedly very nervous while speaking with police after Heather's body was discovered, and Detective O'Connell found this to be rather odd.
4:20
Though
now,
she
yeah.
denied any involvement, O'Connell wasn't convinced. Despite this, following her discussion with the authorities, Kiona wrote a series of strange Facebook posts, especially under the given circumstances. "I can't believe this just happened," and "doing 8 to 10 years for murder and pleading insanity" could be seen amongst her account, only furthering the detective's suspicions. Not only this, but according to two residents of the Somerton Apartments, Kiona was allegedly seen wearing the same red Mickey Mouse t-shirt that Heather's body had been dressed in, well before the tragic event. And lastly, Kiona had been romantically involved with 39-year-old Julian Kaiser, who Detective O'Connell helped to put behind bars for 10 years on a first drug offense. It seemed that the evidence against Kiona was beginning to mount. 4 days after Heather's body was recovered, Kiona was interviewed by Detective O'Connell, and as you're about to see, the tension in the room was so thick it could have been cut with a knife.
Do you know that name by chance, Heather Bogle?
I don't even know who she is. The only time I heard of her was when the police knocked on the door, and then I didn't even know who she was. I was like, I don't know her. And then I went inside and got on my Facebook, and I seen her on Facebook.
Obviously, for one reason or another, her vehicle ends up at the Hickory Street Apartments parked in front of your building 240. The question is, why did it end up there? So we've talked to a lot of people, and we are comfortable to say that Heather has been known
hours ago.
to frequent building 240.
Fair.
We feel comfortable that she was voluntarily there, probably on Thursday of last week, a couple different times. She was there, then her vehicle had left, and the vehicle had come back, and then the vehicle leaves, and then it finally comes back for the last time on Friday morning and around 1:30. Okay.
So why am I here though?
And I'm getting to that point. It's my understanding that Heather likes to smoke some weed. Okay, she does it on probably on a somewhat of a regular basis. She has to buy it from somebody. We know that we've had complaints on your particular apartment in reference the odor of marijuana coming from it from one time or another that led to the police knocking on your door and trying to figure out.
Police have never came to my door. If the police came to my door, they better have a report. The police never knocked on my door.
There is a police report.
They talked to me. They spoke to me.
There's a police report on March 18th. Without going back and looking at their police report, I'm not going to say that they talked to you or not, but I know there is a police report, and there are incidents reports with management pertaining to the smell of marijuana coming from your apartment.
So why hasn't anybody said anything to me previously?
I don't
My
know.
landlord, the
That's
police.
a good question. I guess
real sketchy because yesterday a white man came up to me and asked me, were you the one that they had got in trouble for smoking weed? It was smelling like weed in the hallway? And I said, no, that wasn't me. I don't even smoke weed. And he said, well, I do every now and then, whoop whoop, trying to get me to say something. So it was probably him that tried to call y'all. This is so silly. This is crazy. Like, y'all just raided my house. I work at a nursing home. I'm a single mom with 2 kids. Like, this is crazy.
I understand.
Kiona comes across as quite self-assured. When someone is telling the truth, they may appear more confident. because they
Man,
know
I'm
the
stoned
facts
as
are on
shit.
their side.
Holy fuck.
The detective should have built some kind of relationship with her prior to starting into questions about Heather. Essentially, what he has done here is without any evidence
So it takes
whatsoever,
all
he
day.
has
Oh
launched
god.
into an interrogation rather than conduct an actual interview first.
It's my understanding.
More
and
gratifying that
another thing
way.
that kind of supports what we're looking at is the idea that you are or have dated a guy from Mississippi that used to work at Whirlpool, correct?
Who would say that?
Well,
I never dated anybody. Just because I talked to somebody, like,
all right. So you talked to somebody, you associate
they're not even here. They've been left months and months and months ago. So,
Okay, what's months and months and months ago?
like months ago when they went home, we was never dating.
Who's the two guys that keep coming and going out of your apartment?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
How does it matter? My personal business, I don't have any, I don't know this girl.
Your personal business is not becoming our business.
Okay, so who I sleep with is y'all business.
No.
Like, I mean, that's what I do. That's all I'm doing. So that doesn't have anything to do with this. That's what I'm saying. That
Well,
don't.
these are the questions that we're going to ask, and these are the questions we're asking.
Okay, well, I mean, if I need a lawyer, I can get a lawyer, but I don't. I mean, I'm just saying.
You're not charged with anything. You're not under.
No.
Put it in your mouth.
No.
Oh, yeah.
1 cup, 2 cup,
No.
3 cup, 4
Yes.
cup, 5
There's 1
cup,
cup.
5 times double gulp.
It's
Fuck
only
me.
1 cup.
No.
There's only 1 lid.
You have to go.
There's only
You
1
have
place
to
for
go.
a straw.
No.
It's only 1 cup.
I said only one kid, one with one straw. It's funny as hell.
In a homicide, if we can tie your apartment into a homicide
You
investigation.
can't tie my apartment. You can.
Maybe not. I don't.
I know you can't. I don't even know this girl, so I know for 100% you can't.
Apparently, 2 different men had visited Kiona at her apartment on various occasions in the recent past. Omar Satchel and Kari Jeffrey. It wasn't long before Detective O'Connell considered them additional suspects in Heather's gruesome murder. And soon, we will see exactly why that was.
But this is the thing. That's why we're asking. That's why we're asking the questions. And if
Right, but you guys just raided my apartment. You know, yesterday when I went to my house and got that paper, my neighbors ran for me. Like, I'm out here killing people. Like, y'all just ruined my life over this because I smoked some weed. Like, this crazy.
Okay, we had probable cause to search your apartment.
Okay, that's fine, but I'm just saying, like, that's.
right.
I never seen this girl in my life. Don't
Okay,
know this
maybe
girl,
you have,
nothing.
but maybe those who you associate yourself with have.
Maybe people they associate themselves with. Did you talk to the previous
Why
neighbors
are
that
you
lived
being
there?
so reluctant on wanting to tell us who you
Because
associate?
y'all just raided my house and took my baby daddy to
Okay.
prison for 11
You
years.
know
Y'all
what it
think
sounds
I'm
like to me, Kiona? It sounds like
What?
you're withholding information.
No,
related
it
to a
sounds like
homicide.
I don't. This is ridiculous.
There is an important distinction here with Kiona talking about getting a lawyer. She didn't unequivocally ask to speak with a lawyer, which is why the officer continued talking to her. If this case were to go to trial, Kiona's attorneys could have argued that this should have been interpreted as a request for counsel. But it's not incumbent upon police to clarify statements, and they don't have to stop an interrogation if a suspect makes an ambiguous statement about requesting counsel. This means that the burden of clearly invoking the right rests with the suspect. It's also important to note that though Kiona is being questioned by officers, she was free to leave at any time and was neither detained nor under arrest, which means that the Miranda requirements are not in play here. It also appears that the officer was allowing emotion to control him. It's apparent he did little to build rapport with Kiona, and the major example of this is by accusing her of having something to hide. The most important aspect of Reed is to effectively have officers be viewed as advocates, possibly even allies, rather than as adversaries. Instead, the officer should have engaged in asking more open-ended questions, rather than throwing multiple accusations at Kiona. By failing to literally be curious and invite Kiona to tell her story, the officer instead made judgments which shut down further discourse, and didn't do anything to win her over. It's not uncommon to see officers become frustrated during an interview or interrogation for a number of reasons. However, a much better strategy is to show the suspect a way out of the mess they find themselves in. This way out is generally couched as the truth will set you free. Most of the time, it won't set them physically free, but it can be a means to unload a burden via telling officers the truth. In these circumstances, officers emphasize remaining open and non-accusatory, even when presenting
so
facts
stoned.
that contradict previous statements. This allows the conversation to continue.
Y'all just ruined my life for some little.
Hey, we didn't ruin
This
anybody's
ain't little,
life.
it's a homicide.
I mean, but I don't know anything about it. But this is what I'm.
Apparently you do because you're not telling us who your boyfriends are.
I don't have a boyfriend.
Then who are the
I'm
guys that
clicking
keep
around.
coming
It
and
doesn't.
going?
I don't know.
It does matter because we're talking about a homicide.
I mean, am I being charged with something? Am I getting arrested?
Not yet.
Okay then. I mean, I can get a lawyer and come back.
If you want to get a lawyer, go get a lawyer. That just tells me you got something to hide.
I don't have anything to hide, but I know how
because
y'all
you
are.
feel the need. Oh, how are we?
I don't know.
Because we got your boyfriend, father your baby with a bunch of dope, and he's
Right.
been a doper for his whole entire life.
Okay.
We're in the wrong.
So
for
that's
that?
why you raided my house.
No, that's not
probably,
why.
That's probably
because
why.
you had marijuana in your house.
But you didn't know that?
Yeah, we did. We
How'd
had
you know
reason to
that?
believe it.
You had reason to believe that because somebody
Yeah,
said that.
we had probable cause.
Because someone said they smelled odor, never been in my house, never talked to me. The police didn't come to my door and see if there was marijuana.
Your
odor coming out
association
my
with
house.
Julian Kaiser when
He's
you were
been in
living
prison
there?
for how long?
I don't care. You're still
It doesn't-
associated
so
with Julian
I'm associated with
Kaiser.
somebody
All right,
that's
you
in
know
prison.
what? Do you want to talk or not?
I don't want to talk.
Okay, have a good day.
Thank you. So
You're now
yeah.
involved in a homicide investigation.
Have a great day.
The detectives may be misinterpreting Kiona's reluctance to share the names of the two men. She's likely trying to protect
Yeah.
her friends.
Someone
but
tells
that
me
does
he's
not
racist.
mean they are guilty. It's also extremely manipulative for the detective to tell her that by asking for a lawyer, she had.
I don't
something to
usually
hide,
just say
when
that.
in actuality,
I just have
he
a
was
really
just
good strong
irritated that she
suspicion
was
this guy is
making a
racist.
smart decision for herself. Nonetheless, the unrelenting pressure
Honestly.
from the detectives left all.
Yo, Lord with a $1 dono, bro.
But
Holy
Kiona
shit.
was living a real
You're
life
insane.
nightmare, suspected of murder, and was now in a fight for her life. After the troubling interview, authorities were looking into
You're
the
insane.
possibility of charging 3 people with
God
the crime.
bless.
As they began to investigate Omar and
God
Kayri.
bless.
Omar, who had previously served prison time
That's
for
how
home
much
invasion
today?
and
Like
firearm charges,
400
allegedly sold marijuana to Heather, was
$451. Or no,
although this has never been
$461.
confirmed. When police finally spoke with Omar, he supposedly admitted to having stolen a .380 caliber firearm from his fiancée, but claimed to have sold the gun to a resident living in Michigan not long after.
Alex Fox.
Along with this, authorities allegedly found him to be in possession of unidentified pills and a pocket knife with a blonde strand of hair attached. In an interview with the Fremont
That's
News
crazy.
Messenger, Omar adamantly denied that he had ever met or known Heather, gravely pleading for his innocence. In a shocking quote, he described his encounter with Detective O'Connell by saying that, "Sean O'Connell told me I know it's not you, but I'll make it you." Of course, the detective would deny having ever uttered the threat, but the
What?
truth of the matter remains up in the air. Be that as it may, later actions by O'Connell that you'll soon learn of might have you drawing your own conclusions. Omar also stated that during
Still moving strong, don't get me wrong, I'm making that bank, bank, bank. Yeah, I'm making that bank, bank,
At the
bank.
time of Heather's murder, he claimed to have been visiting 3 separate bars in the Fremont area. However, it has also been reported that he was actually hiding at Kiona's apartment in an attempt to evade an arrest warrant. Despite this, O'Connell was still extremely skeptical and supposedly insinuated that Omar could have still traveled from the various locations to commit the crime. Still, his focus shifted to his final suspect.
150 gifted,
26-year-old
$10
Kayri.
super chat,
As
and
a
a shit
supposed friend of
emoji.
Omar's, Kayri was just as much on Detective O'Connell's radar, and he would do anything to prove their guilt. According to a source, Kayri was apparently seen throwing a suspicious black bag into a river on April 10th, 2015, presumably containing a firearm. O'Connell asserted that the supposed gun was used in a homicide, potentially Heather's, and quickly released a full dive team to recover the weapon. But to O'Connell's dismay, the search would prove to be unsuccessful. Claiming that Kiona, Omar, and Kayri were likely the murderers, the detective was still missing one important piece of information: the motive. Why would any of them want to hurt Heather, let alone kill her?
Money.
Not even O'Connell could say, but suddenly, in the blink of an eye, another disappointment abruptly struck the desperate detective, and it would send the case in an entirely different direction. Underneath Heather's fingernails was a small amount of DNA. The results were shocking, concluding that neither Kiona, Omar, or Kayri had come back as a positive match. In an instant, their names were cleared. At least, that's what should have happened. Instead, O'Connell stuck to his original claims, not stopping to even ponder
What?
the possibility that he might have been wrong.
No
But
shot.
his delusions would only lead him further away from the actual killer. This
Yeah, he's just as bad as the killer. Work time? Yo, you have a good day, brother. God bless. God bless.
just goes to show how detectives can sometimes develop tunnel vision and narrow in on a suspect, while ignoring other possibilities despite sufficient evidence. O'Connell had already spent a lot of time on the premise that Kiona, Omar, and Kayri were involved in Heather's death. He may have been afraid that if he admitted his mistake, he would look incompetent to both the public and to other members of law enforcement. In addition, he was likely experiencing a psychological principle known as confirmation bias. This means that people are more likely to accept information that supports what they already believe, and on the other hand, may discount information that doesn't align with those beliefs.
Well, they
With
always
this in
have two
mind,
officers
just
working on
over a
every
year
case.
later,
Need
Kiona
21k
is
so I can gift
demanding
every
answers.
sub
I just want to know
membership.
why
Oh
you
my
told her
god.
that I'm not involved in murder.
That'd be wild, bro.
She's saying she knows that her DNA won't come back. It's at what point do we say?
For a year, the detective would supposedly harass Kiona, frequenting her place of work with additional officers. At one point, he apparently gathered Kiona's co-workers for a meeting, although the subject of the matter has never been reported. It wouldn't be too long before the single mother found herself out of work while struggling to make ends meet. Every job
Yo, I hope they
interview for a new
compensated this lady.
position was to no avail, and it seemed that O'Connell was never going to let her out of his grasp. These were likely acts of intimidation on O'Connell's part, which is a form of manipulation. He may have believed that he could scare Kiona into confessing, which would have been coercion. Yet, after securing a lawyer, Kiona was able to restrict her contact with the detective, but that wouldn't stop O'Connell from allegedly speaking with her acquaintances. In an interview with
That's
the Sandusky
crazy,
Register,
bro. Yo, peace,
Kiona
Ward.
recalled a time when
Peace,
she
Ward.
traveled to her local tattoo artist
Stay out
and
of
was
trouble.
startled to learn that after she left the establishment, Detective O'Connell had allegedly made his way
Be
in
safe.
to speak with the artist. Other accounts recall that the detective apparently had residents of the Somerton apartments act as informants for the investigation, hoping to gain more details on Kiona.
I'm not here to say that you did do it, and I'm not here to say that you didn't do it.
Okay, but I know for a fact that you guys got my DNA back and there's no matches. I know for a fact that you guys went through my phone record, there's no matches. I know for a fact that y'all been looking at my Facebook, there's nothing. I know that.
Kiona's suspicious Facebook posts, as previously described, had actually been in response to Julian's prison sentence. And not only this, but she had never been in possession of the Mickey Mouse shirt found on Heather. Regardless of these revelations, the detective pressed on.
Damn.
Yeah, it is what it is. If you're not involved, then you're not involved.
Okay, so when you gonna clear me though, because me and my kids are
When we're comfortable to be able to say for sure that it's not you.
This reign of terror would eventually come crashing down. In an attempt to seek an indictment, O'Connell had written a report
It's
to the
edging you.
prosecution, but failed to
For real.
include that the DNA found on Heather did not match any of the three suspects. Along with this, he refrained from giving all of his case files to the county prosecutor and dismissed every other lead, besides those relating to the trio. He even ignored a critical piece of information sent in an email by a Whirlpool employee just 2 days after Heather was found. It read, "And by the way, I don't know if you have any suspects, but I know someone who works at Whirlpool that is very capable of doing that to a woman." This crucial lead would eventually become integral, but in his determination to convict Kiona, Omar, and Kayri, O'Connell did not even take it into consideration. However,
Damn.
this would not go unnoticed. Soon, O'Connell was caught giving a copy of the investigation report to an employee working for the Sandusky County Department of Job and Family Services, claiming that he wanted to gain their insight on a person of interest in the case. Once this was discovered by the sheriff, the detective was immediately placed on leave, but it only took a week to uncover the extent of his malpractice. As a
That's
result, the detective was
crazy.
quickly let go from his position and was facing an increasing amount of legal charges. which included misleading a public official and tampering with evidence.
No
O'Connell
shit.
had broken
He's
the
like
law
planting
that he
it.
vowed to protect and was
That
eventually
guy's crazy.
sentenced to 2 years in prison.
Only 2?
Although this would not be the end of the
Only
shocking
2?
corruption, seeing as how another scandal had just as quickly broken through the walls of this quiet and quaint little town. Sheriff Kyle Overmeyer, also working on Heather's case, had been caught stealing drugs from the drug take-back boxes in northwestern Ohio. Facing an ongoing opioid addiction, Kyle was sentenced to 4 years in prison in December of 2016. During this time, he was able to sit down with authorities to give his side of the story on what happened with former Detective O'Connell.
And we'll get into more on Sean about what he did, but a lot of stuff was secret squirrel with him, and he did his own thing, and I entrusted in him as a detective, and because you can't do it all, you can't be a detective and a sheriff and wear all the hats.
He was dead set on Keanu Bohr, and then he found out that Omar might have been out.
Was hiding out there. He was there that night supposedly, and there was a warrant for his arrest. And that's where it all unraveled, where he became obsessed.
Why is that?
I don't know.
See, now here's another thing I've been told.
Yeah.
That he had a personal vendetta against Keanu Bohr.
Kyle gives a brief rundown on how O'Connell helped to imprison Keona's ex-boyfriend, Julian, and why that might have placed the single mother at the top of his suspect list in Heather's case.
Now, in speaking to Heather's family members and Carmela Badillo, they all indicated that the 3 people that provided Heather her drugs were, and then was the other. There's only 3. Nobody ever mentioned Keanu Bohr.
Right.
So I don't know how he's getting in and going Keanu Bohr, and if he's making that up.
Right. And correct? Yes.
All the while, residents across the community were stumped when it came to who might have carried out such a gruesome crime. And some were inclined to leave their thoughts on the most popular social media platform, Facebook. One user wrote a post insinuating that Carmela, Heather's ex-girlfriend, may actually be the one that authorities were looking for.
Yeah.
The sad thing about this is just a few days after it happened, my brother worked with a guy who no longer works there with him, but he stopped over and told me his sister and Heather had a thing, and that she might have had something to do with it. I called O'Connell to report what I was told at the time, but nothing was done. Was Heather's ex-girlfriend the perpetrator who'd been hiding in plain sight, or was there someone else sneakily going unnoticed? Still, others had their own opinions. One person even stated that he knew more about the situation than most. A lot of time and dedication was lost, and I have proof. I want it done right. I had to bring up a perfected parliament to do what I did and walk it through like a gentleman. Most eerie of all, this person was well aware that corruption was lurking. I trust very few when the problem goes all the way to the top. In addition to the online chatter, others took their concerns directly to authorities. One account in particular
I don't give
stood
a fuck.
out. Michael Abdu, a resident of Fremont, Ohio, was in a frantic rush to give a statement on an alleged conversation that had taken place at a nearby bar.
Fremont Police, do you have an emergency?
I'll be
Today, this stream is this Tokes and True Crime.
about the woman that
I'm
was
playing
murdered
RuneScape.
over
What you mean? That's the best part.
Michael claims that he met 3 men at the local bar, where one had allegedly explained to him that he ordered the hit on Heather. Michael refers to this man
I gotta
as
go back.
Mississippi.
Fremont Police, do you have an emergency?
I'll be over there in about 10 minutes to give you information about the woman that was murdered over there in Clyde.
Michael claims that he met 3 men at the local bar, where one had allegedly explained to him that he ordered the hit on Heather. Michael refers to this man as Mississippi. 2 other gentlemen had also been present, but he didn't know their names.
They informed me how they killed her in the residence and took her body and put it in the trunk of the car. He said if you got any family, I suggest you do the right thing. I said, I don't understand what you're talking about. And then he said, I was the person that took care of the white girl over in Clyde. The black man said this. And I said to him, what are you talking about? What do you mean you took care of the white girl over in Clyde? He said,
Yo, the sun, 100 on the dot.
so I went and asked the 2 guys inside
Let's go, bro. That's what I'm talking about.
Dude said you guys took
100 on the fucking dot. I'm gonna go nut. Ooh.
He said, yeah, we gave that what she deserved.
Shit, man, I've been thinking about doing that for the past 7 hours and 5 minutes.
Shut the fuck up.
If you were wondering, that's exactly how long the stream
The
was
other
running
one
at that time.
Then said, dude's cool. Whatever you gotta say, I'm cool with. You know, I'm not, gonna go nowhere.
Michael, clearly stunned by the recent encounter, provided a new lead for the authorities. However, just as quickly, police were able to conclude that they'd reached a dead end yet again, due to the fact that his story couldn't be corroborated by other patrons of the
I'm
bar.
back, he said.
It was clear that from the onset of Heather's case,
69, 92, yo, let's go.
afflicted by injustice. Fortunately, that wouldn't last for long. The day had finally come where a new sheriff was in town, determined to track down the real killer with no time to waste. Sheriff Chris Hilton quickly dismissed the previous suspects, along with Carmela, and soon enough, he'd also pinpointed exactly where Heather had been following her last shift at Whirlpool. Through her Gmail account, authorities were able to see her movements throughout the entire day of April 9th, thanks to the several electronic coordinates kept in Google's GPS function. This indicated that around 6:30 in the morning, Heather had been at a trailer park home in the Emerald Estates lot, a little over a mile away from Whirlpool. She remained there for at least an hour before her phone had apparently been shut off.
I'm here for Jack, I'm here for
The
numbers.
residence was that of 44-year-old Daniel Myers, one of Heather's co-workers at Whirlpool. The authorities were able to speak with Daniel on May 24th. Shut off.
Hang on,
The
I want to see how they
resident
cut.
function. This indicated that around 6:30 in the morning, Heather had been at a trailer park home in the Emerald Estates lot, a little over a mile away from Whirlpool. She remained there for at least an hour before her phone had apparently been shut off. The residence was that of 44-year-old Daniel Myers, one of Heather's co-workers at Whirlpool. The authorities were able to speak with Daniel on May 24th, 2017, over 2 years after Heather's disappearance.
How you doing, Dan? Hey, Nick Katsopoulos with the Sheriff's Office. Would you be able to take a few minutes and talk to us? For what reason? Well, we're working a cold case homicide.
Do you still work for Whirlpool right now then? Yeah. Okay. Back then, what shift were you working? Midnights. Back then, did you tell them what this is in reference to?
I told him we're working an old homicide.
Come on, are you sure?
Thanks, Dan.
Thank you.
Sorry to wake you up. I feel bad.
We're just trying to, like I said, follow on some leads and some other stuff that popped up. Did you know her at all?
Very, very little. Very little.
The officers have not mentioned Heather's name, yet Daniel is already aware of who they are speaking of.
Very limited conversation. I guess if you want to know how long I knew her, maybe 3 months, but how long I talked to her, maybe a couple weeks. And you don't get long breaks at Whirlpool. So,
Right.
It's like pee, eat within 10 minutes for first break. And it was very limited chit chat.
Sure. And just so we're on the same page of who we're talking about,
Right.
Heather Bogle, right?
Right,
Okay.
she's the only one that-
Did you work in the same area as her?
Yes.
Okay.
Daniel claims that he and Heather had never talked outside of work and primarily discussed their children while they were on their breaks at Whirlpool.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. Homeboy started. It's pretty wild. Homeboy started talking about her before, like the cops even brought her up. That's crazy.
Very
Buddy was shitting bricks.
concerned about her kid, worked hard. She was always sweeping whenever she wasn't doing it. She was. It was sad.
That's just
Yes,
wild.
I guess it's a little odd that you guys are.
Well, here's what
I know it's cold case, and you guys are just grasping at straws, trying.
We want to try our best.
I want to see like the footage of this. Bro, how are these worlds I'm in getting just like overrun with fucking douche flutes?
And a part of what we've been doing when we interview people, we've been collecting DNA buccal swabs. It's basically a Q-tip. This is a little thing, and then we're off on our way. Would you be all right with that?
There's no reason why I would have to do something.
Oh, you don't have to. No, this is part of...
If there's an issue, I'll get an attorney or something. I didn't know really the lady or anything like that, but...
Nobody's saying that. This is just part of being thorough in what we're doing.
I'll pass until there's some issues to where, I'll get my attorney and see what he has to say, but I'm going to pass on that.
The detective is trying to make Daniel more comfortable by mentioning how they ask everyone to provide a DNA test so that he will be more inclined to agree. And while every single person had supposedly agreed to the buccal swab, Daniel is the first to say no. But there was a good reason behind his unwillingness to provide a sample. 2 days later, authorities went knocking on his door once again.
We need to follow up a little bit more in regard to that.
All right.
Because you came off work that morning, right?
Right.
Okay. And there was nobody else in your trailer at that time.
Right.
Right.
Yeah,
There was nobody else living but you at that time.
No.
And then Heather was down in the area.
Well, I don't know. How would I know that she's down?
Well, you're at the trailer and she's at the trailer. So that's what we need to get cleared up. And we know this.
She wasn't in my trailer. There is no way she was in my trailer.
She was in your trailer.
Okay, well then you're going to have to show whatever that she was there.
The first time he says she wasn't in my trailer, Daniel ends with upward inflection, as though asking a question, not making a statement. The second time he says it more forcefully. It's almost like he had to ask it as a question first, so he could repeat it to deny it. We know people struggle with outright lies, so this was likely a way to handle his nerves when deceiving the detective. Someone who is wrongfully accused of something is more likely to deny it using a firm tone of voice. An innocent person may even become a bit hostile. However, Daniel gives a quick and weak denial. And not only is his evasive response more than a little worrisome, but Daniel was also hiding a mountain of disturbing secrets, and his true atrocities were about to be revealed.
Because you knew.
I just don't know what
you know Heather better than what you're telling us.
Bro, this guy's such a good storyteller.
That well, I didn't. There is no way. I don't know anything about her. Just a basic conversation that we had when we sat for a very limited break. That's all it was.
You know what her car looked like, right?
Yeah, I knew what it looked. No, I didn't know what it looked like. I knew from the news, from online, Facebook. I mean, there's pictures from that's on the Facebook about the car, going by Miller's. There was a vision of a car. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's common knowledge. I mean, even the news was showing her vehicle, but I've never seen her.
Who's the description of his game? Yeah, that would make sense.
We didn't draw your name out
They're
of a
fucking
hat
phenomenal.
and show up at your door.
Okay.
So we're here asking you to help yourself out. Let us know what happened.
Detectives are taught to never reveal to suspects what they know, and in addition, they want to give off the impression that they know more than they do. This accomplishes multiple things. For one, it allows officers to catch suspects in a lie. And two, suspects are left wondering how much police know. They may believe that police do know more than they actually do, which makes it more likely that they will let something slip. The officers further explain to Daniel that they are well aware of his involvement, but they want to hear from him just how that came to be, and more so, what exactly happened on that fateful day.
She was never at your trailer before?
No.
Never?
No.
Okay.
There's nothing for me to tell you.
Daniel maintains that Heather was never at his trailer. However, he does give some information relating to what he discussed with her on April 9th at work that day. After failing her nursing exam, she was already feeling down on herself, but the cruel text she received from her brother had only worsened these emotions. When Heather saw the message from Josh around 3:44 a.m., Daniel was supposedly the shoulder that she would cry on. He states that nothing more happened, but as police would soon learn, this couldn't be further from the truth. Following the intense confrontation, they informed Daniel that there is a warrant for his trailer, in addition to his DNA. From here on out, Daniel would be unable to hide the monstrous lie that was masked behind his seemingly normal facade. However, what you're about to see is more shocking than you could ever imagine. Taking a closer look, authorities were stunned to learn that Daniel had apparently mourned the loss of Heather. He attended her funeral and signed the registry book thereafter to pay his respects, even going out of his way to donate $125 to the GoFundMe account of Heather's family, writing a now disturbing message. Heather, you were such an amazing person. Although we've only known one
That's
another for a
crazy.
short time,
That's
I've come to
crazy.
appreciate our talks about our kids. I'm distraught that there will be no more of your smile at work. You will always be in my thoughts. Your daughter will always be in my prayers. God bless you, little Missy. Danny and Ethan Myers. Apparently, he had also posted to Facebook that he was unable to eat or sleep due to the frightening situation. Daniel likely enjoyed inserting himself into Heather's world this way. He may have felt a secret thrill at the funeral, playing the part of a grieving co-worker, all while relishing in the fact that he was the only one who knew the truth about what happened to her. In addition, he may have believed that staying close to the situation would make him appear less suspicious. But as the investigation continued, it was quite clear to police that things weren't adding up. Just 5 days after Heather was found, Daniel had purchased new plywood flooring for his home, and at the end of the month, a new mattress. Along with this, over a year later, he made a trip to the local dentist to repair a set of cracked and broken teeth. But the reason for the dental visit would be anything but typical. Several other purchases were also discovered, such as materials to repair a deck, lawn chemicals, light bulbs, galvanized nails, and paint. But this could all be explained away, even though a new revelation was far more difficult to rationalize. A warrant had finally been obtained to perform a DNA test on Daniel, and it concluded that the sample from underneath Heather's fingernails was a complete match to that of her co-worker. Over 2 years later, the truth of the devastating matter would finally be revealed. When police officially searched Daniel's trailer, the findings were
Creepy fucking looking
unsettling,
guy.
to say the least. Upon entering the residence, investigators found various adult toys, surveillance equipment, a Dell laptop, disposable cameras, handcuffs, jewelry, a pair of women's underwear, and a Samsung Galaxy cell phone. Furthermore, they located several red and brown stains on the bottom of Daniel's carpet. A sample taken from the rug would later come back positive for blood. Not only that, but Daniel had been keeping videotapes, documenting his encounters with women, and had bizarrely Googled nursing textbooks online. In addition, GPS locations from Daniel's truck uncovered that he had frequently driven by Heather's house between the months of March and April of 2015.
Yo, what
and
the
had even
fuck?
made his way to the Somerton
That guy is
apartments
praying
on one
around there.
occasion. But once the horrific event took place, his travels around these specific locations came to a sudden halt. This could suggest that Daniel was obsessed with Heather and stalking her,
Yeah,
but at
no
some
shit.
point his
Praying on
behavior
her.
escalated. It's possible that if Heather discovered that he
Jesus,
was
it's
following her
crazy.
and she confronted him, he may have lashed out. Alternatively, he may have expressed interest in her and she rejected him, which made him angry. On top of this, there was also alleged evidence that Daniel may even be connected to more than one crime. On June 1st, 2017, 2 years after Heather's horrendous murder, Daniel was finally taken into custody. One of the investigators asked the other officer to remove the handcuffs from Daniel and instead handcuffs him to a hardpoint in the interrogation room. It seems as though the officers aren't comfortable at this point to completely uncuff him.
You were told you were under arrest, correct? Okay. No Miranda rights at all. Okay. So nobody's spoken to you yet. That's what we're going to do this right now. Right. Okay. You are under arrest. And that, I heard the deputy tell you that when we were out there. No, he did not. Okay. And he said that, but he didn't tell you anything else. Right. Okay. We're here to tell you.
Man, I'm floating on cloud 9 right now. Holy fuck. I'm so stoned. These levels are good, but I don't know if they're 100 milligrams. Like, I'll give it another hour though. I'll give it another hour. We'll see. I'll be back. I'm gonna grab some water. Bro. This fucking cocksucker took my spot, bro.
This is in connection with the Heather Bowl hunt.
The officer reads Daniel his Miranda rights, and he quickly requests an attorney, although he still answers one question.
What is your pass code for your cell phone? I had about a week. Can we write it down? Yes.
Passcodes to cellular phones are protected under the Fifth Amendment in some jurisdictions, and the contents of a phone are generally protected under the Fourth Amendment. In all likelihood, Daniel just waived some very important Fourth and Fifth Amendment protections by voluntarily giving up his passcode and consenting to a search of his device. You should never give up a phone, its passcode, or its contents without a warrant. Even then, good counsel will attempt to have
Yo,
this warrant
JC, I can't
overturned,
take no
or the
talk.
admission of evidence obtained via the
Ah,
warrant
dog, I can't
excluded
take
from
no
evidence.
talks.
By surrendering these
Jay.
rights, officers no longer need to develop probable cause to obtain a warrant in the first place. This essentially allows them to go on what attorneys call a fishing expedition, where they might find evidence of a crime, but may also find additional evidence linking a suspect to other previously unknown or
Fucking
undiscovered crimes.
focus.
Waiving these rights places the suspect in greater jeopardy from this perspective. Assuming the case goes
Focus,
to
you
trial,
stupid
the suspect
shit.
has harmed their case by freely offering additional and possibly incriminating evidence to the prosecution.
You get your attorney, you get situated in, you let me know. We'll sit down with you and your attorney. I think you got a story to tell.
And it was quite the story. Following his arrest, 10 other women had come forward, claiming that they had been assault victims of none other than Daniel himself. And while incarcerated, the suspect had attempted to regain contact with many of his alleged victims by writing handwritten letters. Although in a conversation from jail, he learns that this may not be a possibility with at least one woman.
Did you get a chance to go see what the address was? He said she does not want anything to do with you. Oh, well, how does that then?
Talked to her about 3 weeks ago. Huh?
Well, why didn't you mention something to me?
Because I didn't want to hurt your feelings.
Well, it don't hurt my feelings. I just wanted to send her a card, but
She said, don't, because if you do, she'll get you for harassment. I mean, a lot of these women that you want to, you're trying to contact, they're scared of you.
Right.
You know, I don't know, Danny. I don't know what you want us to
all
do.
right, well, enough said.
In one of the letters Daniel wrote, "So many emotions in one, not sure why I'm writing now. First off, I guess you really didn't know me after all. I was never violent with you. You enjoyed my forcefulness, you told me many times, almost instructed me on what to do. You always told me you liked to be held down. Maybe your memory wasn't as good as mine." As the note continued, Daniel insisted that the unknown person was in favor of his disturbing actions. Although it hasn't been documented if Daniel was ever diagnosed, people with antisocial personality disorder often engage in this sort of emotional manipulation of their victims. They will attempt to persuade the victim into believing that they were at fault for the abusive actions. They're highly skilled at making victims doubt their own sanity along with their own memory of events.
Bro, this guy just looks like a killer. Okay, you got like no emotion in his eyes.
Gaslighting. In this case,
You know what I'm
he
saying?
doesn't want anyone testifying
Even there,
against him, and he can't try to scare
there's
them
like
into
nothing there.
submission from his cell. So he needs to use his words to manipulate them into thinking they are wrong about what happened. And as we hear from one of
My one
Daniel's
uncle
supposed
looks like that.
acquaintances,
There's just
Danny
like nothing
Fry,
there.
the
And he goes
horrifying
hunting all the
nature of the
time.
suspected killer was confirmed even
You know what I'm
further.
saying?
Well, the whole time
I swear to
I've known
God.
him, he's been a womanizer, you know. It's his way or, you know, no way. And I know at one time, and this was, sure, God, it had been at least 20 years ago, that I believe a girl had to put a restraining order on him because he was stalking her.
Danny's descriptions of the accused murderer is an excellent depiction of a person with antisocial personality disorder. These individuals will often put their needs first and have little to no concern for the needs and feelings of others.
Shocking.
This is how people like Daniel are able to commit such horrific crimes.
Shocking.
In fact, people with severe antisocial personality sometimes derive pleasure from seeing the pain of their victim, physical or emotional. Many of these individuals are considered sadistic for this reason.
He was dating her, and she broke up with him, and he couldn't let it go.
This is because individuals with antisocial personality disorder don't consider the feelings or desires of the other person. They function in pursuit of what they want, and only what they want. Additionally, these individuals often have an inflated sense of self. Many of them think so highly of themselves that it is to the point of delusion. This can often cause them to become very vindictive and even aggressive if a love interest or romantic partner rejects them.
He was married to a girl named Kimberly at one time, and I guess she didn't tell me until here.
Fucking edibles are
He
kicking my
abusive
ass.
to her too, and then he was also married to a Bobby girl at one time, and she said that he was abusive.
Daniel and Bobby had a daughter together named Tabitha. On March 28, 2018, she sat down with detectives to give chilling details on the horrors that she encountered as a child, all thanks to her father. Supposedly, when she would visit Daniel every other week, seeing as he and Bobby were no longer together, Daniel would always have a new woman at the house while acting out his violent fantasies. To no surprise, the women were allegedly under Daniel's rule, whereas he would punish them if he didn't approve of their behavior. He would reportedly grab the woman by her clothes or hair and take them to his bedroom. Once the door closed, Tabitha could supposedly hear the blood-curdling screams coming from inside of the torture chamber. It was something that she would never forget.
When he dated, you know, he was dominant. You know, they done what he told them to.
No firsthand knowledge or witnessing anything like that.
No, I've never seen him physically hit a woman or nothing, you know, just what they've told me and, you know, things like that.
Okay.
Right. And then I don't know if my sister told you, but she had told me, I think it was beginning of the summer or whatever, that he tried to handcuff her to a chair. He paid her to come clean his trailer, and he tried to handcuff her to a chair.
Wow.
I mean, she did have bruises on her, her wrist and stuff.
He also claims that Daniel would use derogatory terms when referring to his girlfriends, basically to the point of dehumanization. This suggests that Daniel may have had a paraphilia-related mental disorder known as sadism, where an individual gains satisfaction when causing pain or fear in their partner. On top of this, psychopathy and sadism are linked, although the cause of this is unknown. But as we creep a little further down this twisted path, we learn that Daniel's crimes were darker, and there's a chance that Heather wasn't his only victim.
Did you know Leanne Sluter?
No, I did not.
Okay.
Yeah,
I figured there's someone else.
5
Like,
or
how
6
could there not
years
be?
there that me and him didn't talk because my house got broken into, and some people told me that it was him because they seen him walking from behind my house that night.
Leanne Sluter, a girlfriend of Daniel's from years earlier and the mother of his child, Ethan Meyer, had tragically taken her own life back in 2009. Or at least, that's what authorities concluded based on her sudden death. But others believe that to be an utter and complete lie, especially Leanne's sister, Lorianne Haley. In 2009, Daniel had apparently walked into Leanne's home, finding her lifeless body resting on the bed, with a single .22 caliber rifle gunshot wound to her chest.
What? Nah.
Because we had the weekend deal, and I was here like an hour ago, and she answered the door. I'm like, well, maybe she's in the shower. So I went back home. Well, I had a key to get her home, and I came in, and she
I don't buy it.
I need someone to come out here ASAP.
When someone starts telling an elaborate story during a 911 call, this is a major red flag for deception. Most people who find a dead body would request help right away and then answer pertinent questions that the operator may have, rather than delivering a monologue about how they came to find the scene. It already sounds like he's potentially building up an alibi. But the barrel of the firearm had been exceedingly long, and the trigger would have potentially been too far to pull had it been facing towards Leanne. Not only that, but the gun was resting quite neatly beside her, almost as if someone else had placed it there after committing the ultimate crime. However, there was also a note supposedly written by Leanne that Daniel had kept hidden away. Part of it reads, "I have loved you unconditionally without waiver, and all you ever did was use me as a bank, kick me to the side when the next best thing came along. All I ever wanted was to just die so that the hurt would stop." The note had supposedly been written in Leanne's handwriting, as reported by authorities. But even if the note did come from Leanne, there's no way to know that she did so of her own volition. Given Daniel's behavior toward other women, it's likely that he treated her in a similar manner. Authorities have maintained their original ruling to this very day, but many have suggested that a certain someone was actually behind her death all along. In addition, Daniel's brother, Stephen Myers, had written an alarming message on Facebook, indirectly admitting his siblings' guilt. "I just wanted to say how truly sorry I am. I can't explain why my brother did this awful thing, but please don't look down on my family or myself. But we are all proven innocent until guilty. Not saying he is and not saying he's not. Only one person knows who did this horrifying crime." Despite previously not admitting what had happened to Heather, during his time in jail, Daniel had been spewing an inordinate amount of suspicious comments. This included a time where he'd been watching a TV show starring a female judge, and supposedly claimed that he wanted to hurt the woman and rip her hair out, just as he did to someone else. With this, he apparently confessed to an inmate that Heather had traveled to his house after their shift on April 9th, 2015, where Daniel comforted her regarding the text sent by her brother, but then tried to initiate a romantic gesture towards her. In return, Heather began to laugh, sending Daniel into a rage. In an instant, Daniel supposedly overpowered Heather, trying to force her to submission. However, the young woman was much stronger than Daniel had imagined, and she was able to fight back, and even managed to knock a tooth from his mouth. He would later superglue the tooth back into place, according to his dental records. But sadly,
Very
Daniel was
good.
able to subdue his victim, handcuffing her wrists and tying her feet, all while beating her without any remorse. Eventually, he would end the young woman's life with 2 gunshots to the back, place her body in the trunk of her car, and drop the vehicle off at the Somerton apartments. The truth had once and for all been uncovered, but the brutality of the murder forever remains one of the most shocking events in that small Ohio town. Yet this
crazy.
case doesn't end here. On February 1st, 2019, within days of starting his trial, Daniel was found face down in his cell, prompting a medical emergency.
You doing all right, Dan? I'm just laying down on the floor, face down. Yeah. Hey, Dan, can you hear me? You all right? What's going on?
Yeah,
You got any pain anywhere? Just stay right there. Squad's gonna come look at you.
As the result of an unsuccessful attempt to take his own life, Daniel was transported to the nearest emergency room. Yet he was unable to escape the inevitable consequences of his evil crimes. Former Detective O'Connell, who almost put 3 innocent people away for life, was sentenced to 2 years in prison in September of 2018, but was eventually released in July of 2020, 2 months early. Along with this, the former sheriff who also investigated Heather's case is currently out of prison and works as a drug rehab counselor, helping others to not make the same mistakes he made. In 2019, Heather's friends and family would finally receive the long-awaited justice. During his trial, Daniel apparently ignored everything, doodling or writing the entire time, except the recap of the crime, which he listened to intently. Still, Daniel pled guilty to aggravated murder along with several other charges, ultimately avoiding the death penalty. He will spend the rest of his life in prison and will never have the chance to receive parole.
Damn, yeah. I was expecting for him to. I was expecting him to come out in like 2024. You know, some shit like that. I was expecting some shit like that. Come on now. Oof, 2 teams don't care about. Dude, just lay out and let it happen. I'm waiting for my buddy Crix to show up. We're heading out. He said he wants to play pool. I got a bunch of change. I don't know if it takes change, though. Hopefully this pool table takes change. I got lots of change.
The Mavericks were begging to lose a game on Wednesday. Luka and Kyrie were
Okay,
awful,
come on
2
now.
of
What the
11
fuck
from
is
3,
this?
But without Steph and Draymond, the only Warrior who puts the ball in the basket reliably is 21-year-old Jonathan Kuminga. Everyone else is a disaster, including 2 champion All-Stars. At least Klay Thompson has an excuse. 34 years old, 2 devastating injuries. Andrew Wiggins, healthy and in his prime at 29 years old. What happened? Well, it goes back to when he disappeared for a personal family matter last year. Since then, he has been a shell of himself. And just when it looked like he was starting to come back, it happens again. Wiggs left the team for a family matter 2 weeks ago. So the real question, how far can the Warriors go now without a focused Andrew Wiggins? And I hate to even ask this, but what happened? It's probably none of our business, but Warrior fans are curious. They're just afraid to say it out loud. How could they not be? Something bad happens that sucks the talent from your second best player? Imagine if that happened to any other team. What happened? But even if the Warriors are struggling for a 10 seed, and Wiggs refused to say, but last year Shams said the reason for Wiggins' leave of absence since mid-February is that his father Mitchell Wiggins has been dealing with a serious medical situation, sources say, which is extremely sad. But then an anonymous player told The Athletic, what he's dealing with is some real bullshit. And Paul Pierce tweeted, "Please tell me that Andrew Wiggins rumor not true," which of course only makes people more curious. And yeah, there's some rumor about his wife cheating or something. Nothing is confirmed, but some diehard fans are saying quietly, "Yeah, I'm curious. I mean, I dedicate part of my life to this team. Do they have a right to know? Why don't they just say father health condition or something? The mystery just keeps it in the news cycle." Other people say, "Why do you care? It's none of our business." And I agree with both points, actually. I get being curious if it's your team, but also it is none of our business. Whatever's going on has distracted Wiggs for 2 years and turned him from an all-star teammate to a shell of himself. So some fans want answers. I understand that. But what if that answer is actually sad? But even if it is something sad, some fans are running out of patience for Andrew Wiggins. Wiggs has a long reputation of being soft. Players throughout the league and in real life deal with personal issues all the time and yet attend to their professional obligations. If nothing else, he shouldn't get paid a cent for sitting out. That is super harsh, but does he have a point? One tragic example was when Isaiah Thomas's sister China died in a car accident 1 day before the playoffs. Despite the loss, he chose to show up and play, visibly grieving. Isaiah had one of the best playoff games of his career, dropping 33 points. Now, obviously, the postseason is much more important than the regular season, but IT didn't miss a single game. Everyone copes with personal issues differently, but I have a feeling that if it wasn't Andrew Wiggins, fans wouldn't be this harsh. He was hyped as the next LeBron coming out of high school and showed flashes of brilliance winning Rookie of the Year, but a narrative started to emerge. People doubted Wiggs' work ethic and commitment. His scoring numbers were great, but it was inefficient and didn't translate to wins. He was bad on defense despite the talent.
Only shooting
Super
away
frustrating
shots.
to see a guy with all the physical gifts who does not live up to it. So to fix their problem, Minnesota brought in a blue-collar star, Jimmy Butler. But after 1 year of being Wiggs' teammate, Jimmy said he was an elite talent wasted by a lack of dedication. "I'm not the most talented player on our team. Who's the most talented? Cat. Who's the most God-gifted player on our team? Wiggs. But who plays the hardest? Me. I play hard." Eventually, the Wolves gave up on Wiggs and he was traded to Golden State, where his reputation turned around. His nickname during the 2022
Dude, I swear to
title run
God.
was Two-Way Wiggs, because he finally
Every time there's a
lived
car
up
that
to
goes
his
by, my
potential.
dog's just like
But it
looking
didn't
up with his
last
little
long,
Betty
and
Davis
these
eyes.
harsh fans remember the 6
Little
years
googly
before
eyed
Golden
bastard.
State. Now, I'm not
How
saying
you
that
doing
they
over
are
there?
correct to call him out like that.
Come here.
I'm just explaining where their frustration is coming from. But even if they don't have a focused Andrew Wiggins, something is different about this year's team. They will miss him a lot less because of the evolution of their roster. The season started great at 6-2. Steph was playing like an MVP, but it quickly fell apart. The main problems, Klay Thompson and Andrew Wiggins. Klay was forcing his game, trying to prove he's still the old Klay, which he's not. Wiggs came into the year out of shape and had career lows in points, assists, and rebounds. Then Draymond gets suspended. The whole year is a mess. But right when it looked totally gone, several things happened at once to save their season. First, Jonathan Kuminga complained about his role, which led to more minutes, and he took off. Dude has 1 or 2 plays a night that take your breath away. Klay got benched for a rookie because Brandon Podziemski has been that good. Draymond came back and proved how important he is to this team. But here comes Moody. In the first game without Andrew Wiggins, Moses started and dropped an efficient 12 points with good defense in New York. The next game, 17 efficient points to win 11 of their last 13 games. Yes, they got smashed by the Celtics, but the Warriors aren't that bad, obviously. The real question, how far can they go this year without a focused Andrew Wiggins? Whatever he's dealing with is obviously a huge distraction. I hope he pulls through. But are they good enough this year to make noise in the West? It all comes down to seeding. The Dubs are 9th, so realistically a play-in team, and best case is the 7th seed. That means in round 1 they would play either the Wolves, Thunder, or Nuggets. Denver is a horrible matchup. They lose easily. But the other two
Thunder.
I think are winnable. The next round, the winner of the 3-6 matchup, even more likely to face Denver. So I think the Dubs ceiling is the 2nd round again, which sounds horrible, but is a blessing in disguise. The Dubs might not have a focused Wiggins, but they will get clarity. we will get to see these final 20 plus games if the young guys really are ready to win. Can Kuminga, Pods, and Moody keep this level in high pressure playoff games? Do the Warriors actually have a legit number 2 behind Steph? If not, Wiggs' $26 million contract will be used in a trade. They kept him at the trade deadline and Wiggs started to play well. That could give teams hope that he could rebound again with a change of scenery. With that and one of the young guys who is not ready, they could make a big time trade. Players to target: Mikal Bridges, Jeremy Grant, both big two-way wings. Kyle Kuzma, Bruce Brown, not quite the ceiling but very good. Role players like Dorian Finney-Smith and Alex Caruso, or stars whose team wants to move on for the right price, like Karl Anthony Towns or Lauri Markkanen. Something has been off about Andrew Wiggins since they won the title. They weren't going to win this year anyway. But this could provide clarity for the next big move to extend Steph's window.
I don't know. It only makes sense that they would trade Wiggins. Like homeboy is fucking holding them back, you know? Wiggins and maybe even Clay. Trade both of them. Sign and trade. Depending on the player you're getting back. Put him next to Steph. Oof, I don't know, man. I don't know. Just saying. Anyways. I am going to bounce chat. I hope y'all have an enjoyable day. And I'll talk to you later. Peace. Also, hang on. Ward, bro. You're fucking crazy, my man. 150 gifted, $10 dono, and $1 on top of that. You're insane, man. I appreciate you, brother, from the bottom of my heart. Appreciate all of you. It's not. It's not. Alright. I'll talk to you guys later, though. Peace.